Hello and welcome to podcast number 58.
58!
We're going to be catching up on the recent films and TV shows we've watched before going over the latest film news. In the second part of the podcast, we're going to be discussing the Rocky franchise. Of course, in the third part, we will be answering your questions. Iain, Andy, always great to have you here.
What's up?
How have you been? What have you been up to?
Been busy. We missed the last podcast.
It's been a while, hasn't it? Yeah, it's been a
summer.
minute.
We had a summer heat wave, didn't we? Which was a scorcher, a real scorcher. And so we made the executive decision to cancel the podcast
we were knee deep as well. Gary and I were knee deep in filming the Halloween series of movies that we had, which we always do when I've got my holiday off. And so it was just...
The summer holidays, yeah.
Yeah. So it was just like we were just filming.
So we work as much as we can.
Yeah, because we were doing the week ones as well. So we're doing all this filming, and then I'm trying to edit, and we were sat here one day, and it was really hot, and it was just like, do we want to podcast this week? And so we're looking at our diaries, and we ummed and ahed about it, and we
did, because I hate cancelling.
We were really close to it, but then we cancelled it because we thought, no, if we talked to Andy, we can get
the
Andy
dates didn't line up right for us all.
We can sort out what the theme was going to be for the podcast as well, which was Rocky, and gives us plenty of time to sort that shit.
You were like, do you want to do a podcast? And I was like, no, I'm hot.
It's too hot.
Dude, I was fucking neck deep in my fucking hot tub outside like Biscuit Boy from Blade.
Beautiful. I actually imagined that as well.
Honestly, mate, yeah, it's like, do you want me to turn it on? No.
No. Snow shovel out and scoop you out like a poke
Yeah. Float the laptop on it. From here.
As we always do with the openings, I'll try and keep mine short and sweet. We got back to work, which was alright, getting paid again,
It was awesome.
which was nice. Christmas is coming around the corner, and my birthday.
True.
Don't forget my birthday's coming. So
I got your alert. Don't worry, yeah, I got your fucking orders the other day.
Message alert, yeah.
Huge mistake.
So
Huge mistake to ask him.
movie-wise, I got a couple of cool movies that obviously I saw that I wanted to talk about. Unbearable Weight of Talent with Nicolas Cage.
Very good, yeah.
Officially cemented that guy as possibly one of the greatest actors of all time.
Hell yeah.
And so now any movie that I see with Nicolas Cage in, I'm like, I need to watch this if I haven't seen it.
Totally.
If I have seen it, I need to watch it. Why? Because it's probably really, really good with Nicolas Cage.
Pascal's great in it as well, right?
Yeah, fucking
That
Pascal
scene,
was
that
just...
gif, like it's become like an internet
When they're
meme
on
in the
acid
car.
in the car,
Yeah.
it's fucking glorious.
And
Beautiful.
I'd already seen all of that stuff, all the famous GIF meme stuff.
But seeing it in context.
Seeing it in context, and on top of that, hearing the script, listening to what they were talking about, because what they talk about at the start kind of happens towards the end, and it just all really worked out. It was fucking awesome. Andy and I went and saw Batman 1989 last
Took
week.
the kids, didn't we? Did a bit of parenting, educated them.
Man, I fucking almost punched the woman next to me for fucking taking her phone out, for almost taking a picture. You know,
Well, it wasn't even just taking her phone out. It was
she was going to take.
She
a
was
picture
recording the fucking thing
at the start of the movie. It was like, what the fuck are you doing?
But him and Dylan sat behind us on the back row. Me and Jessica at the front. This woman's just like,
I'm going to record this movie.
I just didn't get it, because literally...
You can readily buy
put
it.
that down?
Literally, the guy had just come up in the View Cinema. I don't know if everyone has it, but it's like, hello, it's time to disconnect.
Yes, John, fucking Finn from
John
Star Wars. John
Boyega,
Boyega.
yeah.
I see, because I used to think it was Mark Strong.
It was Mark Strong.
And then it's turned into...
Yeah.
John
That's
Boyega.
why I will occasionally check my phone, because I'm like, I'm fucking listening to what Finn says. He's a dick. I'll do what I want. Mark Strong says it. I'm like, alright, man.
But I, like... Barring the woman next to me and the guy to my right who was on fucking Facebook,
I've got to say, I somehow don't understand how you keep getting the worst cinema experiences.
I think it's because everyone just does it now.
It's not just cinema, it's the world in general. People, no offence to obviously shelfers, if shelfers are watching and
no
listening,
offence to
they
people,
understand.
but you suck.
But people suck dick. Dude, seriously, when we were driving here, we were driving down that road, and all of a sudden there's just the car in the road, hazard lights on, boot open, doors open, we have to go round it. It's like...
Oh, did you have to tell me? Like I said, I'm like the worst fucking driver for like road rage anyway.
You are the worst driver. But Batman 1989 was awesome to see on the big screen.
I just want to hear that soundtrack, and that sound system would be
it was
amazing.
Fucking sick, mate. Seriously, I like Dylan nudged me at one point because he thought I'd fallen asleep, but it wasn't the fact that I was falling asleep. I was so chilled and comfy, sat in this nice little leather chair. You know, I hadn't even put my feet back because I thought if I do that, I'm fucking out. So I sat there and...
I did that, yeah, with the recliner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, executive decision time, and he's forward. Like, I found myself a little bit like...
Ooh, but seriously, they get into the museum, right? And she's in the museum, and the mask gets dropped off, and everybody starts dying, and I just fucking went, you know what? closing my eyes, and as I closed my eyes, all I heard was Clarence music, and it was fucking just awesome. I was sat there in my chair.
Said that suggestion. We can listen to some Prince later. Like,
Man, TV shows. I watch Wrestlers on Netflix.
Nice, yeah, I've got that on my talking list as
so
well.
Good. Man,
What a show.
If you have ever had an interest or have ever wondered what it is about the world of wrestling that gets people wanting to watch it, you need to watch Wrestlers on Netflix.
It
Otherwise,
follows the Ohio Valley Wrestling in Kentucky.
Yeah.
And I've, most people will hear me say Triple H. But I had
Triple
some
H,
other
yeah.
inspirations in my very short wrestling career of like 8 months. One of my inspirations was Al Snow. He had, he was a stockier guy, but he still gave it his all. He had such a bizarre character, but he had such a fun personality, and it was interesting watching him mix and match with the other wrestlers. But he was definitely an inspiration. And so after the Attitude Era, and he just kind of vanished. I've always wondered, like, where the hell did Al Snow go? Where did he go? Because you still hear about other wrestlers.
remember when Bossman fed him his dog? Wrestling.
So yeah, I was very surprised to see that this was an Al Snow centric documentary where he was the owner of OVW, but he sold it because they were going bankrupt, and then the people that are running it. That's where the documentary kind of takes up, when they're trying to revive it.
OVW is WWE's original developmental territory.
That's right, yeah.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, before like NXT and all the other stuff.
Dude, it's so new, I really don't want to spoil it, but I kept saying to him, I was like, have you watched episode 3 yet? And he was like, no. I said, okay, well, you're going to call me.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
He was like, that meeting. There's, that
Where
moment.
they have the meeting.
Oh my God. There's a moment that's sort of, even if you don't like wrestling, it's kind of one of those like... documentary moments that is so like real, that's caught. It genuinely upset me.
Yeah, I
Genuinely
you don't
upset
want
me.
to spoil it, so you need to
It's
watch
so new,
it.
yeah.
But there was a moment that like you've got the real world of these guys who make the money and have bought the company, on top of Al Snow, who's this really famous wrestler who's worked for WWE, knows the business and knows how to work the wrestlers, and they've got this thing going. You've got all these local people who have joined the wrestling business, OVW, and they're just doing weekly shows.
It's seeing the other side.
Yeah, when you
the guys aren't making millions a year.
That's
when you
right.
mix the two worlds together and real things start to happen. Like you really want to, like the owner and Al Snow not getting on at the beginning is obviously so natural because one of them's got the money and Al Snow doesn't want to bend.
They're from two different worlds.
The guy who bought into the company, because I mean, I don't think he sold the company, but he's bought into it.
Yeah,
true. Yeah,
he's just a fan.
Yeah,
and it's like, look, we're fans, but I'm a wrestling fan that knows enough to know I know nothing. Really, we can speculate, talk about wrestling, but if you were like, okay, now book a territory, I'd be like, what? It's like, no, you can't. It's still a business that's got to be run a certain way.
And that's the beauty of the show as well. It's showing the business side of it, how it affects everybody's lives, how it affects people, mentally, physically, why they do it, why they continue to do it, what it is, even the people who actually turn up to watch the shows.
What it means to them.
It's like the old ECW days, isn't it, where they had the same people in the same seats.
Yeah, I won't spoil a little bit for you, but there's this little girl in her car screaming her head off at this wrestler who's obviously just turned up to go in and get ready for the night. But she's obviously behind the character. She sees it every week. It's in her local town. She's so fucking... They know her
She's so
by
involved.
name.
She's like, this is, it's
real
real
for her.
It's
Yeah,
real
it's
to her.
great.
And
It's
just great, because
absolutely
at that age, really, like, it's allowed to be real for her, so that's really nice.
Yeah.
It's phenomenal.
Quickly as well, video game wise, I am bearing myself ready for fucking Metal Gear Solid that comes out in approximately a month.
Nice.
For the Switch.
What else is included with this Metal Gear Solid package?
Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear Solid 2, Metal Gear Solid 3, Metal Gear 2, Metal Gear on the NES, and Snake's Revenge, and the digital graphical novel as well. And because my awesome, beautiful wife has pre-ordered it for my birthday, I believe, it comes with digital soundtrack on it as well.
Awesome.
That's really cool.
So it's just got all of that. In 2 weeks, I think fucking Batman Trilogy comes out for the Switch. Fucking Tomb Raider has been fucking announced for the Switch as well in February. I'm like, I'm like fucking.
You might be careful. They might actually release a new game soon.
Man, I'm like Al Pacino.
Like,
Fucking Forever Free. Every time I get to step out, they just keep pulling me back in.
Because they're like, member berries?
Yeah.
Like, gimme.
I'm members.
I'm members.
Awesome.
Bitch.
Wow, fuck, it's been a while, hasn't it? Well, I had a birthday. I turned 41.
You did have a birthday, yeah. You turned
So
41.
that was
Oh, yeah, I see it now.
Speaking of, actually, Andy, I was going to wait until off podcast, but I do have a belated bottle of Jack there for you.
It's like you know. It's like you know.
How was your birthday, dude?
Everyone bought me a lot of whiskey. It was
No, I
fucking
can
great.
imagine so. Yeah.
Thanks, man. That's fucking
you're
awesome.
welcome,
Well,
dude.
saying that, I did get some awesome presents because that is awesome. Thank you very much. Ian got me these 2 banging shirts from WWE.com. I got the purple macho man in a vest, the manliest form of clothing. And it's amazing. Oh, do you know what I was gonna? I was so running. I was gonna fucking wear it.
It would have
I
been
was gonna
perfect for
wear it
last
tonight.
month if we did
And that's
record.
how late I was running when I was trying. I was messaging him going sort of like, I'll be there in a minute, but I hadn't eaten all day. I was in the line in KFC just driving with one hand throwing fucking
Chicken
strips down my face.
I've been wearing the Macho Man vest and buying KFC.
I know I should have actually, but and yeah, you got me a really nice Scott Hall t-shirt with all the other members on it. It's fantastic. We went to Brewdog to do the all-you-can-eat wing Wednesday thing. Their chicken wings are like my fucking arm. And we still managed to polish off around 24.
It's a lot of chicken.
Right, I'm not going to like, I got in the car. Donna was driving, thank God. I got in the car and instantly I was in the worst fucking pain I've ever been in.
Yeah, you're just eating chicken.
Mate, I was
Fiery
fine.
chicken wings.
I had it, like, there was a couple left at, like, you know, they bring it out intermittently, like, you know, you have X at a time or whatever.
Yeah.
There were a couple left on my plate. I was like, nah, do you know what? I'd be forcing it. I'm not going to force myself to eat. So I was actually, like, fine. You know, we had a few drinks and everything. It's like the second I got in the car, my body was like, clock's ticking, bitch. I was like, I don't know what's about to happen. I was like, I don't know what is going to happen, but I know it's got to happen over water. Let's just get the fuck out.
I'm going to shit.
Which end's it coming out first?
I was
don't
actually,
know.
do you know what? I didn't need any of that. All I needed, but when I got home, I was like, I am 41 and I need to lay down. So I just fucking crashed out on the sofa, blanket the lot. Brilliant.
Awesome.
It was a great birthday. It was Jessica's birthday as well. My kid, she turned 13.
Damn.
So we took her to Manchester. Tried to leave her there, didn't work. But no, she just wanted to go shopping. So there's a big mall there, the Arndale. So we spent a couple of days in Manchester, just going around there. Really loved it. Yeah, it was really nice. I'm definitely going back. It was fucking sweet.
Cool.
I mean, other than that, what have we watched? I mean, so much wrestling news and stuff. And there is a point that we're going to talk about in a second. But I watched Painkiller on Netflix, the documentary about OxyContin.
I've seen it, but I've not watched it.
It's like a docu-series, so it's like they do bring in real people that are affected, but it is a dramatisation with Matthew Broderick. It is fucking stellar. It's instantly going to end up on my top 10 of the year.
Yeah,
it's all
Stephen
about,
King was tweeting about it. That's how I became aware of it.
Mate, it's so good and so detailed that they've actually reopened an investigation against the family in America, the Sadler family, whatever they're called, who basically have destroyed that country with opiates.
Yeah.
You know, the amount of people that have died through OxyContin, I mean, it's something like 100,000 a year, but then that's just the people that overdose on it. You're not talking about the people that, say, die behind the wheel because they've passed out on it. The people that, say, commit crimes to feed this fucking... It is harrowing. And it's such a well-made.
It's an eye-opener for sure.
It's hard to watch. Sorry, it's hard to walk such a thin line between very entertaining whilst telling a story that is true and horrifying.
I mean, it was one of the reasons. Like, obviously, I only really noticed it really in the news when it started to pick up about obviously all the people that were hooked on the drug and they were taking these painkillers for the slightest things. You know, they go to a hospital for sprains, whatever. And then all of a sudden, they were assigned these painkillers, and then they're addicted to it for like 6 to 8 months, and obviously it just gets worse and worse. And then
it's legal heroin. Yeah, it's basically legal heroin. Yeah.
I mean, I think at that time, a couple of years ago, when I first started looking into it, I was like, you know what? Whenever a doctor might assign me something, I'll be like, haha, no thanks.
Oh, mate,
I'll wait until the limb actually falls off until I put some kind of one of those pills in me.
How they got it through the FDA approval is ridiculous. You know,
corruption, I imagine.
Yeah, massively.
I kind of don't want to spoil it. Even
True,
yeah,
I do actually want to watch this now.
Honestly, watch it. I can't recommend it.
I mean, I'm not being harsh or anything, but it's the American government. Money changed hands, people died.
Do you know what? It's even crazier than that, actually. But yeah, so that was sort of standout, I've got to admit. I mean, other than that, I mean, games wise, I was going to start playing Starfield. I know you mentioned you'd sort of given it a go, and at the same time though, that Sea of Stars came out, which is like that old school JRPG, Chrono Trigger. So I've been playing that because also for several reasons. One, I knew I could play that faster.
Tell me more about Sea of Stars. Actually, I don't know very much about it.
Sea of Stars is basically, like I said, if you've ever played any of the old like Final Fantasies, like Final Fantasy 3, the top down, you know, sort of like, you know, turn-based combat games, big adventure game, wonderful, you know, script and everything like that.
Okay.
But just, you know, really turned up to 11 with the amount of detail and the work that's gone into it. You know, like when, it sounds very funny, but just little things like when the characters' little box pops up with their picture, with their dialogue, depending on what they're saying, the picture changes. It's a totally different picture every single time.
That's
so it really does feel like they're conversing, you know. The combat's really well involved, actually, because rather than just like, you know, oh, select my guy, attack that guy, you know, you can still hit like, you know, multipliers and stuff as you do, and you can block and stuff like that.
So it's more engaging turn-based combat.
It's way more engaging. Even navigating the map, there's like grapple hooks and stuff. So it's...
What's the kind of setting?
Just fantasy. It's just pure, like, you know, like, yeah, just a pure fantasy setting, basically, is the best way to put it, you know. So, I mean, I'm running around with some pirates at the minute, for example, you know, trying to stop this solstice from happening.
You just say the name of the game again for everyone that's maybe listening?
Sea of Stars. Some games pass, but I did that because I thought, right, I could either play Sea of Stars or I could play Starfield. Right. One of the reasons I was like, let's let this Bethesda game settle, because playing it day one is not always going to do it. But the other one is, I know time-wise, it's going to, if I enjoy it, it's going to be a fucking time suck.
Time of year, yeah.
And next month, Spider-Man 2 comes out for the PS5.
Nice.
Fucking web slinging all day.
Very good, very good.
So I'm going to be doing that. Yeah, so that's been pretty much it. But the one thing I got to say, we could fill a 4-hour podcast with the amount of wrestling news that's happened over the last couple of months. Because you must have done. But I did want to mention about we lost 2 huge names in the business, unfortunately. One being Terry Funk, who, if you don't know him, everyone always uses the word. Everyone uses the word legend in wrestling. Terry Funk was a legend. He was a fucking absolute, you know, Texas deathmatch legend. He was in Roadhouse as well.
Roadhouse, yeah.
He was in the movies and stuff. We lost him. You know, as bad as that is, you know, he was an old man, and you know,
and he really put his body through hell.
78 when he passed?
Yeah, he was. I think it was about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we also lost Bray Wyatt. And that hit me like a fucking baseball bat. I'm
Bray
not gonna lie.
Wyndham Rotunda. I mean, he's 36 years old.
36 years old, which is obviously no age. I mean, he died due to heart complications that was kind of exacerbated by COVID. Is the best way to put it. He basically went to sleep and he didn't wake up, which is probably the only sort of like slightly, you know, good thing about it is that he didn't suffer.
Now, you know, I kind of out of the wrestling loop, but even I became aware of him because of his gimmick, his stage presence, and the size of the man, and the way that he still moved around the ring was incredibly impressive.
Truly one of the more original people in the business that's come up. And I always say, I mean, saying that, you probably would be aware of some of the, that dude is legacy. You know, Wyndham Rotunda, his brother, who was wrestled as Bo Dallas.
Right, yeah.
You know, he was in it. And
the whole
his
Wyatt
dad
family,
was is it Mike Rotunda, IRS. You know, so from like back when I was a kid watching
that's the thing. It was, wrestling was always this guy's massive business, and to you wake up one morning and you read Terry Funk's passed away. It was crazy because I was just like, oh shit, you know, that's a shock. But at the same time, Terry Funk, I didn't think he was going to outlive us all. He wanted to, and he'd been through some shit.
I was more surprised that he wasn't wrestling that week.
I'm surprised he hadn't fucking had a retirement.
And they're like, he's passed. I was like, in a match? Because it could happen.
Literally, Thursday finished. I wake up Friday morning, and Andy's texting me at like fucking 5:30 in the morning going, Bray Wyatt's died.
It was before I went to the gym, and I was like,
fuck off. And as I said that, I mean, on my phone, I'm searching everything, and you read about it. And then all day you're just kind of waiting for somebody just to kind of say, you know what, it's a story,
it's a gimmick,
it's a part of
something,
and it just never happened. It just started to become more real and real. Same in the same lines of when I first read like Chris Benoit died. You know,
it was very much like. Do you know? I think why is because this is the first time since Chris Benoit. So I know it's different.
Well, it's something unexpected.
Well, no, it's a member of the active roster.
Yeah.
True.
For example, that's why they did the whole 10 belt toll. They did a wonderful tribute for him on SmackDown.
Yeah, they did.
But that's why they did it. It's because he was active, and I mean, the Wyatt family as a gimmick is definitely one of my favourite gimmicks in the last fucking
10 years maybe, yeah.
easily.
They're one of the ones
Phenomenal.
that would first come to mind.
I mean,
it's funny because I always thought, I don't know about you, it's like there's certain things that I realise as wrestling fans that I'm never going to get to do that I didn't do. Like we were talking, Matt Riddle got released today.
Yeah.
And I was talking to Chris about it, one of the guys I go wrestling with, and I said, oh, well, it's nice that we got to see him wrestle against Edge, against Seth Rollins at Clash of the Castle. One of my biggest regret in wrestling, and because I know I'll never get to do it, I've never seen The Undertaker walk out as the Phenom. I've been in the arena for the glass shatters when Austin comes out.
Right, yeah.
I've been there for Triple H coming out as a man. You were there with me when he came out as well. Do you know what I mean? I'm not. If you're a fan, your soul leaves your fucking body. It's so amazing. It's Edge was another one.
It's the pop,
that,
isn't it?
It's the pop. It's being part of
the emotional orgasm.
It's when Cena came out in London, dude. A friend of mine broke his fucking chair jumping up that. It was so funny. Mostly because he had to crouch for the rest of the fucking event. But so all of that was amazing. One of my favourite things about Bray is his entrance was phenomenal. And when he was doing the cult leader thing, he'd come out as pitch black. He had his lantern, and because it was like, if you don't know, he did a kind of like like a very much Louisiana Bayou kind of like character. He'd come out with his
Resident
lantern.
Evil 7 style.
Yeah, exactly. Spot on. He had the crowd just organically would just start by putting their lights on their phones and making them dance.
The
and
Fireflies.
They called him
the Fireflies.
And they called themselves, it was referred to as Bray's Fireflies.
It was beautiful to see because it organically happened.
Exactly. And I'm never going to get to be a Firefly.
Yeah, that's crushing.
Man, you say that though, but that's the beauty of wrestling, and that's the beauty of
it's in the moment.
When you're a fan, even though you're not in that moment. I'm the same as you. I've never seen The Undertaker walk out, but I've been there at every single WrestleMania, as close to the ring, closer than anybody else in that fucking arena. But when I've been watching it at home, that's my own little special moment.
Oh, you feel it.
So
no
when,
doubt.
so when like the fire,
dude,
when you're a Firefly,
the Rock came back to SmackDown last week. There was a one-man pop in my front window.
I heard about that. I was like, all right, I need to see the footage. I need to see the Rock in the
But you're right. I agree with you. Yeah, you do still get. It comes through the screen. That's why it's so amazing.
You can still put a match on.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think I messaged you.
I went to take a swig of that bottle then.
I think I messaged you, didn't I? Like I was finding myself in a little bit of low because I couldn't get out of the golden era, the attitude era of wrestling. I kept going back and I was watching the same Raws and the same SmackDowns and the same pay-per-views because the newer guys weren't really my guys. And then Bray Wyatt passed away and I was just like, fuck me, I've just realised I've been wasting years where I haven't been watching like 2009 to 2020.
Yeah, like you missed those last,
I could watch all those pay-per-views all over again and re-watch Cena in his prime. I mean, isn't it crazy, motherfuckers? We're looking at Cena and he's an old man.
He is now.
If he's an old man, what the fuck are we? Like you said, The Rock came out and I was just like,
based on how I left Brewdog the other day, we're getting old, mate.
I watched a couple of days ago a rewatch. I watched Triple H versus Al Snow after the Wrestlers, and I watched The Rock versus Mankind, and he looks
the empty arena match.
No, it was the same SmackDown.
Oh right,
Triple H came out and beat the fuck out of both of them because he's champion at the moment. Well, at that time, sorry. But looking at The Rock in comparison, like it must take so much energy for him to keep those muscles up.
Yeah, it's energy, dude. Yeah, it's all energy.
Yeah. But yeah,
he's allowed to take whatever he wants. So that was fucking brutal. But it was it's
very sad. Very sad.
Very quick one as well. It's just if you get a chance, if you wanted to help, because obviously he did leave a fiance and 2 kids behind. They're donating all of the money from any of his merch to his family. So, and now ironically, like when I went onto Eurostore to try and buy.
It's all out of stock.
It's out of fucking stock. But that's great because everyone's bought it. So there is that as well. So fuck. Oh, that sucks.
Well, to segue and keep the wrestling theme going, I want to talk about Heels season 2,
I really need to watch
which has just wrapped, and I was fully behind season 1. It felt like the little show that could.
Yeah.
Season 2 just blew itself out of the water, out of the ring, over the top rope, over the hell in a cell cage match.
And both feet touched the floor.
It was amazing. Like, as the season was progressing narratively, I was like, okay, I can pretty much see that this thing is going to be the last episode. But it wasn't. That happened at the midpoint of the season. I was like, that's amazing, because that means we get episodes to follow what all there's been building up to.
Nice,
and
yeah.
it builds up even more. This is definitely going in my top 10 of the year, without a doubt. Because I don't think in 8 episodes of television, in 8 hours of a TV show this year, I have laughed or cried as much watching Heels. I know for a fact, without even researching it, that the people writing this show know wrestling incredibly well. If you watch like Dark Side of the Ring, and you see all those horror stories and reality stories, or you know the stories of wrestlers on the road, or watching wrestlers on Netflix, when you watch Heels, you're seeing it, but in the most perfectly dramatized way possible. You see the faces, you see the heels, you see the politics, you see the rival companies, you see them doing the bookings, and you follow those relationships. And yeah, they're heightened, up to to dramatize the whole thing. But watching it all play out, the sibling rivalry, the struggling debts, struggling to get the audience to come and see them when a big rival company's kind of taking over nearby and starts pillaging their best wrestlers. It is really, really good. And unfortunately, season 2 might be the end. And it's left on one hell of a cliffhanger that I'm just like, my God, I need this show to go 3 more seasons at least, because there's so much
we got to
that these
Cobra Kai
characters
this
can
fucking
do.
thing.
We've got to. Now, Stars have already released the numbers, and it's not good. Now, the show is streaming on Stars in America, and their ratings are abysmal, and they've done nothing but drop.
Is it on Disney then over here? Because we've got Stars on Disney, right?
we haven't got it over here.
No.
That's annoying.
So you're gonna have to find means and ways to watch it around the world. But buy the DVD if it comes out. Find a way to stream it if you can.
VPN it.
Exactly, and give this show a watch. Now, I'll also say, okay, maybe you're not a fan of wrestling at all. You haven't watched anything about wrestling.
Don't need to.
Watch this as a gateway into that world of wrestling, and just watch it as a drama.
I'm not a fan of murder. Still watch John Wick.
There's 40, There's 40 minutes of drama, and most episodes end with a good, polished, well edited, and performed wrestling match. Which progresses the stories and the characters, and my God, it was so engrossing,
it's the best drama out there, man. I mean,
it's exactly. So if you're a wrestling fan, you owe it to yourself to see this.
You talk about your Game of Thrones. You talk about your Dexter. Well, Austin 360 says wrestling's the best shit on TV.
There you go. Now, also talking about Starfield, you mentioned it earlier. I wasn't super hyped for Starfield. I didn't really like Fallout 4 all too much. I kind of sat on the fence for the first time with a Bethesda game with Fallout. At the MMO, there was Fallout 76, I think it was called. I'm glad I waited, because when that came out, it was terrible. This is their next release, kind of sits. And it's mediocre. They try. For me, it was the jack of all trades, master of none. They've tried to put in so much, but everything is just average. For me, I know some people are absolutely loving it, and I'm like, that's awesome. But for me, I was not invested in the opening. The opening of the story was not grabbing enough. I was immediately missing Mass Effect. I was like, that's how you start a space opera, an epic quest and story.
Have they not just figured though that no one gives a fuck about the main quest in a Bethesda game anymore?
I guess not, because the writers clearly didn't.
You need to save the world. Okay, I'll be back in 3 days.
And so
Fallout, isn't it? It's like, your kid's missing. Okay, we'll get there.
Right.
Because this guy needs me to deliver some post. Oh, okay, we're cool.
So
thanks, Dad.
After an hour plus of playing it, I turned it off, and then just a couple of days ago I uninstalled it because I'd just not gone back to it.
Can I ask how? Because the one thing that worried me about it, because I know a lot of people are like, oh, it's just Skyrim in space, and I was like, that sounds awesome.
Yes,
give me that.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for.
The one thing that every time I watched any of the gameplay footage, I was like, wow, the combat looks bad. Like, the guns looked real kind of fucking wishy-washy.
That they got the people that make Doom, because obviously Doom published by Bethesda. So they got people that make Doom.
Software.
Bethesda published the last few Doom games.
Yeah,
Right?
of course
So they got some of the
yeah.
people over that made the Doom games to polish and help them do the shooting section, because there's no VATS, there's no stopping time and aiming at critical
You just
points and
literally go in
shooting.
there
It's
and
all
shoot things.
constant. Later on in the game you do get to slow down time, bullet time-ish, but so they wanted more faster, frenetic, organic sort of firefights, but super generic, incredibly dumb AI that kind of stand there. You can put some perks and buffs in so that you almost become a bullet sponge, and it wasn't engaging for me as well as the character interactions. The sound effects of the guns felt weak. The space combat felt light. The one thing that I will say is absolutely fantastic for Starfield is the art direction and the scenery and the attention to detail in everything was way beyond anything I ever expected from a Bethesda game. It looks incredible. The lighting, the textures, the guns, just one panel of shelving on a spaceship is so incredibly detailed. All of the knickknacks and items, you can just sit and just stare at everything for a while. But
I see that guy who put 20,000 potatoes into
right in a room,
just so he could open the door and watch them fall out.
So but the gameplay loop wasn't there for me. The characters were just wooden. The largest city Bethesda's ever put into a video game just felt hollow. The fact that it was all broken up between loading screens and transitions, it just felt very disconnected and very underwhelming. So I was just really.
Well, I'm happy I'm going to wait on that.
I don't think it's a bad game. I don't think it's a bad game.
But did you even play No Man's Sky?
Great.
Yeah.
Did you play No Man's Sky?
No, I didn't really.
Did you play?
I want story.
I didn't play
really
it when
want
it first
story.
came out, so I waited because I did watch a lot of videos and read a lot about how they had really put a lot into it because they knew how bare bones it was when they first released it. No, man. But again, that was
it's one of those games where you don't complete.
I didn't play it for that point. It got recommended
that's the same thing that Starfield feels to me as well. It's like these space exploration games come out.
Starfield, at least you will expect the story to run through.
You will expect it, but do you remember how Skyrim finished?
Yeah, big fucking dragon that you had to fight.
Yeah, and what happened after?
Whatever you wanted.
Right,
the
the
game
credits
carries
rolled
on.
and
I was finishing the Assassin's Quest.
That's exactly what, when the game felt hollow to me, was when after I finished Skyrim, the rest of the world was like, hey, thanks, can you still do these side quests for me? And you're like, I've just killed the greatest foe of the land. None of you care. So then I look at Starfield and I'm like, no, everybody in this world, this universe doesn't care.
Yeah, but no one wants to put that many hours
much
into
like
a game.
Fallout 3, I'm the main guy and I'm the only one who can actually do anything and save anybody. Nobody's going to have...
Chosen one.
Yeah, I'm the chosen one, so...
Please
You're the
carry
Star
this letter.
Child.
Do you know what's funny? You said actually what I did play before I played Sea of Stars, just as I was in that pocket of I just need someone to play. Is they put Grand Theft Auto 5 back onto Games Pass, but obviously the more this gen's the 9th edition of fucking Grand Theft Auto.
It's been nearly 10 years, right?
Fuck, I'm just gonna play it through. But this time I did do something different. I played it through and then I waited. And I did the Assassin's missions at the end so that you play the stock market as you're doing it. I ended up earning just over $1 billion for each character. And then just sort of went around everything that Trevor's got is all just nipple pink and all of his guns are pink and his
You
cars
really
and
went
stuff. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do it.
That's why I can never go back, man. If I go back, you're gonna go.
It's the third time I've completed through the main story. So I actually think the main story of GTA 5 was really
See, that's why I never have to complete it. He's done it 3 times for me.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I only ever played it through the once, but it was very memorable.
Yeah.
And
It was good fun.
All right, next thing I want to talk about is Baldur's Gate 3.
Yes.
Now, after the heat wave and all of the editing for the Halloween stuff was all pretty much done.
My PC could finally run it.
Because I'd originally aimed, because Baldur's Gate was due to come out at the end of the month, and then getting closer to release, they pushed it forward the whole month for PC. So it was like, God damn it, I'm still in the middle of doing editing and stuff, so I had to wait. It was like,
faster.
I was like, Ian, instead of doing one a week, let's cram it. I need to finish all the recordings this week, so I can edit all of them next week, and then be ready for Baldur's Gate 3. And I've already put in over 100 hours into that game. I'm currently doing a new playthrough on Tactician mode, just because you want that challenge. Like, you play the game through, you understand the characters, the builds, the dynamics, the spells, and how the combat works. And so then you want the next challenge. And every fight, like, you need to kind of rest your characters afterwards because it's brutal, and it'll punish you if you make mistakes. So if you've got a squidgy mage that's kind of exposed, the enemy will kill your mage. I'm playing as a mage, and I've sometimes been KO'd before I even had a turn in the first round of the fight because I got picked on. So you have to kind of strategize how you approach the fight and prepare for each encounter. But I just want to say, in terms of having an awesome intro to really get you invested in the world, of fully, 2-3 minute CGI cutscene establishing everything, the peril, the stakes, you're thrown into the deep end, you start to meet characters and you realize how good the voice acting is, how good the music is, how good the gameplay is, the world design, level design, how much your choices impact the repercussions of some of the things that you say or do. You might just say for a joke and then all of a sudden this and this happens because of that. It's incredible, the layers and depths that the developers have gone into this game, and they've gone on record as saying that they want to make sure that the person that makes those choices, which might just be 0.0001% of all players, we want to make sure we cater a full experience to the person that makes those choices in the game. So there is so much game, so many cutscenes and characters and dialogue that most people probably will never see because of certain choices, no matter how many playthroughs. That's the level of detail they've gone into making it. It's not a perfect game. It's not the best game ever, but it's incredible.
My watch disagrees with you. Sorry.
It's no problem. It's incredible how much they've managed to put into it. So, they weren't expecting the game to be as successful because they had a really long early access, and they were like, the game's coming out soon. Like most people have probably already bought it and played it. But it's it rose to the top of the charts. It's caused a fiasco in the gaming industry with other companies going, "Oh, you can't expect us to make games like Baldur's Gate 3. It's so expensive."
Work.
I'm like, God damn it, Larian's half the size of some of these other studios.
How much is Activision about to fucking
lay off? Or I don't know. It's kind of disgusting.
How much is that deal worth? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's sickening numbers.
It's like 50 billion over the amount when they've worked it out over X amount of years. Or something.
But I'll also say now, if you're on the fence about Baldur's Gate 3, I know for a lot of people it's not Forza. It's not Gears of War or Call of Duty or Halo. It's not the big ones, It's not the franchises that you know.
It's going to sell it.
Playing Baldur's Gate. This is fucking Forza.
Right?
I'm the cars, man.
I'm just trying to say, it's because it's a game that I don't usually play. You don't usually see me talking about or playing CRPGs. Yeah, I don't usually play them.
Shit. You love an elf. As soon as it's got
an elf.
You love an elf.
I love the fantasy genre.
Never fucking stops talking about elves. This one.
There's something with pointy ears in a game. This motherfucker is over it like a cheap suit. He's like, I can make what many decisions?
I can make the hottest elf ever.
I get what you mean.
The only other game in recent memory that I've played close to that would be like Wasteland 3. And I never actually finished that one. I enjoy them to a point, but I kind of burn out on them. And then beyond that, it was of course Divinity: Original Sin and Part 2 as well, which were incredible games. But if you go all the way back to my our Gaming Friday review of the first one of Divinity: Original Sin, I was mediocre on it. I was like, this is not my type of game really, and meh. Since then, I've put in over 1,000 hours into Divinity because of DM mode and campaigns and replays. And so I can't sing any more praises for Baldur's Gate 3. Incredible experience, contender for the best thing of this year, contender for best game of the decade, in terms of the achievement that they put in there. Absolutely awesome experience. So if you're on the fence, I will say just watch some videos and maybe give it a go, or maybe wait for a sale, because it is one gaming experience that I think you owe it to yourselves to at least check out. So high praise.
Got to play at least one Baldur's Gate game in your life.
Yes.
If
you don't have to worry about playing the original two games. You don't. There might be some Easter eggs. Well, yeah. Next thing I want to talk about, there's not been too many releases really from America anymore. Like the writer's strike, actor strike on top of that as well. So I went to China for my. I didn't actually go there.
You went to China for this, Fucking hell, man.
So I looked to China for some entertainment, and
God.
the moment I heard the synopsis for this film, I was like, I have to see this. It's called Moon Man.
Okay.
And this film premiered in
Sorry,
China.
I thought you were talking about Item.
Oh no!
Sorry, my bad.
This film came out in China on the 29th of July last year. And it grossed over 460 million worldwide, making it the eighth highest grossing film of 2022.
Okay.
Now, the premise for the film is it's a comedy. It's a comedy, action film where we follow this dopey guy who his ambition in life was just to be superiorly mediocre. Doesn't want to be top of the class, doesn't want to be bottom of the class. That way he's kind of unnoticed, just gets by. And he applies to work on this moon station, and he doesn't get the job that he wants, so he ends up taking sort of the middle of the road job as a mechanic.
Yeah.
He falls in love with like one of the top astronauts there. She doesn't even notice him.
Right, yeah.
The reason why they're there is because there's an asteroid about to hit the Earth. And out of the blue, like the asteroid turns up earlier, he's listening to music, thinking about his girlfriend, whilst everyone else evacuates the moon base, gets into the rockets, flies off. They fail to stop the asteroid, and while he's watching them all take off, from looking at the moon, watching the Earth, he watches the asteroid hit the Earth and annihilate everyone. And now he's the last human alive. And he's stuck on the moon by himself. And however, he's not alone. There's an experimental kangaroo that's also been left behind called King Kong Roo. And that's because this kangaroo is built like John Cena. He's head to toe muscle.
Gary, this is a fever dream.
I know. Now, at first I was like, once King Kong Roo was in the film, I was like, okay, this is where the film drops. But imagine Castaway, where Wilson was, the kangaroo, where they had kind of
All right, this makes perfect sense now.
But also on the moon.
Yeah.
And then you find out that, those that took off are still alive, and there's some humans left alive on the planet. And it's basically just him going slowly insane as he ends up building this budding relationship with this kangaroo who saves his life. Then he saves the kangaroo's life. Then they decide that they need to build a rocket to get back home. Then they find out that there's another asteroid coming. The remnants of the one that they blew up is coming to hit the Earth, and he's the last guy in space that could save the day. My God, I was enthralled for the whole 2+ hours of this film. Absolutely engaging character. The special effects are wonderful. The sets are brilliant. The relationship between him and the kangaroo is so heartwarming. You really feel like Tom Hanks and Wilson. Like that's what you get to. It was having
it's
no
awesome.
expectations.
You
just read it right. Honestly, if you need a dose of sci-fi and American films aren't giving it to you right now, check out Moon Man. My God, it's one of those films that I don't think many people are gonna check out or become aware of, but I think you guys will absolutely love it. Just after 10 minutes, you're kind of in, and it goes at a real fast pace as well. Just loved it. Absolutely loved it. So I was really excited to talk about this one. Not so much Meg 2, The Trench.
Fucking watch that.
I like my big giant shark movies or any kind of shark movie.
Fucking better shark movies than Meg 2.
Yeah, like Meg 1.
Fucking Deep
Jurassic
Blue Sea.
Shark 3.
Deep Blue Sea is better
Sea
than Meg
Venge.
1 and 2 put together.
Yeah, any of the Asylum
That's
movies.
the actual title, by the way.
Yeah. No,
I didn't watch it, but I saw it on the thing.
I saw it.
Sea Venge.
Yeah, Sea Venge. Yeah.
Okay.
Tom
okay,
Sizemore.
That's what we're doing. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
I mean, right now he's just done a new
dead.
King 8
Yeah, he
movie.
made it before that.
Yeah, they're still coming out.
Tom Sizemore was dead.
Or if not, it's what's he called? I've forgotten his name.
I'm gonna check that. I'm pretty sure Tom.
He's gonna wiki another one.
yeah.
He's
Eric Roberts. It's Eric Roberts as well fighting
He's
them.
watched 2 movies.
Eric Roberts is totally alive. Yeah.
He plays the shark.
Meg 2 was an absolute disaster, a real shit show of a movie. There was my write-up was there was not enough chum, for a 2-hour movie. It required more.
3rd of March this year.
So yeah, totally disappointing.
Like
but I'd watch another one.
Is Meg 2, sorry, because I kind of want to watch it, but so like in the first one you had the big shark, and then the second big shark came along and ate it, and they had to take out the second big shark, right?
Yeah.
In this one, there's just lots of.
There's a fair few Megs in this one. Yeah, I think there's 3. I think there's 3 of them.
So instead of just calling it Meg, they shouldn't have called it Meg 2 then. They should have just called it Megs.
That's what I would have called it. Megs! Totally.
Here's the
Fuck's sake!
I've seen the clip where do you know how I'm gonna spoil it? Because if you want to go see this movie, fuck you. But where Jason Statham kills a Meg by grabbing fucking
really
the
big
rotor
piece of
blades
metal
from a fucking helicopter
I
and just
saw
casually bracing it with his foot and like.
Is that the final kill?
No, but I'm watching it and I'm like, have you really become this deluded by the fucking Fast and Furious franchise where you all have to outmatch each other that you're like, I could totally do that.
Dude, seriously,
Shut the fuck up.
I heard Expendables 4 is really, really bad.
I'm not gonna watch it.
Yeah, I know the trailer was pretty cool.
I used to get so excited over the Expendables movie.
I enjoyed the first two.
Crews.
Yeah, I like the first 2.
Yeah.
The third one was bad enough. Like, Donna even said that she's like, the Expendables was in the cinema. I'm like, can fucking stay there.
I was like, no.
Yeah, but they promised blood and guts and violence like you
do you know what I
wanted.
just realised that we didn't talk about actually in the catch up because of when it was. But I mean, first of all, I just want to say I went to see Oppenheimer.
Nice.
It was my first IMAX experience.
Wow,
which
cool.
I really
Man, we
really
talked about
enjoyed.
Oppenheimer last podcast. Because Barbie and Oppenheimer.
Yeah, no, we didn't. That's what I'm saying.
yeah.
We didn't.
No, we did. You talked about Oppenheimer last one.
Might have said about we were going to watch it. It wasn't out then when we did that last podcast.
No, it was because we came in and I was talking about. Oh wait, no, it's the fucking
memory
we
of
did
it.
the stream, didn't we?
Yeah.
Sorry, we did the stream.
This is why you only
sorry.
bring one beer.
That's why. Yeah, that's why
Yeah.
I work more. Yeah,
But I'm just saying, it's like I really enjoyed it actually because
I still haven't seen it yet. I feel bad. I did my film card.
It's funny because I've never been one of those people until Tenet that jumped on the fuck his sound mixing bandwagon.
Right.
But then I watched Tenet and I was like, oh my god, fuck the sound mixing in this film. I can't hear any of it. A lot of people had the same complaint about Oppenheimer. I gotta admit, it sounded brilliant to me. I didn't miss a single second of dialogue.
Yeah.
And it's 3 hours of dialogue with rising like music behind
music.
it.
Yeah.
And it worked great. As in, I was like, this time it worked. Well done. But yeah, I mean, I know you did. Did you see Barbie?
No.
Yeah.
So I took my daughter to see it. I did my fucking time.
we did our time.
Yeah, I took her to see it. You messaged me. It's like, what did you think of Barbie? I was like, yeah, I laughed a couple of times. Probably won't watch it again.
We'll never watch it again.
And that's what I put on the DVD case if I was reviewing it.
Yeah.
But all I was going to say
I'd have to be paid to watch it, I think.
Here's the thing that I've got to say with all the outrage that came for it. I'm like, if that movie threatens your masculinity, maybe you've got a brittle spirit.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? It was a film for 13-year-old girls.
But that's the thing.
My 13-year-old girl enjoyed it.
Awesome.
I still haven't brought myself to watch Oppenheimer because, literally, like you said, it's 3 hours of
Oh yeah, I
talking.
mean, you got to be ready to watch that.
And
thing,
I'm not really prepared to just sit there for 3 hours and watch them talk about a bomb that I already.
I'm fascinated. I can't wait to watch it.
spoilers.
But I'm going to wait till
spoilers.
it's
They let that
available
thing
at home.
Yeah, I know, don't get me wrong. I know it'll be fascinating to watch and it'll be beautiful to see. And Nolan is one of the greatest directors of our time. There's just no need for me to watch it. Barbie, I needed to watch
something different.
so that I could actually justify
slowing down for a car crash.
any reason I had to hate on it. But I didn't hate. I couldn't hate on it. I've watched worse. I wanted to talk about the DVDs that I got today. So I went back to work in my second job at the weekends, and I work in a library, and they have a film section in the library, right? Every now and again, they're getting rid of DVDs, and they just put them on the shelf, and they say, "Look, free to a good home," and all that kind of shit. So today, because it was my first day back, I was like, "Oh, I'll just check in there, see how many I got." I came home with like 30.
Just packed an extra bag.
Like, I got Super, I got Twin Town, I got Love, Honor, and Obey, I got a couple of fucking manga movies. I purposely picked up a copy of the Betty Boop cartoons.
Wow.
Because
It belongs in a museum.
Well, seriously, yeah. Like Betty Boo and 2023 and the way the world is changing. People really will only historically look at that. There was a Mr. Magoo animated box set. I was like, I have to take that home.
Yeah,
I love
classics.
Miss Magoo.
Like Linda was at home earlier before it came out. She was like, "Oh, I don't know what to watch." You know,
You gotta empty this box out.
the day the Earth stood still just finished with fucking John
Keanu
Wick,
one?
Keanu
Yeah,
Reeves,
yeah.
right?
John Wick.
Yeah, John Wick saves the world
That would have
after
made it
trying
better.
to kill
That
him.
would have
right?
made that film better.
And so I went into the dining room. I sorted out the DVDs. I'm like there were some real fucking classic foreign movies in there, and if I knew what the back said, I'd pick some of them up. But I was just like, I'm not risking it. I picked up like this Russian movie called The Battleship
Potenko. That's great. That's great.
Yeah, I picked up a copy of that.
Yeah.
I was just like, if that's there, I need to pick that up. So I said to Linda, I was just like, look, how about you watch The Shadow? Because I picked up The Shadow. Alec
Baldwin. Wow.
Yeah, and she was just looking at me like,
pass.
no. And I was just like, look, this is a classic. And I went back in, and then I picked up Red Dawn with Patrick Swayze
just about to
and
say
Charlie
which one.
Sheen. And
That's
I was
great.
like, do you want to watch
Wolverines!
this? Man, I got some fucking classic movies, man.
Was that in the same collection where you picked up Uncommon Valor?
Yes, Uncommon Valor.
I've wanted to review that film for so long.
I know, and now I can finally watch it. I picked up that. Oh, I picked up Green Berets with John Wayne, fucking El Dorado with John Wayne, Rutger Hauer Soldier Orange, which is Paul Verhoeven's movie he did. Yeah, I know.
Wow, I don't know this one.
The box said Rutger Hauer and Greatest War movie. I was just like, I'm sold. Best find I found in it all, though. The American Tail trilogy. American Tail.
Five Goes West?
American Tail.
Oh,
Five
shit,
Goes
son.
West.
That sequel
And the Magic of Manhattan. I don't know what it is, but I was like...
I've not seen the third one, but that fucking sequel where that dog is like, yeah, that's some funny
And
shit.
there are no cats in America, and the streets are made of cheese.
Well, I know that there's a frame. There's a frame in that where his sister is singing her song, where the animators put a dick in her mouth.
I've heard all of the tales of Disney
man.
movies and animated movies with a bit of filth thrown in there.
Man, yeah.
Well, we're getting pressed for time, so I'm gonna zip through the last of my catch-ups. That's fine. That's totally fine. It's because we missed the podcast, so I knew we'd have tons to talk about. But I want to talk about Talk to Me. It's a new horror film that's just come out. I saw the poster for it, and I was like, yeah, whatever. Like, it's just another one of those teen horror movies. But then Guillermo del Toro was saying, best horror film I've seen all year. So I'm like, gotta watch it. Immediately, if he's giving it his praise, I've got to watch it. It was made on a budget of under $5 million, and so far worldwide, it's grossed more than $50 million. And it's no wonder that
Never little engine that could.
Yeah, exactly. And it's an Australian cast, and it basically follows a group of kids that at a party, they get this hand, they hold it, they say, talk to me, I let you in, and whatever ghost, apparition, spirit was in the room possesses them, and the other kids allow them to be possessed for about 90 seconds, and then they take the hand off them, and then their experience is euphoric, a high, outer body experience, like a drug. But one of the main characters is dealing with the loss of her mother recently, and surprise, surprise, one of the kids gets possessed by her mother, and things take a real dark turn. The possession goes over time, and then she starts seeing things outside of interacting with the hand. Then the killings start. Then the film goes fucking Evil Dead with the possession stuff. They're not full Deadites, but they get to near enough that point. And the hour and a half of the film goes by really quick, and when it ends, you kind of sat there going, "My God!" Like there was no jump scares. Like no cheap ass jump scares, which I really liked, because the possession scenes when they happen, they're building up. You know it's about to happen, right? Because they're doing it. And so when the horror is happening, it's intense and visceral and raw. And because the film develops the characters well enough, you care for them. That's the big goal, right? When you're making a horror film, you care for the characters and the situation they're in, 100%. And you want them to get out of it.
That's what goes wrong in most horror.
Yeah, exactly.
Kill them, don't care.
These two directors, writers.
Sorry, did you say this is A24?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
They turned $5 million to $50 million.
Yes.
And then they're like, someone get Nick Cage on the phone and we're greenlighting this movie. We got Nick Cage money now.
So Talk to Me 2 is now in the works. It's called Talk to Me, where I would have been like, no, you should have had 200 Me. But anyway. But they've also apparently already shot a short prequel, which explains some of the characters in the actual movie. But they've said, they've got ideas. They've got ideas for the story, which is great because the mythology around how the thing works, how it all evolves, makes you want to know more. So I'm like, this could easily be a trilogy franchise.
I'd totally put my junk in it and tell it to talk to me.
Oh, God.
And then nobody would want to touch it ever again.
Yeah, you're the hero Gotham needs. Yeah. You'd have to call it Talk to Me, because if you called it Talk to Me 2, you'd be like, what?
Talk to me.
And a friend.
Yeah, right.
It'd be like, what? T-00 or T-00? I don't,
So yeah, talk to me if you haven't seen it yet. This Halloween season coming up, I highly rate it.
Yeah.
Star Trek Strange New Worlds has finished its second season. I have to say the second episode, Astra per Aspera, was one of my favourite Star Trek episodes ever. It was literally a courtroom drama, and something that Star Trek does really well is courtroom drama.
Was Q in it?
No, no.
Fuck. I'd have stopped what we were doing and gone to watch it.
Yeah, no, there's no Q in this season of Star Trek, but it was an incredibly well-written show that's really nailed down the philosophies of Gene Roddenberry, of classic Trek, and a lot of the messages and meanings in the characters and in the courtroom. Like, you just wish the rest of the living world that we're in today would see an episode like that, and kind of the human race would evolve slightly, or on a philosophical level. So yeah, absolutely loved it. And then
even though I'm not a Trekkie, I love the fact that it's doing well now.
Yeah,
it's had a little bit
Picard
of
season 3, Strange New Worlds.
Yeah, because I know Picard was letting people down.
Yeah, big time.
Well.
Yeah, no, I'm really glad, because obviously Star Wars did the sort of like, hey, we're back and you're gonna get all the Star Wars. Like, yeah, and then you're like, actually, can we have a little less Star Wars, please?
It's on fire.
And now that's come back in with the series again. It's like, it seems to be like, do you know what? It now seems to be like with Star Trek, with Star Wars, with Marvel even, that it's like, do you know what? You better off, people can tell a better story over an 8-episode, 10-episode arc. I'm looking forward to Loki. Do you know what I mean?
Sure,
Season 2, because that season was good, because it's like, but if they'd have tried to cram that into 2 hours, whilst giving you the obligatory, like, 5-6 other characters that we have to always push in because it's a comic book movie and this character's never done, even though it makes no sense for him to be there, it's like, I think this is the way to go now. I'm way more enjoying series over films now, for the most part.
Awesome.
So no, it's great to hear it's doing so well.
Yeah. Now there is another episode. I think it's one of the highest rated episodes of Star Trek on IMDb anyway, and that was a crossover episode in episode 7 called is it Those Old Scientists? And it's a crossover between Lower Decks, which is the animated show. So 2 of the characters from the animated show get sent through time, back in time on the Enterprise, and try not to fuck up the timeline by idolizing this old crew. So that's where a lot of the comedy comes from, because the Lower Decks live action characters are, they are the same. It's the exact same characters. They don't downplay them, because in Lower Decks they're animated and they're super over the top and comical. And so that mishmash was handled very, very well, because I was kind of dreading it, because I'm not the biggest fan of Lower Decks. But it was done
animated?
No, they were live action. It's the guy from The Boys.
But out of Who Framed Roger Rabbit it?
Oh, right.
They've also just done a musical episode of Star Trek.
They do joke that when he comes through and meets them, he's like, wow, you guys look like three-dimensional, it's just, there is a bit of a joke there. It was directed by Jonathan Frakes as well, so Riker, exactly, and just there are so many gags and jokes that on a rewatch you're like, I didn't notice that. It's packed. Absolutely packed, and it's a really, really fun episode. And then, as you just mentioned, in episode 9 was Subspace Rhapsody, the first ever Star Trek musical episode.
It's a great title.
Yes, and at first, like the moment the singing started, I was immediately cringe. Spock's the first one to start singing, and the moment it happens, he just like my whole body just coiled up, like, oh my god, this is awful. But then you kind of relax into it, and then everybody gets their moment to shine. Some get bigger numbers than others.
It's not quite as good as
no, it's
Buffy
nowhere
then?
near. It's not even close. Not even close.
Once More With Feeling.
Once More With Feeling is incredible. I could not listen to any of the Star Trek songs outside of the episode. Never.
Ooh,
but we're only 2 seasons in. We're not 7 with Buffy, where you've got all this history and all this stuff to sing about. But what the characters do sing about is about their interpersonal relationships that they have had throughout the first 2 seasons, and it's. I'm not gonna spoil the end of the episode, because it's mostly just humans and Vulcans singing. And there's a surprise troupe towards the end of the episode, which has to be seen to be believed.
Come on, Tribbles.
So yeah, it was one of those great episodes where everyone just had to get their kumbaya-yas out, and it worked really, really well.
Nice.
And that was it. I think we're almost an hour in, so we got some news to go through. Now, unfortunately, a few notable figures have passed away. I want to bring up actor Mark Margolis, who's passed away at the age of 83. Most well known today for his roles in Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul was the bell-ringing drug lord Hector Salamanca. Mark appeared in over 50 off-Broadway plays. He had film appearances throughout his career with memorable roles in Ace Ventura, Requiem for a Dream. I almost said Ace Ventura, Requiem for a Dream was one film.
That's the third one.
Right. Scarface, Pie, Black Swan, The Wrestler, Hannibal, and so many more.
Aronofsky loved him then.
Absolutely, absolutely. He had such a strong on-screen presence. He will absolutely be missed. William Friedkin has also
great
passed
voice.
away.
Great voice.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. William Friedkin has also unfortunately passed away at the age of 87. Now, his impact on the film world will be forever lasting, as he created some of the most memorable films that helped define those genres he worked in, from The French Connection in 1971, The Exorcist in 73, Sorcerer in 1977, Cruising in 1980, Rules of Engagement in 2000, and Killer Joe in 2011.
Killer Joe's
An incredible filmmaker, will never ever be forgotten. Absolute legend.
You won't get to see the new Exorcist.
Probably for the best.
He may be the luckiest
He
one of
got
us
out
all.
early,
That's what
right?
fucking killed him.
Okay, now Underworld. I don't know if you're a fan of the 5 movies that ranged that started in 2003, with the most recent one, Blood Wars, in 2016. Director Len Wiseman, who's overseen the whole thing, has teased that yes, the TV series is in fact still in the works. He said it's going to be a pretty big departure from the films.
No shit.
He says he wants to say that it's absolutely more adult, but it's definitely less comic book in its tone and character.
Yeah, let's see a fucking serious version of Underworld. We
Yeah.
we watched them recently. We watched through all 5,
yeah.
and literally but after the first 2,
Yeah.
I was like, if Kate Beckinsale wasn't wearing that fucking catsuit, I wouldn't be watching this. This is the only thing keeping me going.
I actually really like the third one, the
The third one,
in the
the
castle.
Rise
you know what,
Light
alright, sorry,
Ends.
because one, Michael Sheen
Yeah.
is amazing in it,
Yeah.
and 2, especially if you look at him now, I just appreciate how fucking shredded he was in it. When you see
Sure.
him now in Good Omens, and he's like, Dad, and he's like, fucking come and have a look at this old photo of fucking Grandad, why don't you? And it's like, Jesus Christ, man, he's strapped.
Man, yeah.
Yeah, but and unlike W.S. Anderson and Mila Jokovic,
Yeah,
I'd
the
much
Resident
rather
Evils.
see this couple
Yeah, they were
continue
I
continue
don't
their
mind,
franchise.
it's just the last couple just got a little bit.
But
They were clearly out of ideas
you know
when it
why
started,
he's
the
saying
daughter
that.
thing and everything.
Yeah.
trying to bring back Michael, and the way they kind of fucked up the Corvinus timeline and their family. It's like they
makes
just
no sense.
they
Yeah.
started removing rules and stuff, which
Yeah.
made it really good.
But
Yeah.
Kate Beckinsale in a fucking leather catsuit.
Yeah,
she
Which
does.
is, I was
Yeah,
like,
I'll
I'll
watch the
put this
series.
for 90 minutes.
Alrighty, moving into book sequels.
Nice.
This one's only going to appeal to probably a lot of fans of the Aliens movie,
No
as
doubt.
we're getting a new sequel to Aliens and Alien 3. This one's called Bishop.
Okay.
It's a novel from Titan Books. It will be a sequel to Aliens and Alien 3. It's going to be released this December, I believe, from author T.R. Napper. And the plot synopsis reads: massively damaged in Aliens and Alien 3, the synthetic Bishop, which was played by Lance Henriksen, asked to be shut down forever. His creator, Michael Bishop, though, has other plans. He seeks the xenomorph knowledge stored in the android's mind and brings Bishop back to life. But for what reason? No longer an employee of the Weyland-Yutani Corporation, Michael tells his creation that he seeks to advance medical research for the benefit of humanity. Yet, where does he get the resources needed to advance his work? With whom do his new allegiances lie? Bishop is pursued by Colonial Marines Captain Marcel Apone, the younger brother of Master Sergeant Alexander Apone, one of the casualties of the Doom mission in LV-426.
They did it in the Predator books. So
Yeah. So who else might benefit from Bishop's intimate knowledge of the deadliest creatures in the galaxy is the last tag.
Intimate knowledge, my ass. You're telling me that this is going to
Bishop
be...
Knowledge is like, man, did you know that the Queen's tail fucking hurts? when it bursts through your sternum
got
and you
acid
weren't
for a
looking?
Right, so
So he's the one who literally broke. I mean, of all the characters that have survived or didn't, until this book, like Bishop's the one who spent the most time studying the facehugger, right? Like
Right,
no
yeah,
one
yeah,
else
well, that's what you
has
get,
gotten
but
that close to facehugger and
well,
not
that's
gotten
what I was
impregnated.
going
It's
off
true.
of. So he's been studying it in Aliens, and so this guy's got his damaged body from Fury 161.
Yeah.
And he's like, right, I need the information stored from your brain. I can't prize it out because I'll destroy you. So I'm only hazard guessing at the moment that they convert his memory
into a new body. Yeah.
And then they've got to make him tell him.
Exactly. You're gonna tell us. No. Tell us.
No. Do it.
Tell us.
No, dude.
Okay, so while you're not telling us, I've actually got, and I bet you this fucking happens, I've actually got an actual alien over here that I've kept stored for whatever reason, and we're gonna breed the aliens, and then I'll get the study that way. And Bishop's like, I'm still not telling you. People are gonna die. And the Marine will chase him for a little while and then realise, oh, actually, my
he's still going to fucking team up with him, isn't he?
Yeah.
Anyway, enjoy that book. Enjoy that book, everyone.
But spoilers. All right, spoilers. Right at the end, Bishop will get a converted power loader suit with guns and be fucking killing the shit out of like a hive. They'll make a game.
I'd watch that.
Yeah.
Fuck it. Better than Prometheus. Covenant, maybe.
Yeah, Covenant.
All right, let's change gears slightly. Roald Dahl adaptations coming soon to Netflix. Wes Anderson is bringing the wonderful story of Henry Sugar and other Dahl tales later this month, while Phil Johnson will be overseeing the animated adaptation of The Twits, probably the most famous Roald Dahl.
Yeah.
They are the meanest, smelliest, nastiest people in the world who happen to own and operate the most disgusting, most dangerous, most idiotic amusement park in the world, Twitlandia. But when the Twits rise to power in their town, two brave orphans and a family of magical animals are forced to become as tricky as the Twits in order to save the city.
I love the BFG and I love James and the Giant Peach.
Dude,
I love that.
fucking Wes Anderson. Dude.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
Take my money.
Need to see it.
Fantastic Mr. Fox. Fantastic Mr. Fox is an amazing film.
Yeah, man. Even Matilda's great. You know,
Matilda's great.
Yeah.
Too.
I don't think Roald Dahl missed personally.
Never,
Like,
yeah.
I read all
Yeah.
the
No,
notes
there was
when I a
that
kid.
Warren, he didn't do very well.
He didn't miss either then. Hit it right in the chin.
Stray, the video game, is now in the works as a movie.
Oh, is that the cat one?
That's the cat one.
Yeah.
Yep, they have
Oh,
said
sorry,
that.
because Strays just came out, didn't it?
Oh, right, with the dogs. Yeah, so now
I
we
did
get.
watch that.
Yeah,
actually,
I did too. I didn't think it was worth talking about.
No, I didn't bring it up either.
Was it a dog's
All I'll
bollocks?
say is
You do see several.
all I'll
dogs
say is
in
the
it.
pound sequence when they try to escape and get the keys. It lasts in your memory when you try it to remove it. But this is a game that's all about what makes us human. There's no humans in it. The animation company chief behind it, Robert Baird, explains it's a buddy comedy about a cat and a robot. And there's such a hilarious dynamic. So there's comedy inherent in this that there's no human being in the movie. And he thinks one of the reasons why the game was incredibly popular is that you're seeing the world through the point of view of an adorable cat. How did they pull that off? How are we going to pull it off in a movie? We will, they claim, even though sometimes it feels impossible. But we know that's the essence of the game and the key to telling the story.
Yeah.
So
So
hopefully...
the dude's actually going to go out and go, I'm going to have the balls to make a movie about the main characters and I'm not going to have any human involvement in it.
Yeah.
So when does he get to do Alien versus fucking Predator?
Right? That's what we want to see.
Yeah.
I mean, we were promised that the humans lose, but they don't. God dang it. Alrighty, let's get into some quick-fire news.
I mean, Homeward Bound is basically Strays, the movie.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Homeward Bound's basically Alien versus
Without the
Predator.
vulgarity. Society on the Snow is coming to Netflix soon. This is a remake of Alive from 1993. This one's directed by J.A. Batona, who recently directed Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom and
shit.
The Impossible.
Oh, shit.
Now, if anything, he does spectacle. You know, the volcano exploding, the tsunami, does action very well. But then it's the story that's got to hold you together as we follow the rugby team that crashes on the Alps, I think it is, and then have to eat each other.
Is that like the book, maybe, or something? Is that what it's
Maybe,
from?
yeah. I guess they didn't want to just call it
You
Alive
really need to know
again.
what the meat of the story is, though. don't
It's
you?
human. Very human. But I'll be
Society
interested
on the
to see
Snow
this
is
one.
such a shit title. I'm wondering, was that the original book or something?
Maybe they'll change it. I don't know, but that's its current title.
I
yeah.
heard a rumour that while they were stuck up there, the only music they could listen to were the Fine Young Cannibals.
I'm really proud of you.
Oh, man.
Oh,
All right, moving on. Murder, She Wrote on the Alps. There's a film adaptation tentatively in the works with strikes and everything else going on right now. Amy Pascal as Lauren Shooker Blum and Rebecca Angelo working on it right now. They worked on Dumb Money. which was
fuck
the
that movie.
Paul Dano,
Dano
GameStop
fucking-
comedy drama.
That's because
Fuck
of the
that
strikes. That's
movie.
the only trailer I've seen in the last 3 movies I've been to. So
Yeah.
I'm like, fuck this movie.
Right,
I've
already.
seen the trailer 3 times.
Please
I don't want to
tell
watch it.
me Aubrey Plaza's playing Jessica Fletcher.
I don't know yet who they're going to get, but it's like in the
Aubrey
script
Plaza's-
stages,
I'm
or it
watching
was.
Right.
Hammer Horror is returning this
Yes,
October.
bitch.
Yeah.
This is the famous horror production company from the 50s and 60s. Their new feature this October sees Eddie Izzard take on the role of Dr. Jekyll. I believe there's a trailer out soon as well.
He's going to play Dr. Jekyll and Miss Hyde, isn't he?
I would imagine so.
Them hide.
Them Hyde, sorry, them Hyde.
Tim Burton has teased that Beetlejuice 2 is now 99% shot and done. But they can't finish it yet because they're still, tied up in strikes. He said he really enjoyed making this one. He said he tried to strip everything and go back to the basics of working with good people, actors and puppets. He said it was kind of like going back to why I liked making movies in the first place. It's slated for a
money.
September 6th release in 2024. So we still got a bit of a wait for that one. Jenna Ortega joins the cast of Michael Keaton and Winona Ryder and Catherine O'Hara. Monica Bellucci will also be joining the cast as Beetlejuice's wife.
Dude, I love Catherine O'Hara.
Yeah, great.
Like, I love her.
I love Winona Ryder too.
Yeah.
Totally,
So
man. It's gonna
I
be-
wish
it's gonna
the other
be
two
great.
were back. Gina Davis and the other Baldwin.
Is it Alec?
Billy Baldwin?
Yeah, it's Alec.
It wasn't Alec, was it?
Well, no,
Maybe
it's
you're right. It
Alec.
was Alec Baldwin.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The
'Cause
most successful
why?
Baldwin
You know
is
why?
Alec.
No, it's because it's thin Alec Baldwin.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Before,
so
yeah,
it's like,
yeah,
you
that's
know,
why I
like
get
how Jonah
confused.
Hill is 2 people.
Right.
Yeah, it's really skinny Jonah Hill, really fat Jonah Hill.
Jonah Hill shut out a
You know.
second person.
He did, literally, yeah.
Hellboy. We're getting another reboot. This time they're adapting The Crooked Man.
Who's playing this Hellboy?
Jack Kesey has been cast as Hellboy. He
Who?
was in Deadpool 2 and 12 Strong.
We had this last time
We
this was
did,
announced,
yeah.
and we couldn't find him in the cast of
That's
Deadpool
right.
2, like a picture, so who fucking knows?
This new film will see Hellboy, a rookie
Why is David
BPRD
Harbour not
agent
back?
stranded in the
This is
1950s.
more famous than
There, he
Hellboy.
discovers a small community haunted by witches, led by a local devil with a troubling connection to Hellboy's past, the Crooked Man.
Look, the story can be good because the comics are great.
It's going to
Yeah.
Netflix.
So,
it's going to Netflix.
We'll see. We'll keep
Oh,
an eye on this
it's
one. But
going
yeah, I'm.
Netflix.
Because no one's going to the fucking cinema.
No,
No.
no. It's cinema.
Well, hopefully Final Destination 6, which is still underway, will be coming to cinemas. Tony Todd has confirmed he will be back playing the
Of course,
Cryptic
yes,
Guide.
because he needs money.
He got his new Candyman check. He was in that production.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. That's-
Tony Todd appeared in Final Destination 1, 2, and 5, and now the 6th one. The plot reportedly still centers around a group of first responders. We're told that this film will dig into Bloodworth's actual backstory this time, including a
wow.
flashback to his childhood that reveals his connection to death and why he knows
It's-
so
They're
much
doing the
about
same
it.
thing as Scream, though, aren't they? They're like,
No,
you get
it's-
as much from like the
it's
original
Phantasm
cast back
4
and
all
that.
over again. He'll be a good guy at the beginning, and then he'll step through some weird metal tongs, and then he'll come back, and he'll be evil.
songs.
He'll be evil Bloodworth, and the first thing you'll see is him turning up at the the last thing you'll see is him turning up at the airport as they're dealing with the bodies from the first crash. That's how it ends.
Sorry, chat, you raise a very good point. Tony Todd is indeed doing the voice of Venom in the new Spider-Man game. And he's
Perfect.
amazing.
He's the voice of Venom in the movies, right?
No, that was Tom
No?
Harding.
No.
Yeah, Tom Hardy is actually the voice of
Actually
Venom.
of Venom as well.
Yeah,
Wow.
he did do the voice of it.
Yeah.
I was so convinced it was Tony Todd.
No.
Well-
Sure he does, actually, because I swear I looked it up the other day. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I'll need to look into this. Christine, when we reviewed that movie, I went on and mentioned that of all of the John Carpenter movies, I would be down for a remake of Christine. Not that I need it, it's just that I love the book very much, and I love John
Tom,
Carpenter's Christine
I'm not gone,
adaptation. One of my favourite horror
gone.
movies. Love Keith Gordon, love the soundtrack, love the score, love the car, love all of the sequences in it. But I know, and if you're a fan of King, you know that his movies get truncated down so much that a lot of the scenes and characterization and bits and pieces gets
Brian
dropped
Fuller,
out.
though.
No.
Brian Fuller.
Yes, exactly. Brian Fuller is behind this remake, and if you know that name,
That's my boy.
Hannibal, Heroes, Pushing Daisies, American Gods, Dead Like Me, Star Trek Voyager, Star Trek Discovery, and I absolutely adore this man's work. So the fact that he's involved I'm excited. Now, this project started over 2 years ago and has pretty much been sat around Darnell's junkyard for quite a while now, but apparently things are shifting gear once more. John Carpenter, well, he wasn't too fazed by the project, asking mostly why. But he gave the new film his blessing anyway, because they probably gave him a paycheck.
That's how I imagine Carpenter on an average Wednesday.
Yes.
Yeah.
Someone's phoning him, we're remaking one of his movies, and he's just sat there in some massive gilded mansion, massive joint in his hands.
Yeah, he's like, how
How
much?
much? Yeah, why and how much?
With a keyboard over here, he's composing something random.
Yeah, it's like-
Why do I want to do that?
Yeah.
And then he looks at his bag of weed and goes, how much you want? Oh, yeah. Then,
He also reckons that this new remake will probably be better than his, but I think Carpenter's just being dismissive.
He's always been like that.
He is, yeah. But Keith Gordon was also talked about the remake, and he said that he thinks Brian Fuller is really talented and a really good person to do it. He said that I don't have a negative feeling about people remaking something, especially as it's 40 years later. He said Christine could be told in a different way and not be an insult to the original. He said there's actually a very short list of untouchable classics that should never be remade. But he reckons, yeah, give Christine a go.
How he says, like, it's 40 years later. It's like, don't worry, mate. They're literally remaking Harry Potter right now.
Right. Yeah. I know. I mean, it was after like Spider-Man 3 came out, and like 2 years later they rebooted it, and you're just like, what? Like that's the surprise. But yeah, when it's 40 years, you kind of don't mind too much. And Jason Blum's producing this remake, and Fuller has also said that no, this is not going to be modern setting. We're going back to the 80s for the setting of the Christine remake, and they want to remain very faithful to the source material. So
Holy shit,
I'm excited.
Dude. Christine is showing in the View Cinema.
Yeah, View Cinema.
Friday, 20th of October.
Yeah,
Saturday,
there's some
23rd.
classics showing in our local View cinemas across the country.
Fucking Lord of the Rings is in there.
Mate,
Right, yeah.
I would
That's
totally
because there's no new films coming
Well,
out.
I nearly-
There's nothing coming out.
I would totally
nearly
go
did
to
see
see
Batman.
this.
Yeah.
I would totally go to see this, but I hate people. I can't bring myself
So
to
does
watch
Christine.
I can't watch John Carpenter's Christine on the big screen because fucking people will be there.
So I'm gonna get you those things, Shire horses, where you know
Yeah,
they're
the little big
blinkers.
cone.
So you can't. So this is all you. This is you. Just all you get is this.
Why? That
And then
doesn't
you
stop
won't see
people
anything.
from being there.
Well, you won't know.
You won't see
I
them.
will.
Sit at the front.
Right.
I will know that on
At
the
the
other
front,
side.
Yeah, with a cone.
No.
With a coat, with a medical cone.
Oh man,
on.
that's my only option is to actually
You
sit
can
in
do it
seats
now
that
because
nobody will
the,
ever sit near me.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying is the tickets are getting so fucking cheap now that just buy up the seats around you.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the other option. I mean,
It's
we're
an
going,
option.
to, we're going to see Saw X.
I couldn't believe as well when we went to see Batman, it was fairly empty, you know, like Saturday
Yeah.
afternoon, but there still managed to be someone sat next to me. I was, motherfucker!
yeah.
And before
'cause you
I
chose the good
and the thing
seats.
is, no, on the other side there wasn't, but the kid was fucking
Oh, I
smart
should-
enough to get in there quick
Oh,
and take
yeah,
that seat. And I
actually,
was
I'm
like, I looked down, I was like, I know what you just
I'm
fucking.
gonna have a look.
Yeah,
At this. I'm gonna have a
yeah.
look at this. Sorry, I'm gonna have a look at the seats as well while we're here. So
Right, buy a bubbly and you become Ian the
That's
Bubble
it,
Boy.
I need to put Ian Bubble Boy.
The last bit of film news for us. It's not exactly film news, but Buffy the Vampire Slayer is back.
Yeah,
Well,
sort of.
sadly, in audio format only. This is Slayers, a Buffyverse story, and it's an official audio podcast that will feature some returning cast members from the series to reprise their roles.
See, I could get the perfect ones there, but
Slayers, a Buffyverse story, is an original audio program set 20 years after the series finale and features James Masters reprising his role along with Charisma Carpenter, Anthony Head, Juliet Landau, Emma Caulfield, Amber Benson, James Charles Leary, and Danny Strong, as well as the show's newcomer, Leia DeLeon Hayes.
So everyone except for Sarah Michelle Gellar is like.
No Willow.
no
Xander.
No Xander, no Buffy.
yeah.
So not the Scooby Gang.
Well, just
the
Giles.
leader.
The
Just
story
yeah.
mainly just follows Spike.
And I mean, we've got Anya as well. And now
Cordelia's there.
Cordelia's there, and Cordelia is the Slayer in this new
What?
adaptation because let me
Became a
give you
higher
the
power,
synopsis.
Dude. I mean, why not?
The Slayer's story begins as Spike has gone deep undercover in LA, convincing the forces of darkness that he's back to his evil ways. But when his cover is compromised by a 16-year-old Indura Nunnally, played by Hayes, Spike finds himself on baby Slayer sitting duty once more, while he attempts to track down a watcher for his eager new protege. Their paths collide when a veteran Slayer from a parallel reality where Buffy Summers never existed, where Cordelia became the Slayer. Well, she's the one and only Slayer there because they didn't have what happened in the Buffyverse happen over there.
Yeah.
And so Cordelia seeks Spike's help with a classic big bad, Drusilla, who's raising hell in her dimension. So get Spike to come over and talk Drusilla down or defeat her. Something. This is coming out on October 12th, 2023. So it's an audio play with all of, a lot of the voice actors reprising their roles. I hope the music and the sound effects and the story is good. I'm apprehensive because I love Buffy so much, but seeing so many of these casts coming back and hearing how much they've enjoyed working together again, I hope this is the beginning of a whole new audiobook series.
I love the fact that she's like the one and only Slayer, because that was the thing I hated, was the very end where it was like...
All the Slayers now, all the potentials.
Fucking Oprah, everyone gets a Slayer. Like, it's, oh, fucking hell,
All right, woke Dad, calm down.
Yeah, no, right.
Well, we are going way over time, so I'm going to breeze past
what woke means.
these trailers. Five Nights at Freddy's, it's finally coming. I mean, we've already had two movies in its kind of, universe, but now we get the official one. Ghost children possessing giant animal robots in a run-down, a restaurant, pizzeria. Yeah. The trailer pretty much gives you what you would imagine. We get to see the security guard coming in, taking the night. You see the classic shot of him with all the CCT monitors.
Yeah, I'm really surprised how much they've been able to kind of expand on no story, basically.
The story was deeply hidden and layered for you to figure out, as the writers figured it out over like 100 games.
Yeah, obviously in the games they were. I mean, the crazy thing is, the other example I would use is Doom, where it's just like, look, you've just taken this really easy botch idea and then expanded it into this massive, huge hour-and-a-half film, which, like, Dylan, my son, is just a massive fan of FNAF, as the kids call it nowadays.
For sure, yeah.
You know, and he absolutely loves it, and he's been talking about the lore since he was able to fucking operate an iPad for YouTube and shit like that. So he's madly excited for it, and as much as I'm like, it's just going to be one of those films, like, we went out and purposely watched Banana Splits, which was fucking shit. I purposely went out and watched Wally's Wonderland with Nicolas Cage. He was great. The rest of the film was shit. So I'm glad.
No, I love Wally's Wonderland.
I love it too.
I'm glad they've actually... Because originally Wally's Wonderland, I think, was supposed to be FNAF.
Alright, help me out. You keep doing this. Is it Willy's or Wally's? It's fucking Willy's.
It's Willy's. Yeah.
Willy's.
Right.
No, because I was like, what film did I
right.
But because the maker of the Five Nights at Freddy, he wanted the story to be one thing, and obviously Nicolas Cage is doing what he wants to do. You actually have to take the film away from everything else, make its own little universe. Like the main lead, like I've seen him in a lot. He's that guy now to me.
He's in Hunger Games, right?
Yeah, and he was in was it Bridge to Tabitha?
Yeah, the Hunger Games.
He's a Journey to the Center of the Earth with Brendan Fraser
he
as well.
Yeah.
But pretty good.
Watching
actor.
the trailer for Five Nights at Freddy's, all I thought was, you know how the animatronics in the trailer are doing nothing?
Yeah.
I was like, it's exactly like the game then. From
Yeah,
what I've
they
seen.
do nothing until
Like,
they
why is this
jump
supposed to be
scare
fucking
you to
scary?
death.
It's like, what the fuck?
So they jump scare you and then they
boring.
shove you. They shove the person into a suit and they get mocked
They
up.
shove.
Yeah.
So they're the Flash.
Like, the weird thing is, all the suits are powered by like the spirits of dead children that the Purple Man shoved in there. Yeah,
Watch Willy's Wonderland. It's fucking great.
It's not.
Yeah,
it's
I'd
not.
recommend that one
Don't,
over all of them. Yeah.
Don't. Nicolas Cage bits are the best. Everything else is bullshit.
Nicolas Cage is 90% of the movie.
So, pretty much, yeah.
Fucking 60% of the motherfucking movie. The most impressive thing in that
I'll
movie
split
is
the
how
difference
well he
and say
fucking
75.
cleans, man. I fucking do that
What
shit
about
for a
his
living.
Pinball wizard,
He went
motherfucker.
into
Yeah,
a
great at
fucking
pinball.
he went into a fucking bathroom, cleaned that shit down like meticulously in about 10-15 minutes, and then killed the guy in there, and then cleaned it up again.
How badly do you want to try that purple soda, though? Is this what's winding you up about the movie? Because you're a cleaner, you're like, you can't fucking clean shit up that well. It's impossible.
Totally, it was so bullshit.
If a kid spills a Pepsi Max, it fucks my day. Like,
The fact is, he wakes up, gets to the end of the movie, and he's actually cleaned the place after killing 6 fucking animatronics all in one
What
night.
a guy.
He's actually still managed to clean it with no fucking materials, bro. I don't think I even saw a fucking Hoover in there.
I hear jealousy as well.
Me too, yeah.
Fuck that
Well,
shit.
Why
speaking
can't I
of
be this good at my job?
Nicolas Cage, he's got several new movies coming out.
Oh my
Several.
God, man, that
The
Dream
one
Star
that's
was
got the one I've got
amazing.
my eye on though is Dream Scenario from A24.
Yeah.
Nick Cage is haunting the dreams of people the world over.
Yeah.
Not like Freddy Krueger, but just kind of weirdly there. Now, it's styled like an indie drama, but it's being sold as a comedy. But the trailer starts to show a darker sort of narrative bleeding through towards the end of it. This film's coming out on the 10th of November in the US. No UK release
10th
date
of
yet.
November. Day
Yes.
after my birthday.
Important day.
Again, isn't it?
But yeah, if you like Nicolas Cage and you like bizarre concept movies, this one looks great. I mean, there's even, of course, a Freddy Krueger reference in the trailer as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, this one looks interesting for sure.
Butcher's
Looks
Crossing
fucking
definitely
great.
look good as well. That's the other Nicolas
That
Cage
one there
movie
looks
comes
much
out.
more stylistic and
Yeah.
much more like
Shaved even more of his head.
Western
Yeah.
style. He's going out shooting buffaloes, but he's going crazy. It's like he's the guy from Mandy's granddad set in the Old West.
Oh my God, that'd be
I'm
amazing.
amazed.
Yeah, that'd be great if they linked it.
it.
Well, that's going to bring us to the end of the first part of the podcast. We're going to take a small break, but when we come back, we're going to be discussing the Rocky series of movies. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to the podcast where we're going to be discussing the Rocky movie series. Andy, I'm going to throw this one over to you to lead.
Yeah, this one was my idea. We were trying to come up with some of them. I've wanted to talk about these movies for ages because this is absolutely one of my, my VHS loves as a child. I had a few of these on VHS, not the whole series. We'll get to that as we're going along. But I must have watched Rocky 3 and 4
A million times.
dozens of times. Like, if someone says, like, you actually watched them 100 times, you'd be like, yeah, sounds about
Probably.
right.
Yeah.
Probably did. So, these are some of my favourite... it's one of my favourite series of movies, so we've been wanting to talk about this for a long time.
Hell yeah. I mean, after
So-
doing 10 years of film reviews, we've never reviewed a single Rocky movie. So
crazy.
I've got a lot of, pent up. I
Yeah,
wanted
a
to
lot
talk
to
about
say.
this franchise too. Because
stuff in the basement.
exactly.
So, it's been an absolute pleasure rewatching all of these this week. I mean, by the way, we're going to be talking about Rocky to Rocky Balboa. So those
That's
6
right.
movies.
Yeah,
Not
the
Creed,
Creeds.
nothing against them, but we're going to stick to the original stories.
Yeah.
Well,
that
it
were
made
before
sense
the
because
remake.
we were doing the Rocky series, and I feel that the Creed series are their own series. They have Rocky
They
in
are.
it. but
Exactly.
The
they are
third
their own
one was
series.
probably the one that really went.
No more Rocky
Now
now.
we're going.
Yeah,
our
but
way.
it was basically Rocky 3, but he knew the guy from prison.
Kind of. But I liked Rocky 3. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's the difference. Spoilers for the review, but there you go.
Well, let's go all the way back to
I
1976.
know, man. The first Rocky movie, released in 1976, came out in the UK in 77. This was written by Stallone. He was offered 75 grand, which eventually rose to 350 grand for this script. To sell it to the studio, that is.
Yeah.
Sorry. Now, in one of the most all-time balls of steel moves ever made by a person, he declined it because he was broke at the time. And I mean,
Absolutely
75
broke.
grand
Yeah.
is a lot.
He had sold his
340 is
dog.
even more. He had
Yeah,
sold his
he
dog.
sold his dog.
He was living in the back of his car.
And he declined it in order to star in it. So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
essentially what they
But then
agreed.
they decided to drop the budget by several million and only gave him
Didn't they
$1
ever?
million to make Rocky.
It's 960 grand.
Yes,
So
so it's not even a
just
full
under,
million.
no.
Yeah.
That's honestly, when you look back at it, it's absolutely incredible
Didn't he
what he
make-
pulled off with that.
Didn't he make, or the cameraman that he used in it, make the Steadicam that we have nowadays?
Yes,
because
essentially it
of
was
the
the
stair
third.
sequence?
This was the third movie that it was used on. It was
Yeah.
used on like Chariots of Fire and
Right.
something. I've got it in my facts. We'll get there.
I mean,
Yes,
even
you are.
Sam Raimi developed
right,
his own
yeah,
Steadicam as
yeah,
well.
absolutely. But
Steady.
this one's directed by John G. Avildsen, who
Yeah.
won the Oscar for Best Director and went on to actually direct the 3 Karate Kid movies.
The cinematographer for this also worked on the Karate Kid movies.
Yes, he
the
did.
music composer also worked on the Karate Kid
and
movies.
there was a lot of crossover with this. The soundtracks, like Robert Tapper was
different songs for different movies, so they ended up sharing. Yeah,
but I mean, on a 960k budget, this grossed 225 million. It made it the highest grossing movie of '76, and actually the second highest grossing movie of '77. And it was only beaten by a little movie called Star Wars. So to go ahead as well and to reveal that this was 9 Academy Award nominations.
Yes.
Yeah.
3 of which it won, including, as we said, director, picture, and editing, along as well with the Best Drama Golden Globe. The biggest sports movie at the time that had ever been made. And I mean, it's hard to find one that's still beating it, to be honest. But certainly at the time, there'd never been a Best Picture that was a sports-based movie. So the movie itself follows the story of a journeyman southpaw club boxer, Rocky, played by Sylvester Stallone, who's he's fighting in dive gyms for very little money, as well as collecting for a local gangster. Heavyweight champion of the world, Apollo Creed, played by Carl Weathers, looks to hold a title fight in Philadelphia for the country's bicentennial, but his opponent is injured and unable to fight. So what he does is he decides to give a local contender the chance to fight him. And in steps Rocky Balboa. So Rocky enlists his former longtime trainer, Mickey, played by Burgess Meredith, who people might probably famously know him as the Penguin from Batman '66, to help him get ready. Alongside this, also, he meets and courts his girlfriend Adrian, played by Talia Shire, who's a shy pet shop assistant in Philadelphia, who he knows through her brother Paulie, played by Burt Young, who is...
It's my favourite role of his career too.
Fucking hell. Also a very accomplished amateur boxer.
Yeah, really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that until recently. And the film actually, concludes with an absolutely spectacular 15-round bout between Rocky and Apollo that ends in Creed retaining his title via split decision.
There ain't gonna be no rematch. There ain't gonna be I don't want more.
You couldn't imagine. He couldn't be more wrong, could he? So, some of my favourite scenes in this one, and we'll talk about it, is when Mickey actually tries to talk him into becoming his manager, when he's trying to sell himself to him as his manager, and Rocky's just like, he's been dejected by him for years and he doesn't want to know. There's a lot of improvised dialogue in that scene, which is incredible.
I've literally got that as a favourite scene as well.
When
it's
they're
the
in
scene
Rocky's apartment,
where he says, my house stinks, don't it? You haven't been to my house in 10 years. It's because it stinks.
And that was ad-libbed because Stallone, when he went into the bathroom, said, it fucking stinks. But, he's like, wow, it stinks in here.
Yeah, the reason why, just to go off, sorry, to steal that scene as well, it's after he's had that outburst and he's punching the door. And then Mickey starts heading down the stairs, like, a bit crushed, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Rocky still, Mickey's come all the way down the stairs, he's come out of the apartment, and you can still hear Rocky just screaming at him. And like all of the emotion is wrapped up in that, because you kind of care for Mickey, you care for Rocky, you want to see them, team up for this, but this outburst looks like it severed that. And then this entire sequence, this entire outburst is about 4 minutes, and there's no music. No music at all. Once Mickey's like halfway down the road, Rocky comes out of the house and walks up to him, and then the music swells up with this emotional beat as they are, it's a wide shot and they are tiny at the at the end of the road, and then they shake hands and Rocky walks back inside and the camera just stays there. So it's wonderful, a really great scene. It's no wonder it's your favourite.
It's one of my favourites.
The
training montage,
of course.
You're going to hear that a lot.
Honestly, for me, the training montages don't become favourites until the third one. Like Rocky 1 and 2 has its moments, like it's got the iconic shot.
I'll tell you now, one of the main reasons that I love the training montage so much and why I love all of them is like I when I go to the gym, so I fucking hate doing cardio. Like, I hate running on a treadmill, but I do it because I have to do it. There's a playlist on YouTube of all the training montages.
Right.
I would just watch all of them. I'll just put it. It's like a 30-minute bang. Put that on and fucking. I just run with Rocky and do whatever, So I do love it. There's an amazing scene when Adrian stands up to Paulie at the house.
Yes,
and
it's another one of my favorite scenes.
Most of Paulie's best scenes are he's shit-faced drunk because he's an absolute.
He is a horrible character. Honestly, in the first
he's
one.
A piece of shit
in the first film. He is.
To
horrible.
be fair, He's not great in any of them, but
No,
it's
but
like
he
the
gets
more I
better.
watched it, he gets slightly less bad.
Yes, yeah.
That's the best way I can put it. But Adrian, who's this shy girl who's been kind of kept down her whole life. She's never, she doesn't think she's pretty. She doesn't, and Rocky's trying to, romance her, which is quite funny because when he does actually take her out on a date and when he's trying to get her to like stay with him the night after, you're kind of watching it through the eyes of 2023, like, dude. She didn't say no, but she's saying no. But it's consensual. Don't worry, we're not going to kill the movies. But that one's amazing. Amazing. And my absolute favorite part of the movie is in the 14th round of the fight when Apollo knocks Rocky down and Mickey's telling him to stay down. You know, at this point, his eyes are swelled shut. They've been fighting for 14 rounds. They shouldn't have gone more. They shouldn't have gone more than 3.
No one's gone that far.
No one's gone that. No one's knocked him. Rocky knocks him down in the first round, and no one's knocked Apollo down before. Yeah. But when the point is when Rocky gets up. And Creed's already in the corner celebrating, and Creed turns around and just. And I heard someone online, I think it was David Goggins, he said, he takes his fucking soul.
Yeah.
Creed's just like, I'm gonna have to kill this man.
Yeah.
And I don't think I can do it, And then obviously they move into the last round
where Rocky scores all the points and is on the verge of winning, but the bell rings. Yeah. And you're like, God damn it! If there was one more round.
It is, yeah, absolutely is. And I love the fact as well that it's like he had the presence of mind to. You could so easily, if you were making that as one movie, have Rocky win at the end.
Yeah, yes. Totally.
But that's not the point of the movie.
That's not the point of the movie, and it's and he's got guts to have him actually sort of like He did win. He does win his story.
Yes.
Because he has this amazing fight, and that's all he wants. And he gets the girl at the end.
Yeah.
And, he does what he's supposed to. He's brought into the fight thinking that they just want a sparring partner for Creed. And you got to also understand is like the character of Rocky is essentially like he's illiterate in Rocky.
Yeah.
He's punchy, to say the least. I mean, I love the way Stallone portrays him. Like when Rocky walks, he throws punches. He's walking like this, and like if he's talking to you, he's like, yeah, and then I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that, and he's rolling his shoulders and he's slipping jabs as he's talking to you and stuff.
Yeah, he's just in the zone.
He's had the shit knocked out of him his whole life fighting.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's an incredibly brave ending, to be honest, and you probably wouldn't see it now because, everyone's got to have a happy ending, I suppose.
This is one of my personal favourite movies of all time.
Absolutely.
It's the ultimate underdog story, told to perfection by amazing actors, a solid script, beautiful music, score, and quality cinematography. I think it's one of the finest American films ever made.
Agreed.
Yeah, making Rocky a cinematic legend who is inspiring, and he teaches us that no matter what, you give it your best shot. You do your absolute best, and even if you lose, you gave it all you had, and that's the personal victory, and that's the theme, and it's told so damn well, and it doesn't just apply to boxing. It applies to everyone in any part of their life. To have that go to fight for what you want, and absolutely amazing.
Until this recent rewatch, and we'll get there. This was my favourite movie of the series.
It is my favourite. It still is. Yeah.
It did change. It did just.
Okay.
Change.
Wow. We'll find out when we get to it.
Yeah. It like you said, it's a seminal movie.
Yeah. Absolutely. Another one of my favourite scenes. Most of my favourite scenes are actually between Mickey and Rocky. And it's Mickey telling Rocky...
Mickey's dialogue is phenomenal.
He's a bum for 6 years. Rocky's like, for 6 years you've been sticking it to me. Tell me why. This is in the scene in Mickey's gym. And he's like, you had the talent to become a great fighter. And instead of that, you became a leg breaker. To cheap second-rate loan shark. It's a waste of life. And the whole gym goes silent.
Yeah.
And then Rocky just walks out. It's like, God damn. Like, every line that Mickey says cuts really deep, and it's so wonderfully written, and I can't imagine any other actor in that role. It's so damn good. And then of course to follow up with him in the doorway as well, talking to him where he's like, I will train you.
I just realised that the series benefits from something that so few series get. It's like, when you say like the only person who played Mickey is Burgess Meredith.
Yeah.
With an exception of like say Rocky's son and Maria, we'll get to, like, say, in Balboa.
Yeah.
There's no recasting.
No.
Everyone plays the same character throughout the entire series.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is a boon in this case. Is a huge advantage.
Yeah.
And you don't normally get that for one reason or another. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And then, of course, my my last favorite scene is Rocky and Adrian at the ice rink, because it really shows the many sides of Rocky and how well the two of them together are. They're so sweet together. You know, I like the fact that Adrian's sticking it to Paulie towards the end, because she basically inherits some of Rocky's strength, and Rocky inherits some of Adrian's shyness and sweetness. So they're yin and yang together, and so the fact that they both learn from each other and grow together throughout the movies is amazing. They are literally a perfect couple. And so it's
Rocky running alongside her when she's skating because Stallone couldn't skate. And so just run. Okay. So he just fucking jogs alongside her, which is so funny.
Amazing.
Well, a couple of facts about the movie that I picked up while I was looking through it. So the script was actually written in 3 days originally.
Yeah, Bernie,
but it had
solidly
it had 9 rewrites.
Right, I wasn't aware of that.
No, I didn't know that either. And again, his original salary was going to be $20,000, but instead, again, in the other most balls out move of all time, is he forgave that to instead negotiate for 10% of the gross.
Perfect
and
move.
Walked away with $22 million. And the world's biggest dick. So,
well, because unfortunately, from the stories that we've heard, that Stallone would become a bit of an egomaniac after the success of Rocky, because he would start directing movies, writing movies, starring in movies. He was everything.
He became the 80s, man. I mean, let's be honest. Like
exactly,
him, you know, and Schwarzenegger, it was amazing.
Yeah.
Also, there's a huge amount of family members filling in minor roles in the cat, and again, you'll see this all the way through. In fact, there were a couple that surprised me through the series when I looked into it. But his brother Frank Stallone Jr. is singer on a street corner.
Yeah.
You know. Frank Stallone Sr. is the timekeeper, so his dad is the timekeeper, and his mother was actually the still set photographer.
Wow.
So she took a lot of the photographs. You know?
Yeah, nice.
And again, exactly as you mentioned, Garrett Brown, who he'd done proof of concept footage for his Steadicam, was brought on. It was the 3rd time that it'd actually been used in cinema. So there's a lot of history in the movie. Did wonders for the city of Philadelphia as well.
Hell yeah.
Location. Yeah, awesome.
Brilliant.
So, moving on from that, Rocky 2, 1979. This one was written and directed by Stallone, as you mentioned now. And he pushed to direct after Avildsen was actually unavailable. They did want him back, but he was unavailable. This one again was released to generally positive reviews and grossed over $200 million worldwide against a $7 million budget. It won Best Picture at the American Movie Awards and the People's Choice Awards. So again, it was just.
I never knew all the awards the film won. Actually.
I know
it's
it's
awesome.
Crazy how many awards the early movies.
Yes.
Yeah. There are actually the other movies do win some awards, just not quite the ones that
honestly,
you're thinking.
I always thought that Rocky 2 was from the same director until obviously I looked it up and found out Stallone. I've known for time, but I always growing up watching them, because Rocky 2 just felt like Rocky 1 continued.
Yes.
It had the same tone, it had the same atmosphere, the same cinematography, the same music, and the characters felt the same. And the fact that it also takes place moments after the first film.
Do you know why
before
I think that is?
time.
And I thought that because it's the first sort of like time in my mind where a series of movies is picks up immediately
right
after the fight. They're going
after
to
the
hospital.
fight.
But I guess that Stallone kind of sat behind that director on the
shadowed
first
him,
movie, shadowed him, and he was like, "That's how you direct a movie." So it kind of stands to reason that it would look so similar.
That's it. He'd written the story, and then he's put himself out there. So then he's not wanting the director to take too many liberties with how the story goes, because he's got the visualization. So then he's gone behind the camera in the second one, and goes, "Right, I'll take everything I know from the first one that worked, and make it bigger and better." And that's why we said in the first one he doesn't win.
Yeah, he's managing a budget 7 times the first movie.
in the second one he does win the big championship from Apollo, which everybody wanted in the first one, but that's why you go for number 2. And for me, quickly just jump back, all the fucking sequences in Rocky 1 are just absolutely amazing sequences. Favorite scenes are really difficult to pick out, because the whole movie is really meticulously guerrilla-like, following this underdog story coming all the way up. Rocky 2 has that same kind of feeling, because he doesn't really win much off the back of the first one. His name's up in lights now, and Apollo's wanting a rematch, but It's when you get into Rocky 3 that's when the superstardom really kicks in. For
Well, yeah,
Rocky.
this one
In
is
the
more
first
about him
two-
adjusting to that.
Yeah,
15
popularity
minutes
that
of
he's
fame.
gained.
Yeah.
In the
Because-
first two, it really
Yeah.
does just feel like one. Yeah, I could watch Rocky 1 and 2 just forever and never watch any of the sequels ever.
Yeah, I
again.
mean, there's the happy ending to that story, isn't there?
Yeah.
I suppose?
Absolutely,
But,
yeah.
Because, like I said, this one picks up immediately after the world title fight, follows them to the emergency room, and then the film tells the story of the rematch between Creed and Rocky for the heavyweight title. Now, this one is, again, like I said, Rocky's adjusting to life with this newfound fame, and fortune is, like, for him at that point, as a character.
From nothing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you see how terrible he is with money, for example. But he does go on to marry Adrian in this
He
one and have a
proposes,
son.
yeah.
And then it's him dealing with the reality of his injuries following the first fight with Creed.
His eye got bashed in real bad.
Yeah, exactly. Before finally, overcoming that to fight Creed for the title and ultimately
Mickey
win it.
starts.
Yeah.
That's the big thing, isn't it? Is that Apollo is expecting Rocky to fight the same way, and Mickey's like, "We're gonna have to change it.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to learn to fight right-handed and
Do you wanna
change
know
your
why that
style."
was?
Go on.
There's a reason for that.
Oh,
And
actually,
again, I
didn't
didn't
you
know
know?
this. Not quite. So he suffered a partial pec tear whilst training with Franco Columbo.
Right.
He was benching 100 kilograms and had to have surgery to reattach it.
Damn.
But he couldn't use his right hand, so that's, why they switched, because he couldn't southpaw.
Couldn't
You
jab
jab
right,
with
yes.
your right hand.
Yeah.
So they switched him and wrote it into the story.
Damn.
I
Okay,
only,
that's great.
I only found that out rewatching it
That's
the other day. I was
great.
like, shut
yeah.
the fuck up.
Because they use it to trick Apollo, that Rocky would halfway through the fight change his fighting style,
Yeah.
so Apollo is completely unprepared.
But he doesn't change.
Right.
He says to him,
Is
like,
it-
no tricks. I don't want to win with tricks.
Yeah.
Even though Mickey's telling him to switch
Yeah.
stances, but he doesn't because he can't. Which is, I know it's crazy, right? It's absolutely, it's brilliant. But I love Rocky's dialogue in this movie. It's slightly more comedic, actually.
Okay. Yeah.
but,
I'd actually
but
the
in a really
comedies.
naturalistic kind of way.
Yeah,
Like when he's carrying Adrian after they just got married, and she's like, "We're married." He's like, "I know, I got proof in my pocket."
Yeah.
Just silly things like that.
The dopey lines, the comedy lines. It does
there's
become a lot
a,
more funny. The films do get funnier.
The loan shark, when he says to him he's trying to talk to him about money. He says, "You ever thought about investing in condominiums?" And he's like, "I never use them," because he thinks he means condoms.
Yeah.
You know, or when they go to buy a house, like the number on the house is 2313. And he's like, "Those numbers almost add up to 9. That's a good omen." It does add up to 9, Rocky.
Yeah.
You know? So,
Yeah, and but it's also like one of my favorite scenes or memorable ones is when he's being asked to shoot commercials.
Yeah.
And he just
Yeah.
can't he's like, and
He
quite
stood there
heartbreaking
with the
scene,
face
isn't it?
makeup like, when I'm getting beat up, I like
Yeah.
to do this.
It's quite heartbreaking, though, isn't it? Because he can't read.
He can't read,
and
But you,
so
you do
people
see him bettering
using
himself
him.
in this one.
Yeah.
I think you do. He kind of he as the films go on, he becomes a lot more coherent, for lack
Yes.
of a better word.
Yeah,
whereas
yeah.
You see him reading to Adrian in bed and trying to like learn learn the language, obviously, really. But the interaction with him and Apollo at the start in the hospital,
Yeah.
is probably my favorite scene in the movie, where he literally after surgery wheels himself into Apollo's room, and he just wants to know. He's
I
like,
love
"Did
that
you give
shot.
me? Did you
Like
give
him.
me your best?" And Apollo's like, "Yeah, I did."
Yeah.
Oh,
didn't
thank
to
you.
begin with until he got knocked down for
Yeah.
the first time, and then was like, "Oh, this fight's for real."
I'll always remember. I really can't remember a lot from Rocky 2.
I like the training montage.
I always remember that sequence where he stood in the doorway in the wheelchair.
Yeah.
Apollo is just slightly lit, and then, like I said, it's literally moments after that fight.
It's the gentle music in there too that just captures the emotions every single scene.
That's the thing. That's what I've always loved about Sylvester Stallone. So obviously, growing up in the 80s, my first Rocky movie was Rocky 4. And then I was like, oh, well, I'll have to go back and watch the other 3. But I'm heading into the 90s. He's going to be Demolition Man. He's going to be Cliffhanger. He's going to be fucking Daylight. He's going to be fucking Judge Dredd. So he's going to be hit after hit, all these different movies after movie after movie. And yet then going back and reminding yourself that he wrote, directed, and starred in these first 2 Rocky movies. And he's portraying this character really, really, really intricately well, that you cannot actually separate Stallone and Rocky apart. like
he
we said,
put so much of himself into the role too, for sure.
like you said, that advertising part where they're actually just using him. He's there,
to
he's
sell
the star,
aftershave,
but they're just using him, and so then he knows that the only good thing he's got going for him is getting back in the ring again, knowing full well that he could be damaged and hurt even more.
Well, he's kind of reluctant to fight at first because it's
he
Apollo.
literally tries to get like an office job.
That's right.
The guy says to him like, look, wouldn't you be better off like fighting or like or doing manual labor? And he says like, I've got nothing against manual labor, I just like to try this. And he's he says to him, he's like, well, I heard you're a hell of a fighter. He's like, you ever been punched in the face 500 times?
Right.
It stings. That's the funny thing. It's like, I think pretty much you talk to any boxer, any combat athlete, and after a time it's like the plan is not to do this for very long. It's get in, make your money, and get the fuck out. It's like you don't want to spend your life,
you want to be a career boxer.
What's his name? Who's just won the middleweight title? Maybe he'd say differently because he loves fighting. But
I don't really follow the real sports.
Yeah,
I don't actually watch boxing at all. I've never watched a full boxing match.
It's boring.
Well, it's not like Rocky. I'm going to say
right.
Sure,
that's my first reaction.
Also, I'll also say this: thank fuck, because otherwise people would be dead. Yeah, absolutely. But this one, it's amazing the what they did with some of these scenes in this one. They used 800 kids as extras in that running scene.
Really, that's amazing.
When he's running through the streets,
and everyone starts following him.
Chased. Yeah, man, it was amazing. A couple of other bits. Sergio Stallone plays his newborn son, Robert Stallone Jr.
That's right. Yeah.
So, by the way, Rocky's name is Robert.
Yes. Yeah.
He wasn't actually christened Rocky. No, but the original script, he wasn't called Rocky. He was called Robert. Which is really funny because if that stayed, we'd be talking about the Robert series. It doesn't quite have the same ring to it.
Robert 2, Robert 3.
Yeah, but his son was actually diagnosed with autism at the age of 3, which is a lot of the reason he never returned to the franchise. Certainly in this one, because he's literally just been born. The amazing color splattered portrait of Rocky.
Yeah.
It was I didn't know this until recently. This is the thing. It was painted by famous U.S. artist Leroy Neiman, who appeared in several of the Rocky movies as the ring announcer.
Really?
The one with the incredible mustache.
Wow.
Excellent work.
I know. And also the reason that Adrian watches the fight from home is because Talia Shire was actually filming another movie at the time.
Wow.
And so they basically went, right, we'll shoot that after and just filmed her in a...
It's actually one of my favourite scenes because Rocky does his big speech at the end.
Yeah, and rewatching it, I was like, why the fuck wasn't she there?
She has the last line of the movie where she just says, I love you. Yeah, and then it cuts back to Rocky as in the freeze frame as the crowd are cheering. I was like, oh, that's great. Because he's like, it's the way Rocky's voice just cracks and breaks. I mean, everyone says it. Yo, Adrian, I did it.
Mick Foley said it when he won the world title for the first time. Mankind, didn't he?
Yeah.
I thought his wife was called Adrian.
No.
I've got some other favourite scenes as well. My favourites is Apollo putting the pressure on Rocky for the rematch, and Apollo is like, he's kind of a neutral character in the first film, but in this one they villainize him a little bit just to set him up as the bad guy, because he's the one who really wants to fight. And
I love Duke as well, his trainer, who's kind of
because they have some great lines. I think Apollo says, "Man, I won, but I didn't beat him." And it's like it's real. It's a real thing.
You know, that's sorry. I just dropped back to the first one. I don't know why I didn't write this down. But there's a scene where Apollo's talking to the promoter. Yeah. And it's kind of a famous scene because everyone focuses on the fact that in the office, the background is very much, it's a painted backdrop.
Right,
you can really especially in the time of Blu-ray and 4K, you really see this backdrop. Yeah. What I didn't know until recently is one of the gentlemen in the back, who's Apollo's bodyguard, it was the first movie role for Michael Dorn.
Really? Oh my god!
Worf.
Star Trek. Yeah.
Was
I didn't realise he was there
because I love the entourage that Apollo's got, because Duke obviously becomes a big massive part of it going on.
It shows if you just cling on in the TV industry, you can get there.
That was a fine young cannibal joke. That was.
But yeah, it's also Duke's line to Apollo where he says, "I saw you beat the man like I never saw no man get beat before, and the man kept coming after you. Now we don't need that kind of man in our life." It's like the interplay between
He's
the
all
characters.
wrong for us, baby.
Yeah, it was just great. Another one of my favourite scenes is, again, all the scenes between Rocky and Mickey are so sweet. But Mickey says, he's going to beat you uglier than you are now. We're going to need greasy, fast speed. Chase the chickens, Rocky.
The chicken.
It's when he's training him and he's eating a big thing of grapes. It always made me laugh. You know, Rocky's choking down like raw eggs, and Mickey's there with a fucking handful of grapes. Like, you're going to be a greasy Italian tank. Like, put the food down.
You're training like a bum. Go back to the docks where you belong.
Yeah.
You're a bum. Yeah, great scenes, and gives him the inspiration and a kick up the arse to get into gear.
It's one of the all-time sequels. It really is.
It's
is
actually
one
a
of the all-time
solid sequel, yeah, because
really,
it feels
really is.
like an extension of the first movie. I often just tie the two movies together so much that I
100%.
sometimes forget when you talk about great sequels. Rocky 2.
Absolutely. Well, moving to 1982 now, and we come to the first Rocky movie I actually ever saw.
Wow.
So this is the first one I watched. Again, VHS copy that I got to watch when I was a kid.
I'll just say for me it went 2, 3, 4, 1, 5 in my order of watching them.
2, 3, 4, 5. That's crazy. Yeah. I mean, because it's funny because I watched 3 and 4 first, and I feel like through the flashbacks of 4.
You already know.
I got caught up nicely.
That's
with
how
that.
I did it. Like
I was like, thanks very much. Yeah.
Mine was
Right.
4, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5.
Yeah.
You know.
It's funny because of, again, like, you know, the it does the whole pickup of him beating Apollo. So even watching Rocky 3, I was like, oh, so he just won the title then. Cool.
But each movie also flashes
Cracking.
back as well.
Thanks.
So yeah.
The only thing I didn't understand was like, why is this fucking guy Paulie so mad at him? I don't understand. Like, fucking what? He was just cheering for him in the opposite, whatever. So yeah, 1982 saw the release of Rocky 3. Year I was born. You were
Yeah, I
born?
was born as well.
You
Not
were
yet.
83?
He's
No,
83.
you're still
I'm still
waiting
swimming.
around. This one again, written and directed by Stallone. This one had a budget of 17 million
Yeah.
and still went on to gross 270.
So this was the highest grossing of the three so far.
I
The
mean,
star of the
keeps
curse,
going
though.
still, yeah.
Curse of the third.
Not quite, but this one was nominated for an Academy Award,
Nominated.
British Academy Award. I didn't say it won, and Golden Globes for Best Original Song for Survivor's
Yeah,
Eye
Eye of the Tiger. Yeah.
Mr. T got a Razzie nomination for Worst Newcomer.
He is.
I pity the fool.
Yeah.
Oh, he is acting in this movie. So basically, following the victory and title win, Rocky begins his championship career, defending his title 10 times before a new brutal challenger by the name of Clubber Lang, played by the Mr. T, rises to the rank of #1 contender. Now, following the death of his manager Mickey on the night of the fight, Rocky loses and enlists the help of his previous rival Apollo Creed to train him and come back to eventually regain his title. So we have the classic, like the T-Rex in Jurassic Park, the bad guy becomes the good guy in the new one, basically.
Brilliant twist of writing. It
Fucking
really
brilliant,
is.
man. It
Now,
really is great. Do you know what I love about this as well is like, because again, if you go, so it's like the Hugh Jackman as Wolverine thing. You watch X-Men 1 where he's running around shirtless in the mansion. He's just a guy, and then you watch fucking X2 and suddenly
He's ripped
he's
as
Hugh
hell.
Jackman.
Yeah.
Like, you know, so Rocky's physique in the first two is like, you know, he puts a little bit of timber on in the second one, but he's generally just a good built guy. Number 3, Stallone is
he's
like,
fucking
not hold
statue-esque.
my beer, take my carbs away.
Well, he just
right.
come off the back of Rambo and Rambo 2, isn't
Absolutely.
he?
So
like
he
real tight
is
on frame.
in shape.
Sculpted like
absolutely
magnificently.
crazy.
Yeah.
But what I do love is the fact that literally in the opening scene with Paulie, he even makes a mention to him about how, like, you know, oh, you fixed your face up and everything. He kind of like mentions that he's
surgery
obviously he's now made his millions and he's had some work done. Let's just say, you know, so. That's good though, because you kind of see a bit more of a cultured
maturity
version
in Rocky.
He's had a bit of fine living. He dresses really nicely. You know, he's a functioning millionaire. You know, so as I said, this is one of my first loves when it comes to movies because it was the first one of them I saw. So, favorite scenes, the training montage.
Yes, I agree. No,
Although to this day, he was never beating Carl Weathers on that beach. I'm sorry.
I
When
don't-
he chased it, Carl Weathers legit played in the NFL. He was not beating him in that race. No matter fuck how determined he was.
Rutger Hauer could fucking outrun.
Maybe. But the scene on the beach with Adrian, when he admits,
Yes.
this is after he's lost Mickey and after he's been beaten by Clubber.
I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
Yeah,
it's amazing. And then he obviously turns the fucking dial up to 11, and the fucking montage starts up again really good, like, you know.
Yeah, I just want to continue that scene with him and Adrian, where he's just like, he's
it's at his most
he says
broken and
he
vulnerable,
says because after losing the fight, after losing Mickey, he's lost his self-respect and he's lost the belief that he can do it, and he's afraid to want to fight Clubber again, and again, just to show the presence and the power of Talia Shire's Adrian as well, where she coaxes it out of him, like, what is it?
Yeah.
Why are you making all these excuses?
And she knows.
She knows.
She knows. She needs him to say it.
Yes, exactly. And when he does, like,
women are always right.
It's
no one tell my wife I said that.
just an amazing, powerful, emotional sequence between two fantastic actors, and him finally confessing, I'm afraid, and he's like, I've got a wife, I've got a kid, and I want to protect this, but I'm afraid of losing it all, and I've lost it myself. And so Adrian really connecting with him and talking him back up and getting Rocky to get on that path to start training again. It's beautiful. It's the great twist moment.
It is amazing. Not the last time she'll do it either.
No.
And obviously, probably, I mean, this is released in 1960. She's probably got about a 4 or 5 year old Andy at this point watching this movie. And who fucking walks on screen but Hulk Hogan? Thunderlips.
Now, I believe that Vince McMahon wasn't aware.
He was fired.
He was fired for doing this, right?
So the story is, now bear in mind, this has been told by Hulk Hogan, so this might not be true at all.
Yeah.
As all Hulk Hogan stories go. But essentially what the story is that, he was told, Sylvester Stallone's trying to get hold of you, when he got to, like, wherever he was wrestling.
He didn't believe it.
No, he was, whatever, you fucking ribbing me and stuff like that. And he had to get multiple, things to do it. And he was told, I suppose at the time he was wrestling, I think he must have been wrestling. No, he was wrestling for Vince McMahon Sr. Sorry,
he was the senior.
Because that's who fired him. Vince Jr. rehired him. But he was basically, he said, like, I want to go and do this movie, and he was told no, and he was like, fuck this noise, and went and did it anyway.
Because he was getting paid a lot more.
Well, that's what he ended up going to work with Vern Gagne and stuff like that anyway, so he still did great out of it, obviously, But
when you see them on screen, it's no joke. Hulk Hogan is fucking
massive.
Giant.
So at the time, because this is the funny thing, is now Hulk Hogan is actually around my height.
Yeah.
Because he's had so many hip and back surgeries. He was legit like 6'6". I think he's billed as 7 foot in this, and they use a lot of cool camera tricks.
Emphasize it.
Stallone is staring at his navel, like, like square,
He's off frame.
Oh my god,
Hogan's got hair.
It's a his version of hair, yeah. It's a charity match in the storyline, that happens, and obviously, looking back on it now as a wrestling fan, they protect the business by having Hulk Hogan, like, he doesn't mess around. He beats the fuck
I love
out
it. Rocky's like, right, I'll just slip the jab. Just play it up.
I'll chase you and you chase me. He's like, whack.
Stallone kind of, Rocky makes kind of the jokes that it's all fake, it's all play.
Hogan's saying that.
And
it's all fake, meatball. It's all fake. Fucking throws him out of the ring into the 5th row.
And it also plays into the fact, because before that, you'd also had, like, Muhammad Ali versus some Japanese wrestlers back in the day.
Antonio Inoki.
Yeah, so the two sports had mixed. So
it happens.
Seeing it on film screen isn't too far away, but then at the same time, Rocky gets knocked down, doesn't he? He gets fucking taken out. He loses absolutely everything. Clubber Lang
beats the shit out of him though, and chokes him out. It's amazing.
Rocky 3, I always think a lot of people say Rocky 5 is the weakest. I actually do think Rocky 3 is the weakest.
I agree.
Simply because
I can see the argument for this as well. Don't get me wrong, because it's a lot more.
It builds.
It's
up.
almost comic book. It's almost comic book.
Yeah, it is.
It builds up so much big stuff that Clubber Lang is the big villain. That when he defeats Rocky, you want Rocky to come back and defeat him.
I still don't think it's as bad as 5 though.
But he just comes back so fucking fast. And then he nails fucking Clubber in the last fight, and that's it. We never see Clubber Lang
comes
ever
back
again.
from the defeat? You mean?
What I mean is like,
because I thought that they played that. I think that's the best part of the story
Rocky
in the movie.
4, and this is it. My problem is I also started with Rocky 4. So Rocky 4 had such a build up for how he was going to take on Dolph Lundgren. Dolph Lundgren's the big badass. Clubber Lang's a bit of a bigger badass than Drago, and yet Rocky smashes him so quickly at the end. I'm like, this ain't no Apollo Creed
It is
fight.
the shortest fight.
Yeah,
it is the shortest fight. It only goes 3 rounds.
Fight.
Yeah. But I think again, but it's a different style, because you've had those long drag outs with Creed. I think what I'm saying is I think that
I wanted more of that.
Well, I mean that's what you get going forward. But what I mean is I think that it was a good idea to go like, right, let's not tell the same story in the ring again. Do you know what I mean? Because also, right, for a start, Clubber Lang isn't the type of heavyweight boxer that goes 15 rounds.
No, true.
He just couldn't.
Yeah.
You know? And so you have the whole story of him taking him out so easy is because he is a brutal, absolute. You know, he's very sort of like Mike Tyson inspired. I think.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But obviously you've got the broken Rocky going into that fight because Mickey's just died, and also he didn't take the training seriously.
Yeah.
And then you've got the. I mean, when Apollo is training him, he says we've got to take him early. Yeah, like, you've got to take him out early.
You can't survive the whole fight.
The actual fight at the end of the third one is actually the most tactical Rocky is in a boxing match.
True.
Possibly in the entire series, because Rocky's got this really interesting way of fighting, which is you hit me 1,000 times in the face.
Yeah.
And then when you're tired, I'll hit you
back and win.
He doesn't. Mate, his defense is dreadful. Really.
Yeah, his guard is so low.
Is it the compound defense? Your fist to my face.
Yes,
defense.
it is. Yeah, Rocky's an expert at it. But that's his thing about having the heart to keep getting back up.
But again, like the beauty of it is that he's ready for Clubber Lang in the last one, because Lang is all sort of like steak and no sizzle or whatever you want to call it, because he's like. Yeah, you know, he's got knockout power, but he hasn't got the longevity to deal with
Can't go the
Rocky's.
distance.
And that's it, yeah.
Rocky's
He just keeps hitting Rocky.
So I liked that they changed it because they told a different story in the fight.
Yeah.
Which was cool.
I just want to go with one of my favourite scenes as well, is Mickey's death. Now, it's maybe not a favourite, but it's one of the most memorable because it's the darkest point in the film, you know?
That noise Stallone makes, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Doesn't make it... He's... So weird.
His processing of it is, but I mean, it
is a
it's
dark
you
scene,
know,
man.
Rocky lost his title, he gets humiliated, you know, he took his position for granted and he lost everything, and it's the lowest point, I guess, in the hero's journey. You know, losing his mentor and his self-respect, and the journey to not give up and to get back and get the eye of the tiger. You know, it's just as rewarding as it was the first time around, and you really want to see Rocky get the heart and passion back. And the scene with Mickey's death, it hurts, and it stays with you after this like trilogy because of the great, you know, Burgess Meredith, just amazing. You know, I love how Mickey was also protecting Rocky, and because he knew how much damage he had sustained, and so he was giving him kind of sham fights so he could get some money and just remain the champion and then bow out.
The point of the story is where he says, like, you know, he says to him, "You're not ready for a fight like this
anymore." Yeah,
and you know, he says, "Oh, you talking about I've had 10 title defenses?" He's like, "They were easy. I picked them.
I set them up." Yeah.
And it's a very clever way of writing, like a sort of bit of plot armor in a way as well, because he says to them what they were setups. Like, no, they weren't setups, but they weren't fighters like this guy.
Yeah, this guy wants it.
Yeah, he says you've not been.
You
hungry
don't want
since
it anymore.
You won the belt.
That's it. Yeah, the hunger.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, it's the overall story for Rocky there is it's like he's become a man of comfort in a way.
Yeah,
and, you know, I mean, even when they go to, because they train in LA, then don't they, with Apollo?
That's right.
They go to LA, and we're like, where they move is like, you know, kind of in, I suppose you'd call it the jungle back in the day, if you know what I mean. That's how he describes it. Paulie, not being the most diversive chap, isn't a fan of the kind of people they're training with. But it is that thing of, it's like, no, you've got to come back and be iron sharpens iron. You've got to be around these guys that are like, you know, Apollo says, look at these guys, look at their eyes. That's what you look like when you fought me. This is what you need. And I mean, when he comes out of that first round of that fight against Clubber Lang in the end, he fucking wails on him. You know, it's amazing. To the point where like Clubber Lang is trying to like, he's like, don't hold me. He's like afterwards, and he's like screaming like he's just stood on a fucking Lego. It's so weird. It's such a funny performance from Mr. T, but it's like, because it's also seeing the ring IQ improve for Rocky as well. Because Rocky, in that very first fight, for example, like I said, in the first round, he knocks Apollo down. He just throws his wild uppercut, knocks him down, and then as the ref is trying to count him, Rocky's like trying to push the ref out of the way, like he's about to mount him and punch, because he's used to like these brawling fights. Like the very first scene you see is Rocky in this dingy basement fight in Spider Rico, who comes back, by the way. Same actor. You know, and you know, he knocks him out, and like he's got him on. He's literally hanging out the ropes, and he's still pounding on him. So that's how he came up. So to see, you know, it's ridiculous that you're like, dude, go to your corner so we can count. You see that ring IQ change. over the course of the fights, which is, again, one of my favourite things.
It's subtle as well, yeah.
It is.
Yeah, but you do notice it when you watch the course of
this
movies.
recent rewatch, like through that lens, was interesting to see that, yeah. Sorry, you got more favourite scenes before I
No,
go
yeah,
into the facts that I've got, but,
we talked about Rocky confessing to Adrian he was afraid, and yeah, it was my first favourite montage sequence because of the music.
man, them thighs,
Oh,
them pumping thighs.
I love
on that
them
beach,
running
the
on the
short
beach.
shorts.
I
My
love that
God,
high
That was
five.
quadtacular. So this one, Ian Fried plays a young Robert Balboa in this one.
Right.
Who's no offense, he's nobody. I don't know. I can find him really on like IMDb. He's just a kid that
Yeah.
they brought in to play a very young version of his son. But Stallone still managed to keep the family involved.
Nice.
Which again, I didn't know. When he's training the first time and he's in like some hotel, there's cameras everywhere. There's a band, someone's blowing bubbles. Mickey's getting really pissed. It's really funny
because he's not really training. Yeah.
He's on like on a bike and a young lady, blonde, comes up, asks for a kiss. And stuff like that. That's Rocky's first wife.
Really?
Yeah, Sasha Stallone was in it. So, and also during the opening montage where you see Rocky fighting these 10 guys, he's one of them is his brother Frank Stallone Jr.
Damn.
Which again I didn't notice until the rewatch.
Yeah, didn't know.
They unveiled a statue, the famous Rocky statue in Philadelphia. That actual statue also appears in Trading Places, Mannequin, and the opening montage of Philadelphia, Tom Hanks's.
Nice.
And also prior to Rocky 3, Mr. T was a bodyguard for numerous boxers, including Sugar Ray Leonard and Muhammad Ali, which I didn't know.
Wow,
Nice.
I didn't know that either. I didn't
Imagine
actually know that much
You've
about
been
Mr.
followed
T.
around by Mr. T.
Yeah.
Like, what's up with this guy's hair?
That's how he got all that gold. They just kept hanging in chains that they
just
couldn't
using
carry
him as like, I'm
anymore.
gonna hang my fucking
Surprised
chain.
as bodyguard,
And then they
because
just
he's
wanna
afraid
ask
of
for it
flying.
He's afraid of flying. If you listen to the stories about WrestleMania 1, he was afraid to fight Roddy Piper as well. Crazy.
Alrighty, I think we're moving on to one of the big ones.
One of the big ones here, and this has had some interesting developments on it actually recently. So 1985, we move into Rocky 4. Again, written and directed by Stallone on a budget of $28 million now.
Damn.
Grossed over 300. So again,
Damn, the highest one yet.
Luckily, though, it saved the Cold War.
it did. It restarted it, and it won it.
Yeah.
This is some xenophobic shit.
This is the
movie,
most
man.
political Rocky boxing movie.
Russia's state-run Russia Beyond published an article in 2021 detailing the trip of a Russian goodwill ambassador. Katya. I had to copy this down from somewhere.
Sure.
Katya Livetcha, I'm probably butchering that,
Right,
to America in the 1980s, and in the article it's claimed that she objected to the character of Ivan Drago, saying that the film uses him to vilify the Russian people. So
Right.
there was some serious fucking backlash on this one. Which, I mean, if you watch it, I could imagine like watching this movie being Russian and being like, what the fuck? Like,
No, well, it's not the Russian people that are obviously putting a bad.
It's the government.
Russian Soviet government.
No. I'll get to that because there was backlash about that.
Right.
Just because of it, sort of like, we ain't that fucking fickle.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Because you do become slightly sympathetic to Drago towards the end
Yeah.
when you
Absolutely.
realise what he's been put through, and that he's been set up, and that like they're threatening him.
Do you know what? This is interesting as well because again, there's been a new version of it, which
That's
is
right,
interesting. Now,
yes.
I mean, the full film basically it sees the appearance of this Russian Captain Ivan Drago, played by Dolph Lundgren. Accompanied by a Russian consort, including his wife Ludmilla, played by Bridget Nielsen.
That's right.
Stallone's fiance at the time,
Yeah.
keeping the family in it.
Yeah, keeping the family.
We're not
in
going to fucking stop. As well as a bunch of Russian ambassadors and trainers. Now, he's a champion amateur boxer who challenges Rocky to an exhibition fight. Driven by an us versus them sensibility, Apollo steps in to fight the Russian first, which results in his death at the hands of Drago.
And he comes in with a fully American, entrance.
I'll get there.
Oh, sure, sorry.
Oh, no, but yeah. Oh, my God. So Rocky then ends up obviously challenging Drago in his home country of Russia to the most brutal fight of his career.
On
which
Christmas Eve, which makes it a Christmas movie.
It is a Christmas
Yeah.
movie. It's, mate, Christmas features in most of them, to be fair. So Rocky then challenges Drago to a fight in his home country to the most brutal fight of his career, in which he would not only win, but win over the hostile Russian crowd. America! Fuck yeah! Now, additionally, there was a director's cut, suddenly, for no reason, released in 2021, just titled Rocky vs. Drago. which cut in some never before seen footage. Now I watched this, and it's really what it does is it tries to showcase how important Apollo is to Rocky.
Right.
Now the opening recap's a bit longer and it shows a lot more of Apollo's part in bringing Rocky back. Again, this one starts how it ended. Just pick straight up from there. It's got a new scene where Apollo explains the reason he wants to fight is he believes the Russians are trying to make the US look bad through propaganda. And Adrian and Rocky kind of discuss Apollo's need to be loved one way or the other. There's more, like Drago actually speaks at the press conference. And he reveals himself to actually be a rogue who the Russians don't actually really control, and that pays off more during the fight when he defies his trainers. And what's interesting is they actually they give Creed a bit more offense in the fight against Drago because he basically gets fucking steamrolled in the original. But they actually give him a bit more offense in the fight, and when Rocky tries to stop the fight, and Apollo tells him no, Rocky actually says don't do this to me as well, which just emphasizes
extra line in there makes it, it's
so
important.
many things there's more to his speech. There's more speeches at the funeral. Duke speaks at his funeral. There's a new scene as well of the boxing commission initially banning Rocky from fighting as well. There's just more done to heighten up the importance and the drama of that final fight. And then what they do is in the final fight, it's kind of similar to Rocky Balboa, I thought, is there's internal dialogue from Rocky. When he's knocked down, you hear him saying to himself about the reason that he's come this far and what he's trying to do. And then also the Russians actually try and stop the fight before the last round. They try and declare Drago the winner because they're saying Rocky can't continue. So there's, again, a bit more sort of like propaganda in it. So it's an interesting cut. Whether I prefer it to the original, I don't know, because the original is just like so burned into my head. I could close my eyes right now and watch it. But I'd certainly say go watch the new cut. It's an interesting.
It's probably the definitive cut now.
I like that Stallone was like, this is how I saw what I wanted the movie to be.
Some things are worth fighting for.
Mate.
Some things will never die.
You want to start talking favourite moments? Not just the training montage. The montages that take up 20% of this movie.
I honestly feel like Rocky 3 was a departure from the first two movies. Rocky 4 is like an MTV music video.
God.
You get a bit of drama, a bit of dialogue, and then 15 minutes of training and music and.
Made me want to buy a Lamborghini, dude. Made me want to buy a Lamborghini. It was amazing. I
just want to say that this film was my household's favorite. Like me, my dad, and my brother, whenever we were going to put a Rocky movie on, it was always Rocky 4. It had, for me, the best songs, the best music, the most epic montages, awesome characters, a brilliant setting, with the most epic fight in the whole
100%.
damn series against the monster that killed Apollo.
As a kid, this is my favorite.
You gotta remember, this is my first one, so everyone was like, "Oh my god, Apollo's dead!" I'm like, who? Why?
Now, it's incredibly cartoonish, and it lacks the strong storytelling, I think, of the previous films.
Yeah, totally.
But my god, does this film pack a punch.
Fucking delivers,
because,
man.
even without Drago having to say much, his few lines of dialogue, you're never going to forget, I must break you. If he dies, he dies. Like, immortalize those words.
I love, now, like you said, when Apollo comes out to fight him, They raise Drago up into the ring and then proceed to start a full-blown fucking James Brown concert live with all the flags,
all the dancers,
everything,
the fireworks.
just a fully produced, like you say, MTV Music Video Awards for fucking I Live in America. And the reason that I love it is because at the start of the final fight in Russia, the Russians have the audacity to play their national anthem. And Duke shoots a look to Rocky of pure disgust, forgetting that we didn't just like jizz red, white, and blue all over Drago 20 minutes ago, and that was fine. Like it was so fucking funny to me. That's what stopped me, and I couldn't stop laughing for 10 minutes. I had to pause the fucking movie because I was like, why are you so mad?
Right, you knew what you were getting into coming over here to fight.
Oh my god, it was fucking amazing, absolutely. But I loved it's a fucking propaganda movie, man, of the Cold War and that us versus them mentality. It's crazy, but the fact that something that they got really pissed at was the fact of sort of like, so what, Rocky comes over, they're booing the shit out of him, they love their fucking, home hero. He is their champion, he's an amateur champion.
Yeah.
And then just because Rocky can take a pounding, the whole crowd just turns on a dime and starts chanting for Rocky. It's crazy. The commentary is absolutely stellar in that last fight as well.
When did you say this one was?
85, did I say?
So I think...
Is it 7?
I think
it was...
85.
Oh, no, 85, yeah.
So I think 86 is Rambo 3. I think. So he literally tried to change Russia with Rocky 4. That didn't work, so he decided to go to Afghanistan.
Yeah, fuck
it.
Oh, I'm
If
sorry.
I could change,
I will point
then
out
you
as
can
well.
change.
Mate,
Then everybody can change.
I love that speech at the end. But I do love how one part of that speech where he says, like, in this ring there was 2 guys killing each other, but that's better than 20 million.
Yes.
You know what?
Yeah.
That's a good bit of dialogue. Man, I'm going to go Stallone's body in this. My God.
Peak
My
Stallone
God.
body.
He's at like 2% body fat or something.
Yeah, easily.
He's nearly dead.
Like I said, he's getting ready for Rambo 3.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah. I mean, but even then, he still looks tiny compared to Drago.
Yeah, fucking.
But even though Drago's not as ripped as him, he's just that height and the reach on him.
Those arms, dude.
Yeah.
He's just he's insane.
And he's built up that way because of the awesome training montage. Whatever he punches, he destroys. It's
Like I said,
God
the
damn.
fight sequence between him and between Drago and Rocky, I think is better than Clubber Lang and Rocky.
It's my second favorite fight of the entire series.
Yeah, it's just because it's just been built up so much that finally when they face each other in the ring, you know Rocky's gonna get the shit kicked out of him again. Maybe they don't do the effects as good as the first two.
That fight should have been stopped in the first round,
Yeah.
technically. But well, no, you say that, but saying that they actually did engage in some authentic punching in the scene, which meant Stallone went to the hospital.
Yeah, he was in intensive care after Dolph hit him a few times.
If that fucking makes you realise anything, it's don't let Dolph Lundgren hit you.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ,
right.
man! Like, oh my God, it's oh man, what
The
a
log.
spellbinding movie.
The
Can
log
I
in
just
the
go with
snow.
another favourite scene? Again,
Go for it,
one of my
100%.
favourite
Go for it.
montages is after the funeral of Apollo, and Rocky, he's at the bottom of the stairs, and he's talking to Adrian, and Adrian just says, "You can't win! You can't win!"
Yeah.
And Rocky's like, "But I'm going to fight. Like, this is who I am." He was
Twice
my
in
friend.
that movie, Adrian
Yeah.
comes in clutch with the fucking knowledge.
Yes, yeah.
And then she flies to fucking
Russia
Russia.
at the
Flies
end,
to
yeah,
Russia.
breaks your heart. You saw the love between
Like the
these two is
spirit
so
of Mickey,
good.
like, so I just saw that mediocre run you went on, and all of a sudden he's doing fucking pull-ups by a fire and shit. Oh,
But it's
mate.
the song "No Easy Way Out" as he's just driving. The song plays, the shadows over his face, haunted by what's happened. The lyrics perfectly match the theme and the mood of the movie at the time. One of my favorite songs in the whole franchise.
One song called "Hearts on Fire,"
Yes.
and then the next one's called "Burning Heart," and you're like,
yeah.
"Someone's gonna have a heart attack in this movie." You set me up, like, oh my God. But again,
Great stuff.
put that fucker on a treadmill, and you stomp it into the ground.
One of my
as it were.
favourite jokes in the film is probably my first favourite Paulie scene is when Rocky's in the corner and he's getting patched up and he's just like, "I'm seeing 3 of them out there," and Paulie says, "Well, hit the one in the middle."
one in the middle.
It's like, that's one of my favourite lines in the
That is
whole lot.
amazing. That is amazing. The body, knock his blow. Yeah. Oh, it's amazing.
Because Paulie's never been ringside really before,
No, no.
and because
No, he's in the
Apollo's-
third one.
Okay.
Yeah, he's in the third.
there
Do you
with
remember
Apollo? That's
Apollo
right. Yeah,
kissing
that's
him?
right. Yeah.
Yeah, which is really funny.
Yeah, so great. And
I,
just the evolution of Paulie as a character as well. And of course, he gets the robot.
So it's
Yeah,
like saying the
he gets
robot.
a robot, yeah.
Like, okay, now, so first of all, you're watching this fucking robot, and you're like, where the fuck did that come from?
Right.
I'll tell you. It was brought in, seriously, so this robot was added to the movie. It was invented by a gentleman called Robert Dornick. And it's there because it was, it helps Stallone's autistic son.
Okay.
Wow.
You know, it's like used as a tool to like help
yeah.
Language
kids with
and-
autism and language and stuff
Okay,
like
wow.
that. Right? The robot, I'm not making this up, went on to tour with James Brown. Was on stage with James Brown in the 80s, right?
How have I not seen this footage?
That's not even the fucking weirdest thing.
Really?
Somehow, because of it being in the movie, it's a registered member of SAG. So it's on strike right now.
Like, imagine the robot's still going. I haven't seen any of his latest
I
material.
was so glad.
The creator actually does the voice to it as
I
well.
got so worried when you went registered. I was like, no,
Right.
what?
You got Kevin Spacey. The robot is like there's a few, they've taken a few bits of it out in the new cut, I noticed.
Yeah,
as well.
yeah. That's
But
because
yeah,
it is just so
it was
bizarre.
brought in because it was used to help his son with his autism.
That was an actually robot with an actual function, not just a bizarre, weird sci-fi moment in the film.
Oh my god, it was so fucking strange. Even as a kid watching it, like after the
still
third,
like,
I was like,
what?
"Fuck, are we doing?" Like, so good.
So what, are we on number 5 now?
I think we're
Rocky
ready.
V,
Yeah.
1990.
This was 5 years after
Now,
the last one.
and what's interesting, it was written by Stallone, but it was actually directed by
John G. Avildsen
who,
again.
Excuse me, did the first one obviously.
It's another departure in tone for the franchise again.
yeah.
One thing I would say as well is, it had a $42 million budget,
Even bigger budget.
Shit.
and it's the lowest grossing,
Yeah.
and it still made 120 million.
Damn, I wonder if word of mouth killed it, because obviously this was like everyone's least favorite.
People were tired of
It's still my least
I
favourite.
remember that people were tired of Rocky by that point. 4 hadn't been brilliant. 3 hadn't really hit the marks of the first 2. 5 coming out, and then people realised that he's not actually going to box.
Do you know? Well, this is another reason is it went up against in the cinema Dances with Wolves
Ooh.
and Home Alone.
It's not. No, it's not winning that.
So yeah,
It was not winning that.
it's the final appearance of Talia Shire.
Yes.
Yeah.
And through flashback, Burgess Meredith.
I know it gets an
'Cause he is
awesome
in it.
scene. Yeah, it's one of my
and
favorites.
It's a great scene, but it's his last. Yeah.
Rocky
Yeah.
2 plus Rocky 5 equals
Rocky V, Adrian's Revenge. It got panned by critics. It was nominated for 7 Razzies. Stallone himself gave the movie 0 out of 10. Although,
Yeah.
on release, the LA Times considered it the best of the sequels. So,
I
some people drink.
I agree, because I think originally I thought it was the weakest Rocky sequel. So much so that it took a long time for me to actually see it.
Yeah.
And when I did see it, I was on the same wavelength as everyone else, going, "Yeah, it was kind of terrible."
Yeah.
It has none of the spectacle. It doesn't have the hype.
Rocky doesn't
have
box in it.
It doesn't have the passion of the previous
Street box.
entries.
He street
It
boxes.
felt like 5 steps backwards in it, really. But honestly, since then, I've really grown quite attached to
Yeah,
this
I would
entry.
say-
Here's the funny thing. It's got one of my favourite openings to it as well.
Well, the Rocky opening.
No, seriously, like, when it's well, okay. So the movie begins with Rocky suffering immediate medical complications from his fight with Drago.
Yeah.
So they return home, where Rocky is immediately challenged by the boxer, flamboyant promoter George Washington Duke, Richard Gant, who is the best fucking thing in this movie.
Touch me and I'll sue.
Hands down, he's this Don King style promoter. Old lion against young lion. It's fucking immense in this
He's
movie.
Don King on
Never
drugs.
misses. But Rocky discovers that he's unwittingly given his accountant power of attorney, believing that he signed a tax extension while he was in Russia, and he's now in serious debt. So added to this, the doctors confirm that he's suffering brain damage, which is going to stop him from boxing in order to pay his debts. So the family are now destitute and are forced to move back into the inner city of Philadelphia, where Adrian takes up her old job in the pet store, and Rocky runs Mickey's gym, because it's the only thing they own. Because
it brings everything home, back to where it started.
And he ends up meeting a new young prospect, Tommy the Machine Gun, who's played by Tommy Morrison, who was a boxer in real life, and I would urge you to go down the rabbit hole on YouTube and read about that guy.
Went fucking woo.
Yeah, this wasn't his lowest point.
No.
He takes under his wing as his manager, and unfortunately Duke ends up corrupting Tommy, stealing him away from Rocky, and turning him against him, leading to the ultimate showdown, a street fight.
Well, I didn't know that. Did you know that?
What?
The thing in the... Oh, sorry.
Terry Funk choreographed the fight between Tommy and Rocky at the end of the
I
film.
did not know that,
No.
but that makes sense because there's a couple of suplexes in it. Fuck's sake! No, all right. I will give this one its flowers for. I really like the opening scene, the way that Stallone, like, he's literally shaking and he has to call Adrian into the dressing room. Duke's ecstatic that he fucking, that he's avenged Apollo. This is when they're in Russia still, obviously. And Rocky sat there just in his tidy whities, like, but he can't stop shaking.
Yeah.
It's actually a really powerful bit of performance, and you're like, fucking hell, it's something bad's about to happen here.
Because they'd been kind of teasing since like the second movie that Rocky's eye injury or his brain damage would stop him fighting, yet somehow he still beats Clubber and Drago and like, so it actually hits hard here because it's like it has caught up with him. He's broke now.
Yeah, absolutely.
It sells it very well.
I like the way that Stallone actually took that upon himself, because at any point he could have just ended the career of Rocky. At any point he wanted, he owns the character, he owns it, but he's hit in the 90s. Like we said, people say Rocky V's his worst performance, but we went through Oscar, and Judge Dredd isn't exactly the highest acting quality Stallone's ever done.
No,
but I always just like the fact
that's saying something.
I always like the fact that it's kind of, for me, Rocky V is kind of like Copland. It's a really great performance from Stallone acting.
Yeah, I think he shows a good range.
Stallone's Rocky in this movie, man. He slips back into it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
He's. If there's anything that the series shows, even up through the Creeds, is that Stallone has like got Rocky just on speed dial.
Yeah.
He tap into it immediately.
He can just fall into that role. Yeah. Absolutely. Look, dude. Again, favorite moments. I like the training montage. I love the callback with the priest, where he takes Tommy before when they're training. And he goes and gets the blessing from the priest. It's the same fucking priest from Rocky 1 that blesses him, that marries them in Rocky 2.
Yeah.
It's the same fucking guy.
Isn't
awesome.
5 the one with the girl that he walks down the street from the first movie?
No, that's
Balboa.
Sorry, Balboa. My mistake.
Well, it's easy to make because that's where they are, aren't they?
Yeah,
it's the same area.
Yeah.
So
I honestly
love that.
Rocky Balboa as, if this was the failed attempt, Rocky Balboa is the success, is the Rocky Five,
absolutely. But I love his son beating up his bully, and then his whole relationship with Rocky through the movie as like, he's kind of adopting this, Tommy's almost like a surrogate.
Yeah.
But that's Rocky. He kind of shuns his family and his responsibility as a dad as he gets engrossed in the thing he loves, which is boxing, and so it's a passing of the torch movie, but not really.
Yeah, it's funny that like it made me laugh. Is like Paulie went, because at first Tommy comes into the gym and he's a bit rough in sparring, and Rocky's like, you don't, if you're not going to listen, I've got no time for you, basically.
Yeah, there's a Mickey.
And Paulie is, exactly, and Paulie is kind of like, like, you smell that? That's money, it's like, this guy's money. At the end, like, he gets punched out by Tommy Gunn, and Paulie's like, you should have left him in the gutter where you found him. And I'm like, motherfucker, he did, you're the one, again, because you smelt a bit of money. He was like, oh no, bring it, he should live with us, like, Paulie's such a crazy fucking character, but I love that after the street fight, the police arrest Tommy. Because he lost, right?
Yeah,
and that's the law. Yeah. Rocky fucks off back for another pint.
That's it. Rocky saved the world again, man.
And technically, Rocky started the fight.
Yeah.
My ring's outside. Yeah.
Oh, this is what I was like. Where's he getting arrested? What the fuck? You should be paramedics. That man needs help. So fucking funny,
but the cops of Philadelphia, Rocky's brought a lot of money to the city.
Yeah, that's Rocky.
There's a statue of him.
Fucking Eagles fan.
I've actually only got one favourite scene from Rocky V. Although I still treasure this film, I think compared to all the others,
scene.
It is a weak scene. But it's the ghost of Mickey in the gym, where he says, "I think people die sometimes when they don't want to live no more, and nature is smarter than people think. You give me reason to go on, kid, and I will live on and watch you make good." And he passes Rocky his prized possession, which is a boxing glove cufflink.
Yeah. And
he says, like an angel on your shoulder, shouting, "Get up, you son of a bitch, because Mickey loves you." It's fucking awesome. Rocky's just stood there, like, tear dropping as he's just remembering the sequence. Like, you don't see Rocky's face.
They film him from behind, don't
That's
they,
right, because it's pre the first fight.
Because he won't look all fucked up.
Yeah. And of course, Burgess Meredith, he's kind of shaking.
He's a cufflink as well.
Yeah.
His turtles were called Cuff and Link. Seriously, that's what I realised as well. I watched that.
That's amazing.
What the fuck?
But yeah, that scene, I get emotional every time I watch that scene because I loved Rocky and Mickey together, and
it's great to give him that as a last scene as opposed to his death scene as well.
Yes, it's super sweet. But honestly, I love how much the film comes back in tone to the first film. It doesn't feel as silly and cartoonish as the other, as 3 and 4. And it felt like it they got back the same director from the first one, so the music was there, the locations, the shots, it kind of echoes and mirrors it, but with a huge time difference, and as we follow this Rocky character, and so it is much more of a drama, and so it doesn't have the spectacle of the ring fight at the end, but I kind of loved how much it came back to its roots. It missed the mark essentially, and especially after 4, it's kind of like it's Alien 3 after Aliens. It's like it's not the same. It's not what you want, but it's what it is. And I think it failed, but I still don't skip it. I still actually enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, do you know what? As well, for saying it's like the weakest one, it's not like I'm trying to think of. There were a few when we did the ranking all of the horror. There are a few series where we said, you know what, I skipped this one. I think Nightmare on Elm Street, we said it's like there's a couple that we skip in that. I still would never skip Rocky 5 when I'm watching them all.
No, if you're doing the entire series.
Yeah, if I'm watching. I mean, I've got I'm all on a box set, and I'd never skip it. I mean, it's like, we've got his son is played by his son, Sage Stallone.
That's right.
Is in there. They work together again in Daylight.
That's right.
That movie. What I didn't know, Sage actually, as a child, he made guest appearances on Gorgeous Women of Wrestling.
Oh.
Gorgeous Ladies of Red Glow?
Yeah,
Glow, that's right.
Which was also promoted by his grandmother, Jackie Stallone.
Nice, yeah.
Fucking crazy. The actors who play Tommy Gunn and Union Kane is, the person that is initially he challenges Balboa when he first gets back and becomes the interim champion that Tommy beats.
Yeah.
They were both real boxers, and at one point they were going to fight each other. There was a promoted fight that was going to happen where they fought each other. And Jodie Letsvitsia, who played the street kid Marie in the original Rocky, was supposed to reprise her role.
Yeah.
So her character was shown to have ended up, as Rocky predicted, a prostitute. But the scene ended up on the cutting room floor. The actress can briefly be seen during the street fight at the end. Now, obviously, the character reappears in the next movie, but they've changed her. One, she's not a prostitute, and she's played by Geraldine Hughes. She takes over the role. Yeah.
Cool.
So moving then. Had to wait until 2006.
16
to
years
get
later.
Another Rocky movie, man.
I guess 5 did so bad.
Years.
Well, yeah, but the game.
This is the Batman Begins of Rocky, where it's like the last one killed the fucking franchise.
The games come out, and we just had the Rocky game
Legends, was it?
That's right.
Xbox.
Yeah, I remember we played that at the house, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I think that's
brilliant.
how they got the money back to say, hey, look, people want Rocky again.
Well, I mean,
Well,
Sylvester Stallone said he'd only return if he had the story, because he's written all of them. He knows the character. It's his thing.
Written and
so when he
directed by
knows
him
he's
again.
got the story,
he wrote
he'll
and directed it.
Yeah.
I mean, this one was an unprecedented box office success because it was a $24 million budget.
Wow, that's not bad.
I mean,
And
considering the times have changed so much as well, the budgets.
But it grossed 156 million. You know?
And yet it feels, Rocky Balboa. I always feel like it's you're right back at Rocky 1 again. But he's older, and you've been through the journey
I mean, this one's
with
certainly,
him. He's at his restaurant. He's kind of just
I love
lulling
that.
out.
It's only really 3 and 4 that depart from
that
style
tone.
of character.
Yeah. And I've always loved that idea of Rocky, like you said, being the bum, coming up, winning the title, having this legacy. He's here in his restaurant. He's trying to just have his life. Mickey's gone. Adrian's gone. Paulie's still in Rocky Balboa?
Yes.
Yep.
He has one of my favourite scenes again in this one.
He's with
great,
Paulie again. And then the idea just comes out of him just having one more fight. And you're kind of screaming, no, I don't want to see it. But there's this overwhelming voice that's going, Rocky, Rocky, Rocky.
Well, I mean, this one, I mean, this is my favourite. This is my favourite of all of them. I fucking love this film. I mean, it was greeted warmly by the majority of the boxing community. Loads of experts believing in Rocky character still being a key symbol of the sport, and that boxing scenes were the most realistic in this one. This is my favourite fight.
Who directed this
real
one?
commentators, real ring announcers.
It was filmed on the back of an actual pay-per-view.
Exactly.
So it's a real fucking crowd.
Yeah.
But I mean, so this one now, like we see Rocky's now alone after Adrian's death from, as he calls it in the film, lady cancer.
It's so sad. I mean, because Talia Shire was still alive. She still is alive.
Yeah.
It was a shock, but I guess it was a writing thing, not a personal thing.
Yeah, it's just a choice. I mean, he's running a restaurant now called Adrian's, where he tells boxing stories. And there's following like an ESPN style AI generated fight between a prime Rocky and the current champ Mason Dixon. Rocky starts looking to box again on an amateur level. After the promoter pressures Dixon, he basically challenges Rocky to an exhibition, and Rocky begins
because
the
the
biggest
AI,
comeback.
Rocky won the fight.
Rocky won it, yeah, exactly. So he begins the biggest comeback in boxing history, which culminates in a 15-round battle against Dixon. And really the swan song that the series deserves. Again,
Yes,
this one,
absolutely.
he loses on a split decision, mirroring what he did in the first one. You get to see his, his relationship with his son, which has become estranged, and what he does to repair that, which pissed me off in Creed. They fucked that up.
Yeah.
Because he's estranged from him again.
That's right. Yeah.
Anyway, we're not talking about those movies. Fuck those movies. But no, I like them, but fuck those movies. So yeah, getting to see that interaction is great, and it's kind of like the right amount of it is in the film for it to bring it in. Seeing him meet up with Maria again is great. Like, some of my favourite moments, the training montage. When he's running with his new dog Punchy, like he did with Butkus in the first one. I love all the mirrors and stuff. The interaction with Spider Rico is great because they bring him back and he's like kind of hanging around and stuff. When he this is like it. Okay, again, go to the gym, go on YouTube, type in inspirational quotes video. 90% of it is going to be this fucking movie. Alright? When he talks to Paulie about the stuff in the basement, how he's still. Got there's a point where
Paulie's just like, how does it feel? They just took down your statue.
Yeah, well, I think as well because Rocky's so bereft by losing Adrian. Like it's the anniversary of death, and he's going. He goes to the ice rink, which is now torn down. And there's a point where Paulie's giving him shit. I'm glad they tore it down, and you see this turn in Rocky where he's like, it's like where he's like, dude, he's like, you don't understand. I'm a fucking monster.
Yeah.
And the only thing,
inside.
Only thing that stopped me from walking around as a monster was your sister. Basically, is what he's saying. Paraphrasing, and you see, Paulie does literally kind of recoil and like, oh, all right, Rock. He's like, he changes the way he calls him. If he's like, you notice he'll be like, Rock, fucking shit. He calls him Rock all the time. When he's not, he calls him Rocco. And he changed like Rocco. He's basically like, I'm sorry. Like, calm down. Don't eat my face. Because you can see the. It's still there, and that's what he needs to get out. You know what I mean? The speech he gives his son is you can buy it on fucking posters.
It ain't about how many times you get knocked down.
It's not about how hard you can hit. It's about how hard you can get hit
and keep moving forward. It is like
motivational.
I don't care who you fucking are. It's just
that's how winning is done, and that's not you.
It
great.
is the stuff of fucking Spartan glory. It really is amazing. I absolutely love it. And again, like we said, it's the best fight of the series in both the story it tells in the ring,
the choreography of the fight,
choreography of the
like
fight,
a real pay-per-view,
the lighting, the sound, the shot, the flick between colour and black and white, the flashbacks, the internal monologue.
Actually got punched by an actual heavyweight champion boxer.
Mike Tyson's in the crowd. The walk off at the end when he's like, I don't need to hear anything, I'm done. They make him come back and take a bow. Man, this is why it's my favourite movie.
It has also, it ends like
I do think
Rocky
it's the best performance of every single person that's in it that's been in the series. It's their best performance.
Yeah, because they bring Duke back as well. To train Rocky.
Let's start building some hurting bombs.
Yeah,
I love when he's doing the list of like, to beat this guy, you need speed. You haven't got it. You got arthritis in your legs, so you can't run. You can't spar. So we're going to make you lift weight until you're a fucking machine. Like, it's just, it's brilliant. And again, it's what's amazing is that they've got the presence of mind to go, we're going to change the way Rocky trains. He's doing a lot of Olympic lifting. He's doing a lot of strength training. He still runs up the steps. He still runs up the steps. But the just them, it's a great way of playing to the age of the character in a realistic way as well. It's very easy for them to very easy for movies to be like, this guy's old, but fuck it, watch Sisu. He's got stuff that I couldn't do on my best day in my 20s. Fuck no, but in this one it's like Rocky really does play his age. Again, he's got some cracking one-liners as well, some comedic ones.
Exactly. I was glad because obviously the Rocky films kind of got funnier and funnier, but this one, it's very subtle, or it just has, you just said, just a couple of good lines here or there that Yeah, it
like,
breaks
it
a
ain't over
smile.
till it's over. Was that from like the 80s?
Yeah.
And he's like, it's actually more the 70s. Like, whereas when they come out for the last fight and Dixon's like, you're one crazy old man, and he just goes, you'll get there. Yeah.
Great.
It's again, it's a rare, wonderful swan song for a character that probably shouldn't. I mean, to say he probably shouldn't have lasted 6 movies plus the Creeds, it's like, well, you say that, but they all made a shit ton of money. There isn't actually a failure in
any of them.
And he's
in
not
any of them.
He's not a failure as an actor or director or writer.
No,
He's
incredible.
phenomenal.
Yeah.
From the first movie, he won awards for it. So the most he
Yeah,
could really
I think
do.
people don't get that. I think people don't understand that he wrote and directed all these, and they Stallone, he's just an action hero guy.
Like I said, that's how
and
I
it's
felt.
like,
So
no, dude.
So
like,
after
the
I
guy's
wa-
a fucking actor.
the moment
Yeah.
I watched Rocky Balboa, I was just like, I'm gonna go back and watch all of his other stuff. And I know, like Gary and I have discussed it, like some movies he's done, they haven't done commercially well, but he's still good.
Yes.
Like, even if you go back and watch Death Race 2000, Machine Gun fucking Joe, he's funny in that.
He is funny.
And he's just making enough money so that he can get his script ready so that he can get punched in the face for the next 30 years.
For the rest of his life.
It's crazy about this one, and this is the only real fact that I wrote down. But there's something in here. This is actually really bad, but then there's another point that really made me chuckle because of the company. But so Sage Stallone didn't reprise his role as his son in Rocky because he was working on his own film called Vic, which was his directorial debut at the time.
Right.
Now he partnered with a film editor called Bob Murakami, and they formed a company that protected exploitation films,
Okay.
including Cannibal Holocaust.
Nice, yeah.
which as soon as I read that, I was like, oh, I know he'll find that interesting.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, July 13th, 2012, Sage was actually found dead in his LA home due to a coronary artery disease, and he was 36.
Yeah.
Savage.
I remember
Same
that.
as Bray.
Same as
Really
Bray.
made me think. I was like,
Yeah.
that fucked
Yeah.
up. Same thing, same age. So, but it just goes to show again that, like, you know, it's life ain't all sunshine and rainbows, because
Right.
Stallone's like, you know, he's had an autistic son that he's been supporting his whole life.
Yeah.
You know, he's lost
Lost
a child,
one,
which
yeah.
I can't even imagine. That's got to be the worst thing that's ever happened. You know.
Aye.
I kind of
So he really went through
I
it.
kind of do that with Dylan every now and again. I always try to say to him, like, in a weird rocky way, I'm like, life's not all sunshine and rainbows. You got to get knocked down and get back up again and keep
And
on
he sat there
going.
playing on his X-ray. He's like, "Shut, Dad!" Like,
Yeah.
Why are you
So time for a
holding
pep talk.
Why are you holding a chicken? I'm like, oh,
Go
close
chase
the
it.
door.
Yeah, I got one last favourite scene in the film, and that's when Rocky goes to the health meeting because he's trying to get his license to box again, and they deny him.
Another great speech.
Yeah, and another base crazy because he walks out the door defeated, but he comes back in and he's just about the older I get, the more things I have to leave behind, and the only thing I'm asking you is to leave on the table what's right.
Yeah.
It's like, oh god, he just cuts deep every time. He's
Cuts
very
deep.
wise in his senior years, Rocky, and yeah, I think the fight scene is the best in the entire franchise.
Absolutely.
Really good.
This is
And,
one of the last movies as well. I remember that my dad's in his 80s now. This is one of the last movies I remember. I hadn't seen it, and my dad watched it, and he made a point of calling me.
Oh, wow.
And he was literally like, "Have you watched that new Rocky movie yet?" I said, "No, why?" He's like, "Fucking watch it and
Watch
call
it."
me, click." All right, Dad, shit. Like, you know.
And,
And then I went, yeah, all right.
I do think it's a very final, sweet, ending to the entire Rocky series, where he's at
Yeah.
the graveyard of Adrian, and I can't remember. Paulie's not there. He was there at one of the scenes. I've just blanked
Yeah,
in my mind.
he's following him around. At
That's
the
right, yeah.
anniversaries,
And then Rocky just walks off towards the tree and then just fades out.
yeah.
I was like, that's it, he's gone. Like, Rocky's just faded out and gone. That's
it,
the
yeah.
end. And yeah, so I thought that was a very poignant, moment to end on as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I don't think they like, ruined the legacy of him in the Creed movies or anything
No.
like that. But I was glad that he was.
Secondary.
Well, I'm glad that they then took him out of it. If you know what I mean. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't
I
do
mean, he has a
anything.
good fight with cancer, which, is like, he's given Rocky something to fight for, but he also does actually get to pass the torch on, finally, and then slowly, backs out of the
Kind of led
franchise.
as well to him then doing the Rambo.
Yeah,
Because they
the
were
final
like,
Rambo
"Fuck, he
film.
can still
Yeah.
do action movies.
Yeah.
in his
Yeah,
old
yeah.
days." He also It's not the last boxing movie that he did.
No, Grudge Match.
Grudge
with
Match with Robert De Niro,
Yes,
which is like
yes.
Rocky versus Raging
That
Bull.
looks,
Yeah,
And
exactly.
that looks funny as fuck.
have you watched it?
No,
It's
but-
not quite Rocky versus Raging Bull, but it is kind of funny.
Because they play on the whole thing about being knocked down in the 15th round and climbing up just before the other one, so
Yeah.
it echoes Apollo Rocky quite nicely. Yeah, it's fun, but it's not great.
But Rocky,
Yeah.
man, it's still always going to be one of my favorite series. And
Yeah,
I did
Rocky
see,
1 and Rocky Balboa as two of my favourites in the franchise, but 4 is just, like, if I want to watch a Rocky movie, it's the shortest one, you know, it's
true.
epic music and montages and scenery and the super villain, for the boss fight at the end. It's
you should watch the new
new cut. I have
though.
seen the new
Oh,
cut.
you have
Yeah, I
seen.
have
Sorry,
seen the new cut. Yeah. I also watched the making of the cut while Sylvester was sat there talking about all the
You
choices
watched
he
it
was
when
making.
he's in a little room in
Yes.
LA.
Yeah,
and the
yeah.
guy behind him is trying to fucking
Yeah,
work.
yeah.
And you can hear, like, now and again Stallone stops talking because dialogue from the movie
Movie's
is playing,
playing,
and he
yeah.
kind of keeps looking like he's
Like,
trying to do this interview. But the dude is like, "Fuck you, bitch!
I'm actually doing it."
I want to go home." But, like, you know, it was
Yeah, that was
it was
cool.
such a weird interview to watch. Yeah, it was really good though. I've got the Undisputed collection on Blu-ray, but I
Nice.
mean, I was in HMV the other day, and they had the, you know, to be confirmed, like, cover art thing of the 4K collection. I was just like,
Yeah.
well, gonna buy that again.
Yeah, brought it on
Fuck.
every
I
medium
was
so
like,
far.
shit.
Worth it though, solid movies.
I will say as well, though, actually, currently, for the next 30 days, I think they're all on Prime. So if you've got Prime, you can watch them all on that.
Nice. Awesome. Well, that's going to bring us to the end of this part of the podcast. Thank you guys for listening in. We're going to take a small break, but when we come back, we will be answering your questions.
Nice.
And welcome back to the third part of the podcast where we will be answering your questions.
Yeah, question.
First question today is from Y2 John.
What up, Y2 John?
I saw Evil Dead Rise on Thursday and I enjoyed it. They mentioned the Naturian Demento Book of the Dead featuring in this movie being one of 3 volumes. Do you think they could have hinted at a possible trilogy, especially with the way the movie ends with the Lake Deadite? Definitely, they
Yeah.
already talked about
Yeah.
doing more movies in the Evil Dead franchise, you know, without Bruce. So
They built a world.
they're building
Yeah.
a world, exactly.
It was
so-
already there for them.
Exactly, so more mythology, more ideas,
They left
more
that-
versions of the book.
They left the book in the apartment.
Yeah, someone else picks it up, don't they?
That's right.
At the end.
No, because the
It
girl that
comes-
gets possessed goes to the
Oh, yeah,
lake
she goes
from
to
the
the lake, of
beginning.
course.
Yeah, but that's what I was just trying to remember. They work their way down to the basement. They get out of the elevator of blood. She throws the thing into the grinder. But when she leaves, they left the book up in the apartment.
I'm going
Well,
to
the
rewatch it. 'cause it's
apartment was
on
about to be
Netflix, and
knocked
I only
down.
saw it the one time.
I've seen it twice now, but yeah, I think the book's left.
Yeah.
I mean, we know the book's pretty much indestructible. Like, I mean, in the
Yeah.
first one he burns it, but then afterwards he's like, yeah, I tried burning it, you know, setting on fire, chainsawing
Yeah.
it, but you can't kill it.
Can't kill it. It just keeps coming back.
You want Tucker and Dale versus the Evil Dead? That's
Oh, we all
one
do,
hell of a
sir.
crossover.
We all do.
Yeah, they want to do Tucker and Dale too, but they're like, give us the script. You know, give us a worthy script. You know, otherwise we would do it.
College kids, we got your friend.
College kids. Damn it, Dale, you are not that bad looking of a guy.
But yeah, definitely. After the success of Evil Dead Rise, I think without a doubt we'll get another one. When another director or another script comes along, you know, Rob Tapper, Bruce, Sam, Ted, you know, they're all willing to fully back it, endorse it, be there as producers and invest in filmmakers, new filmmakers trying to get started in the industry, because
Yeah.
horror is usually a good breaking point, as it was for all of them.
And again,
so,
this series don't miss.
exactly, they haven't
never
missed yet.
missed.
It hasn't missed. So yeah, absolutely open, and I think they are too to more Evil Dead. Thank you for the question, John.
Great question.
Next question is from Matt Midgley.
What,
What
up,
up,
Matt?
Matt?
Ian and Andy. Give me your Mount
Do you want me to read it?
Rushmore.
Fuck you.
Give me your Mount Rushmore of wrestling, but you have to include one male star, one female star, one commentator, and one manager. Fist bumps.
Okay.
Easy. Mine would be.
I'll tell you, hold on. All right, ready? Manager.
Manager would be Percy Perkins, Paul Bearer.
Okay, I'm going to say Bobby Heenan.
Yeah, well, I almost went Bobby Heenan, but Paul Bearer, he outside the Paul
Percival
Bearer
Pringle,
character,
you're talking about,
Percy
yeah.
Pringle, sorry.
Can I
That's
also
amazing.
just go my choice as well for Mount Rushmore
outside
would be Paul Bearer. Yeah.
Outside of Paul Bearer, he was still a massive, huge manager outside of that. Okay,
Commentator?
Yeah. Commentator. You know what? I at the moment I'm really fucking loving Michael Cole. That guy has been on the ball since like 1999.
I'm glad he's a constant. Yeah.
I think he's phenomenal. I really do.
Yeah.
I do like.
Like I love JR. I love the King. I love Cornette. Listen to him on commentary. I mean, I am really massively getting behind Excalibur and fucking Taz. I digress. On AEW, because that just sounds stupid. But that's what makes Michael. That's what makes Michael Cole just like.
He's the straight man, super straight man.
Because he's always in there. He's hitting his notes. Yeah, he's had a couple of bits in matches and stuff like that. But like, I've read somewhere in his whole time that he's been there, he's only had 2 days off.
I can believe it.
I bet Vince McMahon sort of like, holy shit, dude.
In like 25 years, yeah. So
maybe
commentator, yeah, Michael Cole.
I'm gonna say
Jim Ross for me.
I'm gonna say Gorilla Monsoon.
Gorilla, nice.
Fucking loved Gorilla.
Yeah.
That was him and
Will you stop?
It's Gorilla Monsoon and or Jesse Ventura. It's really different. And I want to say Jesse Ventura sort of, but I've got to go with Gorilla Monsoon because he was just brilliant. Okay, so best female wrestler of all time, basically. Then is what
best female wrestler of all time. Like I love my girl Nia Jax.
Get the fuck out of here, prick.
But you know what? I've got to say, Becky Lynch. She has just managed to fucking excel.
She's pretty, dude. She's fucking awesome. It's nice as well that this is hard now. A few years back, this would probably be an easy
exactly
question.
for me. I'm just going China.
Years ago.
Like China. Like,
do you know what? That's also really answer.
Ripley,
do you know what? Right, part of me wants to maybe go back to like I love Bull Meccano. Bull Meccano was fucking amazing. I loved watching her. I loved Alundra Blaze. Trish Stratus, I think, is one of the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
I honestly think that, and I think this will go over the test of time. Oh God. I think Charlotte Flair is the greatest female wrestler of all time.
Phenomenal.
You know what? Yeah, I've only seen her in a couple of matches, but yeah, she was great. She was really great.
I think she is.
But I haven't seen enough.
She's not like the best on the mic or anything like that.
But in
the ring,
mate. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Jesus, man.
I mean, I love Lita. Lita was, but I think Chyna obviously was much more superior.
Yeah. When Charlotte Flair does that fucking somersault with the top corner down to the bottom of the ring, I can do
She's
that.
Stellar, dude.
And the fact that she'll land it sometime and just walk it off, like her knees don't give a fuck.
So,
they will.
Male star then. Best male wrestler of all time. I know you're going to say it's written all over your chest.
It would be the Undertaker. Like he just.
I know you're going to say it's the only wrestler you know.
Too late. Yeah.
My normal go-to on this
Shawn
Michaels.
Yeah. Honestly, because I think Shawn Michaels was a better in-ring performer, but Triple H is my guy.
I will fluctuate when you try and take it all as a whole. Do you know what I mean? I don't think there's anyone ever performed better in the ring than Shawn Michaels, but it's hard for me to not, as an overall greatest of all time, go with Ric Flair.
Yeah.
Did you see? I don't know if I sent it to you, but I think I linked you in the Discord. The MJF promo for Grand Slam.
Yes.
Oh, fucking ripping Bret Hart.
Yeah, it was very good.
Dad, I'm adopted. It's great.
God.
Yeah, that was awesome. Bret. Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Matt.
Great question.
Next question is from Daydreamin' Davey.
What up, Davey?
Have you guys seen the trailer for Dream Scenario? New 84 film with Nick Cage. Yep, we talked about it a couple hours ago.
Awesome.
And it's the one I've got my eye on.
Suppose you got Adam Sandler in it.
Apparently. Unverified yet.
I think I'm going to say, because Donna, my wife, she watched
Unbearable Weight of
Massive Talent. And it was one of those, she was, oh my god, you were right, it's fucking amazing. I was like, yeah, it does happen. I might take her to see this one and just not tell her anything.
Nice, yeah. That might be the best way, because I think the trailer gives away a bit.
I'll just say, like, we're going to watch a Nick Cage movie and she'll be like,
we're gonna go
sweet!
Okay. Yeah, we're looking forward to it, Davey. Code Dude.
What up, Code Dude?
Heard anything about the upcoming remake of Nosferatu, directed by Robert Eggers? You know, the Vitch, the Lighthouse, and the Northman. We talked about it a podcast or so ago.
Who's in it again?
I'm excited for it. Like, this guy's track record so far is amazing. I don't know. He's not let too much information out about it.
It's Skarsgård.
That's right.
Skarsgård.
Lily Rose Depp and Anna Taylor-Joy.
Of course, yeah. I imagine he's going to reuse some of the cast from Northman.
Aaron Taylor-Johnson's in it.
William Dafoe again. Yeah.
Nicholas Hoult as well.
Yes,
Robert Eggers and Nosferatu. Bring it the fuck on.
Absolutely, yeah. Really looking forward to this one.
Yeah.
But yeah, we don't know too much other than that, other than we're going to watch it. Cheers, Coat Dude. Waffles Hannibal.
What up, Waffles?
Is there an actor you once disliked but now love? When I was a teenager, I hated Leo DiCaprio. 20 years later, I think he's awesome. I kind of agree. Like in high school, you know, all of the girls were not interested in me. They were interested in Romeo, you know,
Romeo,
Jack from Titanic. Everybody loved Leonardo DiCaprio, and I was just like, what do you see in him? He's just a pretty boy. He's not got that much range. But yeah, he's one of those actors now that when you see, you're like, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be intense, and especially since he started working with Scorsese more, like. Yeah, he's the new, you know, his next protege in terms of film star, and it's really, really worked for him.
I really started to come behind fucking Ryan Gosling.
Is this because of Ken?
Yeah, it was. Well, I've started to grow to him, like Gary said with fucking Leonardo DiCaprio. Ryan Gosling, I saw him come out. I thought he was just a pretty boy actor. And then I watched him in Drive. And then I saw him in Blade Runner 2049. And then I was just like, man, you know, I watched, was it the other guys? That he's with Russell Crowe as well.
Russell Crowe.
And I was like, man, he's just really good. Yeah, he seems to only have one face structure, but he wears it really well. And then I went and saw him in Barbie. And I didn't want to laugh and get behind him.
I don't want to sing that song every day, but God damn it!
But I could not help but just get behind him and his acting and his career. So yeah, Ryan Gosling for me is jumped up a couple of notches.
I'll say Efron.
Zac Efron, yeah.
Fucking Zac Efron when you were
Zac
out
Efron.
fuck off your teeny bopping little shit, and now you're like, shit, dude can act.
Dude can act.
You know.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
he was funny in those comedies he did, like, you know, The Bad Neighbours and Baywatch and
I mean,
stuff. And then
was.
when
I'm
he played,
watching it.
who
I'm
did he
watching
play?
it.
It wasn't Bundy, was it? Not Bundy. You know, he played the serial killer.
Oh, Dharma. Was it Dharma?
Nope.
No.
Another one. Anyway, and then
He was a serial killer. Yeah.
left a mark, obviously. But you know, he's looking amazing as Kevin Von Erich as well. I think he was good in Greatest Showman.
Yeah,
He did a good turn in that one, so I'll give him his props.
I had a small switch on Jonah Hill as well. I didn't like a lot of his earlier stuff. I think it was The Wolf of Wall Street, where I was just like, yeah, actually,
He was great.
He's funny
in that, but
and
he's
great.
so back and forth.
He's
Yeah.
great in Moneyball. He's great in
Yes,
Moneyball.
he's
He
great in
was good
Moneyball.
in
Absolutely.
Moneyball.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I like and loathe him in equal measure in the Jump Street movies as well.
Yeah.
It was Ted Bundy. Thank you, Richie. That was actually pissing me off that I couldn't remember that.
Well, America's got a lot of serial killers.
I was just going to say, it's so hard to pick from your favourites, right? Yeah.
Excellent question, Waffles Hannibal.
Great
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next question's from Neurovisor.
What up, Neurovisor?
In your opinion, what's the best needle drop heard in a movie? Just in case someone doesn't know, needle drop is when a song is heard in a movie. For example, Pixies' Where's My Mind at the end of Fight Club.
God, that's great.
One of my favourites is when we hear New Dawn Fades by Joy Division, covered by Moby in the movie Heat.
Mortal Kombat!
That's fucking good. You know what's a really good one as well? Johnny Cash at the beginning of Dawn of the Dead remake.
Yeah, when the man comes
comes
around.
around.
Great, yeah.
About one of the Dead ones, Metallica. No, I'm thinking Zombieland.
Zombieland intro,
fucking,
yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I do love. It's, you know, because I love the original score for like the Avengers movies and stuff.
Yeah.
And just Endgame, man, when Cap's like assemble and then the music turns up
Yeah.
and they all charge. That's fucking awesome.
One of my favourites is from Halt Tension or Switchblade Romance.
Oh, yeah.
Where like the brutal house family killings happened.
Yeah,
and then
Muse
she's
kicks
chasing
in.
the killer, and then that Muse song kicks in at full blast. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. That was great.
I fucking love that.
It's the 5, 6, 7, 8 in Kill Bill when she starts cutting up the Crazy 88 gang.
Yeah.
And that, like the music that kicks in there.
Yeah. That's great.
Fucking anything in any of the needle
Oh,
drops
mate,
by
sorry.
Tarantino.
Well, no, I was just about to say, stuck in the middle of you, and he starts to cut his fucking
Blade,
ear off, right?
Blade, that fucking that. I mean, I'm not even to techno dance club music, but my god, yeah, that beat. Oh, it gets you pumped. Yeah, that's great. Great shout.
Mate,
Great shout.
of course, Skinner in fucking Kingsman. How could I forget to mention that movie?
Oh my god, Leonard Skinner in
The Devil's Rejects.
Devil's Rejects.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's my funeral song after that. Like that moment, I was like, oh, I need this at my funeral. It's amazing. The whole extended version as well.
Yeah. So many good ones.
So many good ones.
Just gotta show the use of fucking,
Songs, music, yeah.
Yeah.
Eye of the Tiger, yeah, Rocky 3.
Of course.
Nice.
Get up, you son of a bitch. Does Mickey love you? Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, I want the whole song now. Thank you for the question, Neurovisor.
Yeah, great one.
And next question is from Solza.
What up, Solza?
What's up?
Is your interest still piqued when you hear of new films and franchises you love? Aliens, Terminator, Rocky? Or do you think they should now be left alone? I just talked about my hype for an unannounced Evil Dead movie. I'm excited for the next Alien project and the next Alien TV show. I'm excited for the next Predator film after Prey. I'd watch another Hellraiser movie. I've not learnt my lesson yet, clearly. I've been burned
We're suckers.
Absolute
severely
glutton for punishment,
by
mate.
terrible sequels, but I love movies. I love sequels. I love watching the stories advance and continue and explore other avenues of the similar story. The best franchises are never going to go away. They're never really gone.
Yeah.
I can only just hope that we get good writers and directors that honor the stories that came before it, and unlike the dreadful Terminator sequels we got. James Cameron's already talked about a reboot, and I'm like, fucking do it. Like start over again.
Yeah.
It's a shame you don't need to, because Terminator 1 and 2 are fucking amazing,
Perfect
perfect movies. So you don't need to. But I don't know. Like, they've already mucked up all the timelines.
I don't lose faith in franchises. I lose faith in people who have control of those franchises.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. It comes down to who's doing it.
But that's the thing. If somebody said to me tomorrow, there's a new Terminator movie come out, I'd be like, sweet, wait for it to come out, read it, and then I'd go and choose to watch it. I know it's not going to be as good as Terminator 1 or 2.
Yeah.
I know the Rocky movies, when they come out...
You're absolutely right. It's about the people. And it's the rare franchises where the same person stays and retains with the whole thing.
Yeah.
Like Don Cascarelli with Phantasm, with Sam Raimi and Evil Dead.
Evil Dead Rise, I totally was going to walk in there ready. I was so ready to defend it, even if it was really, really, really fucking shit. But luckily I came out and I was like, you know what? That worked. It worked. They didn't fuck up too much that made me want to cry,
And yes, I would watch another Howling movie. Give me a good werewolf movie, god damn it! I want an honest to god transformation with practical effects. I want no CGI American Werewolf in Paris transformations.
No poodle werewolves. Like
No poodle werewolves or kangaroo wolves or whatever. Great question though, Solza. It's one that's always worth re-asking, because one of these days I'm gonna be like, no, stop, let it go.
I've given up on cinema.
I'm not ready to love again.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for the question, Solza. Next question is from Han Solo.
What up, Han Solo?
Hi guys, you're all legends. Thank you. What are your thoughts on Guillermo del Toro directed Star Wars film?
Put it in my face.
Yes, hell yeah! I'd love this guy. I love his films. Love his wisdoms. Interviews with him. He's a fascinating person. I feel sad that he feels like he doesn't want to make movies anymore. He wants to keep doing animated or puppet movies. So I'm like, man, I don't care. I'm going to watch whatever you do.
He's got that magic eye, hasn't he? He's just got that.
He's a real artist. Yeah.
No, only one's magic. One's got to be normal for driving.
I mean, his Star Wars would be a lot darker. I can't imagine they would give him the reins to a feature movie. But
it'd just be the Rancor tearing fuckers apart.
Yes.
But they would. You know what, Disney or whoever.
I'd watch that.
You know what? Do it.
Give him a Star Wars show.
The fans hate us anyway, so even if we give them what they want, they're gonna fucking hate us. So just let
give all the puppets, all the miniatures, all the toys he would play with. Like, that's a world.
Can you imagine what an amazing episode of Robot Chicken he could come up with?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I think with that franchise as well, with Star Wars as a whole, do you know what? I don't think we need another story trilogy with that group of characters. all we need is just people to tell interesting stories in the world.
Yeah.
The world is so vast, and yet in a way through the films they've barely scratched the surface of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, all you need is just a director with a sort of like, I got a really good idea for a story.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, and you get it because they paid billions for it and they want to make billions from it. They're like, we need someone who's going to come in and make us 3-4 movies that we can get money from for the next X years.
We need the franchise.
They've been, I think, to Disney's credit, and I don't give them credit often, but they've been pretty good with it. Just with, I mean, we've just got Ahsoka, obviously, which I've not had a chance to watch yet. So
I'm not ready to talk about it yet.
They're trying.
Oh yeah, he does not like it.
No, I do not. I think it's goddamn it. I'm not going to talk about it yet. Thank you for the question, Han Solo iMac. We got one more question just in from Mongo. Mitch.
What up, Mitch?
What up, Mitch?
Hi, it's Mitch. If you could go back in time, what film would you want to see when it first came out? My one would be Jaws. Great shout, Mitch.
Yeah. It's hard to top that one, actually.
Aliens. For me, I'd love to go back and see that for the first time. Considering the first time I watched Aliens was the first one in the franchise that I watched, and I turned it off after half an hour because I was bored. Yeah, I mean, the only thing that happened in that 30 minutes was a dream nightmare sequence. You know, there was nothing else. Like, but I mean, I was young. I didn't know what I was getting into. I didn't know about the first movie. For all I knew, this was the first movie. It was called Aliens, not Aliens 2. You know, so yeah. I mean, I was young. I didn't know any better.
I can't believe you just fucking said that. That just sparked a memory. Linda and I were watching that fucking that quiz show on TV, Pointless.
Yeah.
To come up with, and one of the questions was John Hurt movies, and so the partner that she's with, he's like, "Oh, I know he was an alien," and the girl turns to him and goes, "Was he an alien too?" I almost punched my TV. I was like, "Alien 2, you fucking Brit!"
Maybe she saw him in Spaceballs and got confused.
Oh yeah.
This must be a sequel.
That was going to be my answer. Yeah. When he says going back, so like we don't have any memory of the movie.
Yeah,
whereas
that's
we go
right.
Back.
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out. That's fine.
Wow.
So if so it's like you're seeing it as in literally see it for the first time.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, I remember being a kid, seeing all the newspaper stuff for Terminator 2.
He's gonna fucking say Terminator 2. I swear, I was literally just about to say Terminator 2.
I remember sitting there just fully, because I'd already seen Terminator, and I was like, "Fuck me! How is he gonna escape from the compressor? I need to understand how the Terminator's come back."
Yeah, because like, we're young enough that we weren't feeling like, well, what the fuck? He's already killed him.
Yeah, that was it.
I got it. Yeah, I mean, Jaws is a fucking great shout for a start.
It is. Yeah, hell yeah. Masterpiece.
But the I think I'd probably say Terminator 2. Because just, fuck, I love that movie.
Yeah.
Fuck this shit.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
I guess, yeah, we want to go back and watch James Cameron movies when he made good movies.
Yeah. Oh, man. We did. Donna put the new Avatar on. I lasted about... I mean, I think I watched it for about 40 minutes, which is what, about like 4% of the movie?
Yeah.
Honestly, so
I was like, I can't. I said, babe, if you're going to watch this, I'm going to another room. This is doing my head in.
Seeing Terminator 2 on the big screen was a fucking thing.
Yeah. I also remember my first time watching T2 because my dad gave me Predator 2 and Terminator 2 on VHS, and he was just like, don't watch Predator 2, watch Terminator 2 first. That's the one you need to go and watch right now. Okay, Dad. Masterpiece, yeah.
Yeah, masterpiece.
Cheers for the question, Mitch.
Great question.
Oh, my question didn't go through.
Oh, you had a question yet?
Yeah, I posted it. I even paid my 500 points. But so my question was going to be,
it.
I'm going to say it because I'm also going to say it to the audience members as well. I posted it on our Facebook yesterday, and it's a really good one. Right? What if?
Oh no, actually, I have the question. So Richie and my name is Dick the Doom Guy.
Yeah. My
Your
name is Dick the Doom
Guy. What if the Enterprise NCC-1701 Kirk and crew came across the derelict spacecraft instead of the Nostromo?
Yeah.
The death of all the red shirts.
Right.
And Kirk wrestling an alien.
Walking everywhere.
I was talking to Linda
He hit it with a rock, obviously.
I say talking to Linda. I was talking. She was looking up from her phone like, why are you talking to me about this, right? So she was like, well, how would they get the signal? I said, well, obviously the signal would be picked up and they'd come to the planet. They'd obviously not transport down because of the storm. They'd have to shuttlecraft down. They'd make their way in there. Spock would be there with the tricorder, kind of looking at everything. They'd send one red shirt down on the rope.
Yeah,
and
it's
he'd
getting
get
impregnated.
facehuggered.
Yeah.
McCoy would be like, damn it, Jim, I can't get it off his face without killing him, you know? And then the alien would escape. Now, would phasers set to kill damage an alien?
Yes.
Well, yeah, because they basically vaporize
Yeah.
you, don't
Right? And
I was like,
how
Star Trek's got
bad-
much more advanced technology.
How
what
bad
a
would
great
it-
way to solve the acid blood problem.
Right, vaporize it.
Right, no, but would it vaporize it or would it blow chunks off of it?
No, it just
vaporize it.
Because
Yeah.
what's an alien skin kind of next to a phaser? Would it just take the damage and then blow off?
No,
Or-
it just vaporizes things.
Yeah.
Mate, there's one effect.
Disintegrate
They
it.
only
Right.
ever used one effect.
Yes.
Now, and on top of that, what would alien acid do to the ship? Would it burst through the deck worse than it did in Nostromo?
No, I
And
don't
can
think
you
it
imagine?
would. Yeah,
Can you
I don't-
imagine the
Yeah, how would it
Queen-
affect the shields?
Could you imagine the Queen setting up in Scotty's engine room around the fucking core reactor and building up a hive?
Honestly, I think the Enterprise crew would it not be a problem. It like Kirk and crew would get that shit solved. They really would. Like their
Somebody
technology is
said
so
on-
much more advanced. And
Somebody said on Facebook, would Spock's nerve pinch affect an alien?
I don't think so because I don't
Oh,
think
could
it
you
would
just
get to
imagine
it.
him trying though?
And then just getting
Yeah, and
face
just getting
chopped.
little
Yeah,
mouthed
yeah.
just to death.
like well, Spock doing a mind meld with
Klingon
the face,
xenomorphs?
with the facehugger while it's on a crew member.
A Klingon
Fuck
xenomorph
yeah.
where the fucking alien has got the big pasty head along
Yeah. Its arms would be shaped like the bat lifts.
Yeah.
That was brilliant.
Yeah, man. Thanks, Ian.
Great
Thanks for that
question, Richie, I do apologise. Your question is on the list here. Hey guys, I hope you're doing great. Thank you, Richie.
Hey, Richie.
As I've just had a new tattoo done, I was wondering what was your first and last tattoo, and what was the meaning behind them?
My first tattoo was this tribal one that I first got when I was like 16, because at the time everyone was like, you should get a tattoo. And tribal was the kind of thing at the time.
Blade was popular.
My second one that I've got is my Bruce Campbell Ash cartoon image that I've got on the back of my neck from the game Evil Dead Hail to the King. And then my last one I got was the symbol from Metal Gear Solid, Foxhound symbol with my son's birthday on it.
How about that one?
That's awesome. Yeah.
Uh,
Where do you start, Andy?
Yeah, what was your first one?
hold on, thinking.
Right, what are you thinking a minute?
No, okay. So there's like you get it mixed into all this is like a fucking like flame thing here, and the meaning behind it was that I had £50 cash spare,
And man, I need to get inked.
and started getting fucking tattoos from there. My last one, I'm thinking it was either Boris
I
Karloff.
think
No,
it was
it was this one. No, it was this
Yeah.
one on my hand. Yeah, I found this really cool tattoo artist that I got talking to, and she did the my Papa for me from Ghost on my arm here, and I just really liked her artwork style. We got talking, we were like in the same kind of like movies and stuff like that. So I got Boris Karloff done on this hand because like I wanted to start moving down my hands, and I wanted. I'm big into, if you come into like my house, you walk into my fucking dining room, it's all science slams and skulls. I'm just
It's a Hannibal shrine.
dude, I'm literally trying to like sneak skulls into the house all the time, and Donna's like, I fucking saw this, keep it to the dining room. Like, alright, fine. So I wanted like a skull on my hand, but I wanted the Death's Head moth, so she did me the Death's Head moth with the painted, skull on it from Science Land
Yeah,
that you used on
that's
the poster.
wicked.
I love it. The next one we're hoping to do when I can, like when I got time to do it, and when I've got the disposable income after Christmas, is I'm gonna get the Tim Curry's Demon from Legend.
Oh man.
Nice.
I'm probably going to get that put in here or something. So yeah. Ironically, though, we're talking about. I'm thinking this is going to sound really weird, but I've got this weird thing about. I'm thinking about blacking this arm out and doing white tattoo over it because.
Oh wow.
Well, it's not quite finished up here. It's like a friend of mine did it years back, and it's like I've actually had some laser removal work done here, which I don't recommend. It's fucking horrible. I like tattoos all day. Laser removal sucks. And instead of like repairing bats up here, I'm thinking about just tanking it basically.
Awesome.
And then I get something else done
All that
everywhere.
time you've done on it as well.
Dude, by the time I'm finished, like I'm gonna be caked in tattoo. I'm gonna be covered. Part of the reason of me like losing weight at the minute is I've got a design for my. I want to do a chest tattoo and everything
Okay.
like that, but I just don't want to do it while I've got flabby tits.
The tattoo's gonna droop.
It's gonna hurt.
Yeah.
Like,
I got first tattoo on my arm. It's Clan Gangrel from Vampire the Masquerade. It was called Jihad at the time, before they
Changed that
the name
quick,
changed.
didn't they?
They did indeed. Yeah, they did indeed. It was like mid-90s, I think they changed the name.
Yeah.
But it was the card game that I played with my dad and my brother and eventually Iain as well for a long period of weekends for years and years and years. So basically it just reminds me of family, and the Gangrel are a pack of wolves as well, which is my spirit animal. So it connects on a few levels there. I do have a tattoo on my back. Hardly anyone has ever seen it.
Tramp stamp.
It's basically
It's me and Ian's birthday.
again, it was I wanted I wanted lots of different sort of gothic imagery on my back as a back piece. I know I'd never really see it myself, but it's just kind of wanted it, and I never developed it further. I saw an artist and I saw like 6 or 7 images I really liked, and I wanted a montage of them. They're kind of like statues and angels, so I wanted like a light side and a dark side, but I just never really had the money or the interest afterwards to get it done. And so I sometimes shock myself when I see that tattoo in a mirror and I'm like, oh shit, yeah, got one on my back.
Dude, I forget I got a back tattoo as well, because that's the thing, is like, because I've it's not like a whole back or anything, it's just like I've got a wolf on my back and stuff,
Right.
and like
Two tramp stamps.
try with it. Yeah, it's basically a fucking tramp stamp, but it's like the wolf from the MWO wolf pack
Yeah.
on my back. But like, yeah, I'll catch myself in a mirror.
Yeah, oh fuck.
It's part of like the thing is though, it's part of having body dysmorphia is you cover yourself up all the time. So I've rarely got my top off enough to be near a fucking mirror. I don't want to be near a mirror when my top's off, but on the occasion I do catch up. I'm like, well, that's right. Or the kid will see it again.
Right.
Even Jess is like, I forget you have a tattoo on my back. I said, I have a tattoo on my what?
Right, but I'll get there.
The fuck did that?
Cheers for the question, Richie.
Cheers, Rich.
Alrighty.
Congrats on the new tattoo as well.
Absolutely. We have a question here. I thought we
I
did.
think I've just seen it from a voyage.
Oh, it's a highlighted one. That's why.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Mexican standoff in a film?
Oh man,
Shaun of the Dead.
that's pretty good.
He's a twat. Yeah.
You're exacerbating the situation. What
What does that mean?
I mean, Harvey Keitel in the situation for Reservoir
Reservoir
Dogs.
Dogs.
I was just thinking
fucking
Reservoir
badass
Dogs
one,
was
right?
because Tarantino wanted that, but then again also, is it a bit of a standoff in Inglourious Bastards, or do they just blast each other at the end of that scene without?
Say goodbye to your
What?
nuts and then
Yeah,
everyone starts shooting.
the
yeah.
bar sequence.
I mean, the
is a
whole
bit of a
scene was
standoff.
like a Mexican
Standoff,
standoff. Yeah,
Um,
like an hour-long standoff.
I mean, there's so many good ones.
Oh, mate, no. If you're gonna go Tarantino, it's yeah. Sorry, you just see the bar scene in Glorious Bastards. I was thinking Hateful Eight. Sorry, is what I was thinking of.
Yes.
Yeah, you said the bar
Yeah,
thing,
sorry. Do you know what? Yeah, no. I was thinking is like, yeah, you've got the one in Glorious Bastards, but then you got the one in Hateful Eight as well.
Yeah.
where he shoots him. That's
Yeah,
what I was thinking.
that's
when I said
great.
Bar you nuts. Yeah. God, Tarantino really is the king of Mexican standoffs.
Well, I
yeah.
mean, he was
Mexican
inspired by
standoff.
them, right? He wanted to
Yeah.
homage them. Yeah.
Yeah,
Face Off, good shout in the chat. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
just kill
love
each other.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think True Romance and Will and
True
Tarantino.
Romance,
Tarantino's
True
the king of
Romance.
modern
Yeah.
Mexican
Good, the
standoffs.
bad,
I can't think of a modern movie
Yeah.
that does. Alrighty, thank you for the question, Moyage. Next question is from George Smith.
What up, George
So
Smith?
George,
I noticed on your channel you review films in many different genres and even languages, but most of the films you review are released post-1970. What are your thoughts about cinema during the golden age of Hollywood, the 20s through to the 60s? And do you agree with Martin Scorsese that cinema in general was better during this era? I personally prefer films with a more modern sensibility, but I'd love to hear what you think. Cheers, fellas. Fist bumps all round.
Well, I've always said classic movies are really what I really love to go back and watch. Good acting, script, camera work, because they didn't have a lot to work with. So they really had to make that movie stand up. So like, I'll be flicking through my TV and I'll get to a channel called Talking Pictures, and there's like a black and white movie on there from the 1930s. Never heard of
of course,
before.
there is on a channel called Talking
Yeah.
Pictures.
Yeah, but the fact that, you know,
Ah, we're off to see talkies.
you know, they're selling this story, they're selling this film, you know, and they don't have big name actors, they don't have big name directors, they literally have a script and these characters to sell. So I feel nowadays, especially post 2000, 2010, like, it's sometimes too easy for a film, you know, because The script.
The tools and technology so available now.
The script is right there. You take a film like Avatar, yeah? Avatar was bound to be a massive success. He threw so much money at it. He had so much technology.
Innovated technology to make it.
You know, people really tried to hate on it because of the messages that are in there and the acting in there. But you can't deny it's a massive success because of the money and success. You take all that away, go back to the 1920s, 1930s, 1940s, all the way up to the 60s. Like I said, the 80s is where it gets really funny because they don't have enough money and they don't have very good scripts. But the movies are fun.
But they did turn out a lot of movies.
Hell yeah.
It's funny because I think you are right. Is that there's there's something to be said for like tactile sets and them having to what they had to work with, I suppose. Like in those. I mean,
it's very limited.
Funny is we've just been getting in the habit of the three of us, me and Donna and Jessica, just sitting down and watching a movie. Yeah. And I don't even care if it's a shit movie, even if it's one just for them. We rewatched Death on the Nile, the one with, the recent one with Gal Gadot and stuff.
With Kevin Branagh?
Yeah, and I enjoyed it, but it's funny because what does matter all the way through it is it's like, man, they are on a fucking boat on a green screen. This whole movie, the whole movie is all green screen, and it looks kind of awful in a way. You know,
it's too clean.
It is. You
go back and watch fucking was it the African Queen with fucking
Humphrey Bogart.
I think it is. That's fucking stellar because he's dirty, he's grimy, he's sweaty, he's on this fucking boat in the middle of this fucking river.
Yeah,
I've got to admit though, I think I tend to watch movies post 70s for the most part.
Me too. There's a few in the 60s, but 70s and 80s is my favourite era of filmmaking.
I think it only gets older than that normally when we get up to like Christmas time.
Yeah.
But Holiday Inn is one that I always watch with Donna every year. I really
Oliver
enjoy
Twist.
It's like Frank Sinatra. Frank Sinatra, you know what I mean. It's Oliver Twist is a good example.
Bonus question as well is, what's the oldest film you own on DVD, Blu-ray, digital by release year?
Probably Holiday Inn.
Well, I mean,
for me it's Wizard of Oz, It's a Wonderful Life, and Citizen Kane. So we're talking 1939, 46 and 41.
Well, I mean, like most of mine were VHS, but up until today, I got a copy of Battleship Potemkin.
Just funny, we have got Wizard of Oz on DVD. It never gets. It's so funny. If you say to Donna, like, "Do you want to watch Wizard of Oz?" She will literally go, "Oh, it's fucking gay. I'm not watching that." It cracks me up every time. She's like, "It's so fucking gay, that movie. I'm not watching it."
Return to Oz is bad.
Alright, babe, shit. Yeah, let's watch Freezer Bulk in the fucking sequel. Let's do that. She likes that one.
I like Freezer.
But outside of sort of Hollywood, the Hammer films from 60s and 70s, the Carry On films from 50s, 60s and 70s.
Carry On's a good example, enjoy those.
Yeah.
I mean, you take that, like I said, the Hammer horror movies, they shouldn't be that good, but you turn it on, you see some bosoms, a bit of little blood,
Sid James doing his filthy laugh.
Oh, God, me and Linda, we were watching...
Kenneth Williams.
We were watching Curse of the Zombies from Hammer.
Nice.
And it was just, when you see the zombies turn up, the makeup effects and the blood they're doing. They found this girl's body dead, and the guy's just like, we have to do an autopsy to find out how she died. And the actress is lying there with a little bit of blood on her face, right? So they take the body back to do the autopsy. And he's like, I still don't know how this girl died. I'm like, the fuck do you mean? How did you, like... What did the zombie do to her? Strangle her? Break her neck? Throw her? You are not picking up any evidence of that. You start ripping the movie apart. It's so fun.
Sudden urge to watch Dracula Dead and Loving It.
Oh, yes, what a classic.
Great question, Neil. Thank you.
Good question.
Next question is from Natalie Holbert.
Oh, these are always brilliant. These are always fucking brilliant.
We got a cracker from Natalie this month.
It's amazing.
Good afternoon, my kittens. Hope you are well. My question is, you have the option to be joined every morning by a super intelligent squirrel. The pros. Number 1, the squirrel can dispatch your enemies quickly and effectively. Nobody blames a squirrel.
It's squirrel.
Number 2, tiny paws can be used for reaching into the vending machines for a refreshing and free beverage. Number 3, looks adorable in a tiny novelty hat. But now the downsides, the cons. Nobody's nuts are safe. And I mean hazelnuts, not your nuts. Squirrels are also notorious gossips, and internet browsing history is no longer private. Everyone will simply refer to you as that weirdo who has a squirrel on his or her shoulder. So, Do you accept your squirrel buddy?
Yes.
Hell yeah, I do.
Wait, okay, I'm gonna go against you both. Because I was with you all the way until they said it reveals your fucking browser history. Look, that
It's a
can't,
little shitty
that
gossip.
can't get out. Alright, fuck.
What are you hiding? It's all
You don't want to know.
Ironically, it's squirrel shit.
Oh man, I read this question and it immediately made me think of the new game that's supposed to be coming out, which is Squirrel with a Gun.
Squirrel with a gun, yeah. I thought you were going to be like, I
derivative
read
of
this
Conker.
question and I instantly thought, what would happen if the squirrel found its way onto the NC-17 like crew and carrying an alien egg in its cheek?
Oh God. Natalie, awesome question. Thank you. Next question is from David Allen Evans.
What up, David?
I'd like to buy drugs from Natalie.
Right? Wow.
If we can arrange that, that'd be. Feel like you could hook me up.
Evening, chaps. What things would you say you have grown out of? My examples would be Kevin Smith movies and the music of Metallica. Don't hate them or anything, just no desire to ever indulge in them again. Stay sane. Honestly, I think that's a really tough question.
I'm
And
still a child. I'm still a fucking child. This is the
I've
problem.
grown out of the cinema.
People, you've grown out
Like I
of
said,
people.
I read this question. No, that's the thing. Like when I was growing up, it was this big, massive thing to go and watch movies on the big screen, and it was a great experience. But over time, the experience can get watered down. It's not as
It's because it's not the only way to watch your movies. It used to be.
yeah. Well, but I've always really enjoyed just watching movies at home. You know, Saturday night in front of the TV, mum and dad would go out, or I'm left in front of the TV. That's where I watched Aliens, Terminator 2, all the fucking classics. And people complain nowadays, it always makes me laugh, where they're like, I fucking hate adverts. Adverts are everywhere. They're on the side of the bus, they're on your fucking phone, they're on YouTube. Adverts are here for life. You can't get past them. When you go to the cinema, the first thing you fucking see before the film starts are fucking adverts, right?
Just turn up after 30 minutes. That's what I do.
No, because I like the adverts too. I like settling in and getting into that
I'm confused.
thing. No, it's,
Hey, no,
it's
wait,
everybody
wait.
else complaining about it.
No. It's a ritual thing, right?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
with it. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that.
Like I said, I used to love going to the cinema to watch films. I used to love going and watching new films there. But over time, I just really have gotten to the point now. Like we said, with Christine come to cinema, it'd be great to see Christine on the big screen. But personally, I'd still love it more if I was just sat in my chair, kicked back, watching it as I've always done, because I know it works and stuff. Going to the cinema
You know it's an A
nowadays,
thing because at home you'd be like, gotta pee.
that as well. I mean, I don't mind doing that at the cinema, but at the same time, like, you can get saturated by it. Like you said, when you were watching all the Marvel movies, one after the other in the cinema, after a while you're like, I'm kind of sick of Marvel movies now. And I'm like, stop going! Stop going, you know? Like,
I needed to go see Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3.
yeah, you did, but, like, how many Marvel movies did you knocked out, bang, 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 one after the other, where it just didn't feel as special as the first time you went and saw the Marvel movie, or the first time you saw a Turtles movie, or the first time you saw a Bill and Ted's movie.
I absolutely love the cinema experience. It's so special, so great, so engrossing. And yeah, I'm sorry you keep getting bad experiences, Ian, because it's such a shame.
No, it's not. It's not just a bad experience. It's just I've seen all of my best movies I think I'll ever see on the big screen. If they were going to re-show The Thing on the big screen again tomorrow, I'd probably only still go once. It might not be as good as the first time I watched it on the big screen with you and Linda. Same as going to see Batman with you and Dylan and Jessica. I watched the Nolan trilogy back to back over 2 days with Dylan in the cinema. That was an amazing experience. Don't ever have to go and see it again. The Lord of the Rings movies are being re-shown in the cinema. The extended
cuts as well,
like, yeah, that's cool. I'll still watch it at home.
So are you saying then, to answer this question, that you've got no desire to go to the cinema again then?
No, I was saying it's something. Yeah, it's something I've grown out of now. It's not as big as important anymore.
It's not as important. Okay.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense.
Especially considering films, it used to be months and months, if not a year, before cinema release would get to home VHS.
Yes.
And now it's like it's in cinema and streaming same day.
Bang out.
I gotta admit, I can't. I can't really think of much
That you've
to say
outgrown.
because
I still listen to
a
music I
fucking
used to listen to.
Yeah.
I don't all the time, but Yeah, I don't feel like I outgrew it.
I'm still going to go and see wrestling every chance I get to go and stuff. But it's interesting,
I guess I outgrew wrestling, but
Yeah.
I still am a fan of it. I just don't like the product today.
It's interesting the way when he says about like Metallica and like doesn't hate them or anything. It's interesting with music. I can find that can happen now. I love music and I love going to watch bands, but there are a few bands where, if they came round and someone was like, "Do you want to go watch them?" I may find myself going, "Do you know what? I've seen them before.
Yeah,
I've seen them a few times." Maybe they're at that point in their career where you're like, it's not the same. I mean, look, Metallica played twice at Download when we were there.
Yeah.
And we left halfway through the first set because, to be honest, they didn't sound that great. And I'm like, look, if this was if I'd never seen them before as one of my favorite bands, I probably would have stayed regardless. But
yeah.
I can name a couple of times previous where I'm like, yeah, I've seen them and they've sounded better than this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna beat the traffic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I get it, yeah. Whereas before, I mean, like the very first time that I saw them, I couldn't even tell you if they were good or not because I was like too busy going, Metallica, loving
in the jar room.
Exactly. So you get that kind of like you get blinded by it, don't you? In a way.
Yeah.
Nice.
Alrighty, thanks for the question.
Tough question.
Next one is from Nick Elliott.
What's up, Nick?
Hello, lads. Hope you're all well. My question was for all of you. How are you liking Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and who is your main favourites? Thanks, lads. Cheers from New Zealand. Cheers for the question, Nick, but unfortunately, I've still not actually played the new Texas Chainsaw Massacre game.
I was going to say we're talking about the game, aren't we?
Yeah, and
For a minute, I thought he was like, how are you liking that new movie on Netflix? Oh, fuck that piece of shit.
Well, it has a busload of people getting killed with a chainsaw, which I thought was cool.
A literal busload.
That was it.
Yeah, watch the trailer. You've just
seen
nailed
the
the best fucking bit of the film.
But I've kind of
it.
skipped the game, honestly. I've seen it come out. I've watched people playing it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I've got my fill with Friday the 13th, Dead by Daylight, and Evil Dead. I was also, when the game came out, I was super busy with editing the Halloween stuff, and I had other games. I'm like, there's so many good games that have come out. I'm like, I kind of missed the boat, missed the saw.
I played it when it first came out on Game Pass. I downloaded it. I was telling myself I'm not going to put time into it because I'd just come off the back of Evil Dead, smashed the shit out of that, and I was not going to spend the same amount of time doing Texas Chainsaw Massacre because it's just online. Though I played as the first girl that I got to play as, which was Connie, I think it was. She relied on a lot of stealth, which I thought, you know what, if I build up this character, I'll be able to sneak around a little bit easier. I'll be able to get out and things like that. When you're being chased by the family, it's very thematic because, like, I was being chased. I just managed to get out of the basement sneakily. I managed to get up inside the meatpacking plant. And as I was being chased around, I jumped into a well to escape. So I ended up right back into the basement as I just escaped. And as the animation of me hitting the basement came out, Leatherface just passed and came back, waiting for me to stand up and then just fucking chainsaw me. So it was really great. Played into exactly what the film is like. But I don't see the longevity of it. I don't see how far they're going to be able to take it, and so personally I don't want to put that much time into it for a game that's just going to end like they did with Evil Dead.
Do you know what, I do always question, and I could be totally wrong here in the general consensus, but to me it's like Texas Chainsaw Massacre in general on the horror spectrum is way down the fucking totem pole.
Yeah,
I understand.
Clowns is further down. They
all right, well, they ain't. Yeah, that's
it's a totally different tone.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre is like kind of. I completely appreciate the importance of the first movie, but like we talked about when we ranked them all and stuff, I'm like, dude, Leatherface. When you talk about who are your horror icons, and it's like it's always Freddy, Jason, Michael Myers. It's like. Fucking Leatherface is never even in. He's never in the conversation. He doesn't even. He sits below Chucky, for fuck's sake.
He does.
Agreed.
And so he may even sit below Candyman.
Yeah, and that's it's kind of like
a shame.
There's already a bit of saturation for this type of game at the minute because we've had so many. And in a way, it's always
considering Leatherface is in Dead by Daylight.
Exactly, and it's been done well.
Yeah.
If they keep releasing a certain type of game when, say, the previous ones weren't very good, then fans of that genre will be like, yeah, can we get a good version of this already?
Yeah.
But when you've already got a couple of versions of it out that work, and people have invested their time in it and they want to keep going with it.
I will say the level design is fantastic in the new Texas
The
Chainsaw
lighting
game.
is nice, and like I said, it all plays just like if you're wanting to play, if you want to reenact the movie. but how many of us really want to reenact Texas Chainsaw Massacre 1 over and over and over again?
Yeah, it's not that appealing to me as well, so I'm happy to just kind of let this one go by me.
Yeah.
I also did the same with the Ghostbusters game as well, the same similar kind of concept. But yeah, it's a shame, but if the game's still running strong and has a player base a year from now, and jack shit games have come out,
if they
might give it a go.
If they release a Ken Forey character, I'm
oh hell yeah,
I'm fucking on it. But yeah.
Alrighty, next question is from Genevieve Thomas.
What up, Genevieve Thomas?
Dark meat deal.
Hey there, I'm guessing you guys must be thrilled for the premiere of The Exorcist Believer.
Oh, fuck
Right?
that shit.
Have you decided if you'll catch it on the big screen?
No.
Or are you going to enjoy it from the comfort of your own
I
home?
might not even Wikipedia that movie.
Also, what's your gut feeling about how the movie will be received?
I don't know. I mean, I watched the trailer. I was kind of like, the trailer was like kind of, this could be all right, but then it just feels like I could just be lied to by the trailer.
Right.
And I want it to be good because I love the Exorcist 1 and 3.
Yeah.
So 2, 5, and 4 and 5, which are basically the same movie, yeah.
Yeah.
So why?
Because I'd like another good one.
Yeah.
That's all.
I
I
mean,
want it to be good because it's good when
it's
things are
because
good.
there are, like, how many
But I
Exorcist
probably won't
movies
go
get
to the
released
cinema.
every year?
No.
Like, I mean, all of them. There's so many. There are so many Exorcist movies.
When is this one coming out? Do we know? Is it
This
set for like Halloween?
Is it this
or whatever?
October? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Now the reason that I probably won't watch
Believe it
this
or
in the
not.
cinema is because
Halloween ends.
no, I thought I would, but because I thought I was going to have seen Last Voyage of the Dementor before now, but they
Sure.
pulled the cinema release.
Yeah.
So now I've gone, do you know what? Last Voyage of the Dementor is going to be my new movie that I watch at Halloween.
Yeah.
Like horror movie and stuff.
Nice.
Yeah.
And I also want to watch the Talk. I want to watch Talk to Me as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to watch those. So by that rest, if I'd have already watched Last Voyage of the Dementor, I might have gone to the cinema to watch The Exorcist. But because
Sure.
it's probably going to sit by the wayside,
Yeah.
or it's going to get caught up later.
The kid generation now is probably going to really enjoy Exorcist because they wouldn't have seen the original. But I can't.
Yeah, it might be good for that generation.
But I just can't get. I like the fact that they're going, oh, we're paying homage to the original movie by bringing in the mum.
It's not like they haven't done it in everything, dude.
No, but
Look at Texas Chainsaw. Like, you know, it's like, you know,
Legacy characters
Yeah,
gonna
it's
come
legacy
back.
characters.
I get the legacy character thing is supposed, but she seems like such a pointless fucking callback. Oh
yeah.
we've got these two girls.
Dude, it's
that are
not like
possessed.
the mum's in it. Oh,
Yeah.
get my money. Yeah, it's
Who
not
can
making
we
me
get
do that.
into? Who can we get in? And there's the fact that she's like, I've had some experience. I'm like, well, it doesn't seem like it because nobody in this world seems to believe in demons or anything.
Yeah.
And yet your daughter was possessed back in the 70s. It's the same daughter that went to Africa and hung out with a fucking giant locust. Oh, the same demon that actually took over fucking Brad Dourif in the basement of a hospital. You're fucking ignoring all of
the
this
others,
shit
yeah.
just to shove mum in there to go, oh, she fucked herself with a crucifix. You don't want that to happen.
I mean, that's a fair comment.
Well,
But dude, I don't know. I want it to be good, but
do you know what she did?
Your cunting daughter! I mean, that's in...
do you remember Repossessed?
Yes,
I love Repossessed. It's the best.
Maybe this will spawn a new Spawn movie.
Yeah, we're gonna get new parodies.
Yeah, it'd be great.
They're re-showing Exorcist, the interview over the October as well.
Awesome. It's the spirit movie. Like,
Oh, see, I might
William
just fucking
Friedkin,
go
man,
watch that.
just
Watch that instead.
marvelous
that
film,
movie.
pinnacle of horror. You know, so yeah.
Do you know, it's funny. We were talking about tattoos earlier before I got that Karloff one done.
Yeah.
I had a picture of Linda Blair's face with
Nice.
possessed by Pazuzu, and Donna was like, "Do not put that on your fucking body." I was like, "What?" It was gonna go on the back of my arm, and she's like, "I'm serious. Do not put
I
that."
don't wanna
on."
see
He's
that.
like, I don't want to fucking look at that. I was like, "Fine."
I can never
Fine.
actually hear Pazuzu and get scared. Like, whenever I think Exorcist...
What, the
It's
name?
like a deadite, you know?
Yeah,
It's like an evil dead monster.
When it's the Exorcist, it's Linda Blair.
Oh, when it's
being
the old
possessed-
lady.
No, Linda
Voice.
Blair being possessed by a demon. But the moment somebody goes, it's called Pazuzu, I'm like, don't, because I'm gonna laugh in
Hey,
its
that's the
fucking
point.
face.
That's the point of the grimoire, isn't it? As soon as you name the demon, you
You
take
take
away
his power away.
That's
Yeah.
it, Pazuzu.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm
We're gonna crash on the way home, you know this. He's gonna come and get us.
I'm not that fussed about the new Exorcist movie. I thought the trailer looked absolutely trash. I have no faith or hope in this director after the Halloween fiascos. So yeah, I may be tempted to, because I want to see how they develop the story.
I am going to watch
Out
it.
of curiosity,
Yeah.
I'm going to watch it. But to the cinema, I don't know. Like, because I hate the fact that most of the time I walk out of the cinema, I'm like, that was amazing, because I love the cinema so much. Everything I'm watching there is amazing. It's days later, and I'm like,
that was a pile of
what
shit.
happened?
Yeah.
So I don't know, but I'm honestly not expecting much. Next question is from Craig Hawk.
What up, Craig?
Hi dudes, what's your favourite non-Rocky Creed boxing training montage? Stay shelfy, y'all. Now, I need to maybe reword the question, because at first I'm like, favourite boxing training montage? There isn't one outside of Rocky. So I'm like, do you just mean training montage?
Southpaw. I was going to say Team America.
Yeah, Team America World Police. Probably the best ever montage put to film, because the montage song.
What about when Gremlins 2, when Gizmo's making fucking Rambo style, like, you want to be, you got to become more.
I mean, it's just a
pretty
montage.
badass.
It's not a training montage, but I do like the Scarface.
He's fucking
one.
lifting weights. Scarface,
but it's not a training montage. It's just him getting money.
Yeah. Armageddon, the training montage, training the oil drillers to be astronauts. Quite a fun montage. Kickboxer with Van Damme, you know, kicking the tree, having the coconuts dropped on his chest, doing the splits.
Getting the splits straight, yeah. That's good.
Cool Runnings had a cool montage where it
yeah.
literally sticks him in the ice cream truck, freezes him. But yeah, I was just like, it's quite hard to think of training montages. Because there's tons of movie montages, like Commando getting geared up for the fight, you know.
I mean, we can't spoil the film because the review hasn't gone out yet, but there was a recent film that Gary and I reviewed which had a really cool kind of build-up montage to a fight at the end.
Yep.
That was a cool one.
But yeah, otherwise it's tough, because like when you think of montage, the first thing you think of is Rocky montage training. You know, that's where the spoof comes from, I think.
You put Creed in there as well, so we can't even go to Creed.
You're right.
Yeah.
It's a tough question otherwise, Greg.
Is there one in Southpaw? There's probably one in Southpaw.
Maybe.
I can't remember.
Was there one in Raging Bull? It's been like 30 years since I've seen it.
Oh, no, I just got a really badass one.
Oh?
Da-na-na-na-na-na. The montage from Dusk Till Dawn when they're getting ready. It's that little bit where the music just stops and George Clooney just kind of spits the wood off the fucking steak. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Great question, Craig. Thank you. Next question is from Daniel Williamson.
What up, Daniel Williamson?
How would you guys feel about your relationship and YouTube channel being fictionalized in a movie or book? And if a movie, would you guys be confident to act as yourselves? Or would you have actors cast as you? And the last one, if so, who would you cast as you?
I thought of this one recently. I was going to cast myself, but
I think you're underestimating how boring that movie would be.
Yeah.
Have any of you seen any clips of the TV series Power? It's like a gangster kind of crime show with.
I don't know it.
Michael J. White in it.
No, I think it's Tommy Elgin. No. Sorry, there's a actor in there who plays a guy called Tommy, and I've been watching some clips of him, and I'm just like, man, that actor could really, really pull off a really foul mouth version of me on TV. I'm just gonna try.
You're the foul mouth version of you.
Yeah, I know, but he would be a great one.
I wouldn't cast myself as me. I want to cast Joaquin Phoenix as myself. I think he would kind of be scary and awesome at the same time. You know, because he's great at playing extreme characters. Exactly.
See, Joseph Sikora. Don't we just look exactly the same if he had red hair? Joseph Sikora. Joseph Sikora's got to get playmate. Me? That's what fucking dumbass.
Well, saying that though, yeah, but if we're saying sort of like if we're not going to cast ourselves, we just cast it. I'd just be a twat and cast Jason Momoa or something. And people are like, you cast Jason Momoa, I'd be like, yeah, we're totally twinsies, right?
Yeah, totally.
Just fucking play it straight the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could de-age Phoenix for the the younger version, like the House Party era, the Sydney Street fucking era.
Adam Sandler with a beard for Guy.
Oh god. But yeah, great. Thank you for the question, Daniel. Next question is from Nick Louisi.
What up,
What's up,
Nick?
Brohams! Apologies that I've been off the radar for a bit. Life has kicked me into high gear.
Hey, roll on it.
Looking forward to the podcast, my dudes. Question for the show. Given the opportunity, what book or book series would you like to be the showrunner, film director of an adaptation of? Try to think of ones that have not yet been adapted for the screen. Definitely going with author Robert Crace, Cole and Pike detective series. Cheers, my dudes, and have a happy Samhain season to you.
That's you, sir.
Thank you for the question, Nick.
I would say
I've got
oh, sorry. I was going to say. I'd go with the the Farseer trilogy by Robin Hobb, and subsequent books as well, like
Very
the
good.
Live Ship Traders, Fitz and the Fool. Those fucking put that in my eyeballs.
Yeah.
That would be amazing. Your first one you've written is one I was thinking of as well. 'Cause that was amazing.
Legend
David Gemmell.
by David Gemmell. Like, I cannot believe that not a single David Gemmell
I know, it's
adaptation
fucking nuts.
has been
People
in
don't
the
know who he
works.
is.
Exactly.
It's so fucked up.
And if I was going to be involved, I want to do the whole franchise, the entire extended universe of David Gemmell, including the Drenai series, with a Waylander film trilogy in there for good measure. Now, Legend has one of the most epic battle-focused books I've ever read. Imagine the Battle of Helm's Deep times 10. You know, it's a battle that goes on for months, you know, as the enemy slowly
Horus
breaks
Heresy.
down every one of those layers of defenses. Who would I have as Druss is a great question. I always thought it would be Hulk Hogan is kind of how he's kind of described, but I'm like, you know what, we're never going to get a fucking final Conan movie with Arnie.
Yeah.
Like, the rights to hell. So if we're not going to get a final Conan movie, Arnie is the perfect role, perfect shape and age to actually play Druss, I think. I also thought like David Harbour. You know, and then I also thought Ron Perlman. I was like, yeah, two Hellboy actors, not a surprise. But honestly, I think Arnie would be the one to play that part, and I don't know, maybe get a different actor if they did the other Legend or the other stories of Druss the Axe God. You know, but yeah, like and then another one that I would like to do as well is the Chris Bunch novels, because you got the Dragon Master series, and you've also got the Seer King trilogy, which is filled with fantasy kingdoms, wizards, and sex, you know, and betrayals and good characters, epic battle scenes, good characters. So David Gemmell and Chris Bunch. I also thought of Terry Goodkind's The Seeker of Truth or The Sword of Truth series, but they tried that in TV form, and it was fucking awful.
Yeah, I remember.
All of the cast were bad. The sets were bad. I'm sorry, you know, Ted and Sam Raimi and co. Like, it was fucking abysmal. I hated it. I really hated it.
I'd go with Bill the Intergalactic Hero. I'd like to see them books translated. I bought one of the books fucking years ago, long before I met Linda, and then I happened to pick up the other two. Basically, I haven't got the first one. I need the first one to actually complete the whole series. But Bill's an intergalactic hero working for the Space Federation, and they're fighting against these weird reptilian aliens called the Chigs, I think they are. And his buddy in the first book turns out to be a secret agent for the Chigs. But his buddy gets killed, and Bill gets his arm blown off, and they basically reattach his buddy's arm. But so he's basically got two left arms. I know, it's amazing, right? And then in the second book,
Fucking raggy doll.
and then in the second book, he ends up actually losing his foot as well. But because of the medical scientific technology they got, they implant this seed into his ankle, which should grow into a human foot. But it malfunctions, and so
Another left arm.
No.
That'd be amazing.
In each one of the books, he gets like a different foot. Like in one of the books, his foot grows. He thinks it's grown into a human foot, but it doesn't. It grows into an elephant stump. So then he has to have it removed and gets another one put into it, and then it ends up becoming like a chicken leg or something on top of the two left arms.
Jesus Christ.
Of course, my answer would have been the Dark Tower series, but there's already been an adaptation, and we'll talk about that. Next question is from Havard Ryan.
What up, Howard?
Who and why has the greatest career? Clint Eastwood, Michael Caine.
Ooh.
Easy for me. I'm going Clint Eastwood.
Yeah.
I would say
I think
Eastwood
he's
as well.
proven himself time and time again. Powerful in front of the camera
Yes,
and behind the
that's
camera.
what-
I think that's what swings
Yeah.
it, right?
Yeah.
Kane's a good
Megastar.
actor.
But
Love
Michael
Michael
Caine
Eastwood
became.
is great
I
actor
like him
and
in the
director.
supporting roles. Moving on, I think he's a great supporting actor. Films starring
Some
Michael
people
Caine.
just want to watch the world burn.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Eastwood, like I said, Letters from Iwo Jima.
Flags of Our Fathers, Outlaw, $1 Million Baby,
Gran
Unforgiven,
Torino.
Pale Rider.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so many.
Any of the Dirty Harry movies. I love the Deadpool.
Yeah.
I love the Deadpool.
So easy one for us. Happened about yourself? Did you?
100% Clint Eastwood.
Clint,
dude.
yeah. Thank you for the question, though. Great.
Yeah, great question.
Next question is from Neil Winslow.
What up,
up,
Neil?
What's your favorite thing to do on a rainy day? For me, it's the same thing I like to do on a sunny day. Watch movies, watch TV shows, play video games, and play board games.
Oh man, if I don't have to get out, if I don't have to go out anywhere, I'll literally just sit in my chair, and I will bore myself to death with what I can find. Like I'm my own worst enemy. Because I've got all these films, I've got shows that I need to watch, games I need to play, and half the time I will just sit there in my chair with a cup of tea and watch wrestling and play the same games. And then before I know it, it's 9 o'clock and I've got to go to bed and I've not done anything.
Yeah, it's like your question assumes that we the weather affects what we do.
Yeah,
Well, we live in the southwest of England, mate, so I feel like we've been preparing for this question our whole life because it rains all the fucking time.
After that heat wave, oh my
I mean,
god,
I
I don't
would
think
say,
it'd ever rain again.
Yeah, I mean, I would say like
all the time.
I do love like on a rainy day because look, if I've got a day off, it's a Sunday anyway because I work so much, but Sunday is really the only proper day that I take off. So all it's going to do is it's going to stop any outside plans basically. But all I love to do is like what I always do on a Sunday, which I love to get up, I love to get into the kitchen, start making something really nice because I actually really like cooking. I can quite happily stand in the fucking kitchen, put a film on my tablet, make something real like a stick-to-your-ribs stew or a shepherd's pie or something. I'm doing bangers and mash tomorrow. I can't fucking wait,
Nice.
you know.
Nice.
Or anything Italian. If I get to
Onion
cook anything
gravy?
Italian, of course I'm gonna make onion gravy.
just checking,
Who are you
checking.
talking to?
I'm
Come
just
on.
checking, man. You're on a diet. I figured you were cutting
Not
out.
on a fucking Sunday. So yeah, just do that, and then it's literally like great. Let's eat that. We've normally got a couple of friends that live down the road. We'll get together, and if it's a Sunday at this time of year, that means we're gonna watch a movie, and then come 6 o'clock, I'm gonna watch a couple of games of NFL with some more food that we might get in. Couple of beers, couple of whiskeys to end the day. Me and Don will probably end up taking a bath together or something. Fucking genius. Love
Nice.
it. Just
Perfect.
love it.
Yeah.
Very
question.
little actual fucking movement.
Yeah.
Yes. Next question is from David Morris.
What up,
What's up,
David?
David?
A deeply philosophical and thought-provoking question. When watching a film and you've got a brew on, what's your choice of biscuit to dunk?
Anything
Are
up
you
with
a
the hand?
Burke like Rich T finger or tough as nails Vasquez hobnob person? Cheers, fellas, and fist bumps all round.
I will dunk any type of biscuit. And it doesn't even have to be a cup of tea. I've actually dunked cookies into glasses of lemonade because I'm like, I want a glass of lemonade and I fancy a cookie. So I just dip it in the lemonade and eat it. So, yeah.
What are you? What the fuck?
What?
Dip
Man,
biscuit in
when
lemonade.
we were at Tom's birthday last week.
Yeah.
And he had like a little tub of brown sauce with the pork pies there. And right next to it was the Jaffa cakes. I was this fucking close of dipping a Jaffa cake in brown. I don't even like brown sauce. And I was like, I don't know what Jaffa
I
cake
don't know
is.
him.
What?
I don't even know him. Jesus Christ.
Right now, my biscuit of choice is Fox's triple chocolate cookies, and I don't do dunking because you just don't dunk into coffee. You just don't.
Yeah, you do.
No.
No, I do. I dunk anything.
You don't know. Well, it's just fucking, like,
Evidently.
you haven't got a fucking rule book, so whatever. We're not allowed to keep custard creams in the house.
What? Why?
Because I'll fucking eat them all, dude. There's no portion control. If you gave
The whole
me
bag
a
in one
cup
cup
of
of
tea,
tea.
oh,
Yeah.
that's one serving. I will just hammer them, and it's like unless you physically take them away from me, I'm just gonna keep
Yeah.
dunking and eating custard cream.
No, the first time a biscuit
And I'm like,
fell
you know
into
what,
my tea,
mate,
that was it.
I'm
Never
getting
again.
it out. I'll bare pour it out. I don't give a fuck, mate. Honestly, the thing is like, you know, when people are like, you know, oh, you know, it's like one dunk or two. I'm like, no, it's like you're trying to kill a person. You fucking hold it until the bubbles stop, and then you just do it in one. Like, yeah. Custard cream.
Three totally different answers.
Man, I am literally, the next time I come to your house, I'm bringing a packet of custard
Custard
cream.
cream's watching.
And then, after that,
And some brown sauce.
after that, I'm just going to leave custard creams around his house. He's going to message me going, motherfucker, I keep finding custard creams in my house.
I'll message you because I won't be able to call you for about.
Oh dear.
If I had that tub of Nutella that you bought me
Oh,
that time, right,
yeah.
I'd just say, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna get fat again. Like, just hammer, fuck it. Just, yeah, it's not allowed in the house.
Cheers for the question.
Great
Next
question.
one is from Josh Delamonte.
What up, Josh?
I've seen Blue Beetle last week. I found it okay. However, I've noticed it's not doing well in the box office. Quite a few superhero films this year have become less successful, and I wonder if the genres may be dying if the films keep failing in the box office again, or is it just fatigue? Why has that genre been the biggest thing in cinema since the last decade, especially the MCU, apart from money? Star Wars content keeps continuing as well. It's a renaissance for it, I guess, but also why many live action shows on Disney Plus apart from, again, money? I've seen Ashoka, first 4 episodes. I find it watchable.
The answer is all of the above, I think.
Yeah, Disney needs to. They've
Plus, sorry,
started
who
their
the
own
fuck
streaming
knew Blue
service.
Beetle was even out?
so
They
they
barely
want content.
advertised it.
I was
They
really
barely advertised Blue
Yeah,
Beetle.
I was really surprised about Blue Beetle. You know, you got all that fucking backlash and advertisement for the Flash, hoping that everyone would go there, and then you release Blue Beetle.
Who knows Blue
2
Beetle?
weeks later.
Had anybody ever heard of Blue Beetle?
I knew of him, but obviously I knew of him because I'd seen him in the cartoons with Batman Brave and the Bold years ago. So then I started to learn about him, and then obviously you see that he's in the DC comics, and I thought, yeah, he's a really great character that you could build a franchise from.
Yeah.
But instead they went the same way that Marvel went. They went with Wonder Woman. They went with Aquaman. They're trying to build these universes that nobody really cares about.
Well, and plus they're resetting the
That's
universe,
it, they're
so
resetting
everyone's
the
like,
universe,
no
so
one
it's
knows
pointless.
where this lands or where it's going.
They threw all this stuff at the Flash to at least try to make some buck back. They should have at least been advertising
Didn't
Blue
work.
Beetle with the Flash at that point, and they weren't. And then they dropped Blue Beetle right after Barbie and Oppenheimer. So it's not like Blue Beetle's fault. I actually still really want to watch Blue Beetle more than I've actually wanted to watch Black Adam. We own Black Adam on DVD. I haven't watched it.
Yeah. That's why I haven't watched that.
But I
either.
want to watch.
Just
I want to watch Blue
fucking
Beetle though
dreadful.
because it's from Miguel from Cobra Kai.
That's
Yeah, man.
right.
And
yeah.
I think he's doing really well with whatever the characters. I obviously I know he's gonna fucking kill everything at the end and be the hero.
Yeah.
But hey, I'm a sucker for superhero movies.
For me, yeah, so am I, and I do want to see it. I mean, a few people said, "Well, why didn't you go and watch it and support it?" And like my answer is literally, it's like, dude, I don't know what this DC universe is now. I've got no.
Yeah,
I want to see it, but is it not enough that it's like a kind of film that I want to see in a standalone capacity? Because now when you are going to watch a superhero movie, it is supposed to be part of a bigger universe. You know, it's just I guess how we're just conditioned for
yeah.
it. So I think, but in a way, I think you've kind of answered this. And is
I was
like
going to say the answer to yourself.
everything is
Fatigue.
the genre is dying a little bit.
But
you
it's
know,
all for the money.
And that's because I think the star power has kind of dropped off a little bit, and also the quality in the writing and direction has also not been as strong as it was.
Yeah.
So
not to mention, like Black Adam did kind of prove that it's like star power isn't everything.
it's not
as
that
well,
not
you know.
everything exactly because The Rock had been nothing but success, even
Pierce
crap
Brosnan,
movies.
dude. Pierce fucking Brosnan.
Yeah.
Which is the best part of that movie, actually.
So it's tough, but Disney. The reason why Disney keep producing so much stuff is because they got a streaming service and they need content. They need fresh, thumbnails every week on there to keep people subscribed.
Yeah.
Like they're just churning stuff out to keep a product, warrant having a streaming service in the first place.
Yeah.
It's mostly money.
Contracts. Yeah.
Alrighty, we are heading into our last question, and I have prepared
yeah.
a response because thinking of one on the spot can be kind of hard.
Did you?
But
I got
Marcus
mine,
Bautista said, pitch
What
a
up,
Jaws
Marcus?
sequel. So here's mine. Here's my pitch
Yep.
for a Jaws 5. return to Amity Island.
Okay.
A severe storm floods the island.
Right.
3 great white sharks attack the Brody family, the police station, and then the residents of Amity Island.
Why?
Michael Brody and his family survived the initial attacks, and then they try to save as many residents as possible and kill the invading sharks. This time, there is no getting out of the water because the town is flooded.
You really thought about this. So are the three great white sharks related?
Yeah, it's a family. It's a family of sharks. It's a family of sharks. Come to get revenge on the Brody family.
Of course they did, Gary.
They're all grown up now.
You want me to pitch one just off the cuff then?
Yeah, I've got mine. You've got.
Yeah, sorry, that was me after thinking about one.
Okay. Jaws 5. The shark comes back to avenge its great grandfather, and fucking eats Jason Statham.
Okay.
And I'm gonna call it Jaws 5. Shut up, Meg.
Mine, I took a couple of days to really think about this because I almost went the route with Gary with Brody family and Crazy Sharks, but.
I like Craig's idea. How about the sharks fucking win this time?
Right.
Yeah.
That's why I'm doing it, because I was like, the Brody
that.
family get killed at the start, but I was like, nah, no.
Mine would follow.
I can't do it.
Ben Gardner's son, who still hasn't gotten over the fact that his father was killed by a great white shark. And he goes out his way. He doesn't live in Amity anymore. He's moved to a place where there are sharks.
He becomes like the new Quint.
And he becomes a kind of like a new Quint. But in that time as well, there's a family on a boat, and the boat gets stopped out in the middle of the ocean. Shark starts to really do damage in it, trying to make the boat sink. And it's Ben's job to go out there, and not only has he got to save the family, but he's also got to fully face this actual. Most of the sharks he's faced up to this point have just been sharkies, but now this is a big badass one that he's got to take on for his dad. And you know what the title is going to be? It's just going to be called Boat.
What?
Compared to your fucking 3 shark family attack on Watertown.
You can have one shark an act get killed.
Yeah,
fucking right. You give that to AI, you get a movie.
Yeah, I want to see them kill the shark. I want to see lots of sharks get killed.
Shit.
Shut up, Meg.
Well, I think it's getting late.
Clever title.
And I think we've run out of questions.
It is. We're out. Yeah.
I'm bringing this podcast to a close.
Bring it to an end.
Thank you, Ian, Andy, so much for always making these podcasts so entertaining.
Good times, man. Good times.
Thank you guys for tuning in and listening to this podcast. We'll be back next month. Horror season next month. Don't have a theme yet, but we will be here. Thank you guys for tuning in. Make sure to follow us on YouTube. On X, I'm going to say
Facebook,
Twitter.
On X, yeah.
And support us on Patreon
on Discord,
if you can.
And
of course, join the Discord to keep the film conversations going. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll see you on the next one.
Love you, faces.